हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार है।
All eyes on the historic Sengol's return. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to install the Sengol in the Lok Sabha. Sengol ceremony steeped in Tamil tradition, pride of place for the ancient Chola relic. The 1947 scepter finally makes a comeback. The 2023 season comes to a full circle as Chennai Super Kings take on GT in the grand finale. GT will get the better of four-time champions CSK as they look to defend their final. So the countdown has begun. India is to get a new parliament. Yes, there have been a series of controversies, but today we will talk about this new temple of India's democracy and how an effort is being made to bring back India's glorious culture and link it to India's glorious future. That's the effort, that's the attempt, and we're showing you the new parliament building. Now, this parliament building is being built to be future-proof. It will be ready for at least the next 150 years, in use for the next 150 years. The earlier parliament, built in 1927, almost 100 years old, 97 years old. But what you see in the new parliament, this is the new Lok Sabha. 888 members of Lok Sabha post-delimitation when seats are increased. Well, this is a modern new Lok Sabha that can take 888 members as against about 542 in the existing Lok Sabha. Also the fact that this has all the latest technology in it. It can be used for that. All the modern gadgets that are required for our lawmakers, that's there in the new Lok Sabha. A problem in the earlier Lok Sabha, it was almost coming apart. In the Rajya Sabha, once again, you'll have place, as you see, the House of Elders. 340 Rajya Sabha members can sit in the new parliament in the House of Elders. This has been built in a period of 2.5 years amidst COVID, amidst all restrictions, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he will be meeting the 60,000 Shramjeevis. 60,000 Shramjeevis were involved in the building of this parliament building. It has several halls. It has a constitution hall. It has several other places where honorable members of parliament will be able to meet their people from their constituency, their guests, several other halls where people come together and see how laws are made in India. But everyone today is talking about an event that will take place in about 10 minutes from now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive at the parliament. There will be a special prayer. After that special prayer, the Prime Minister and about 25 adhinams, 25 religious seers who've come in from Tamil Nadu, they will take the Sengol, hand it over to Prime Minister like they did at a ceremony, like a symbolic ceremony yesterday, and then that Dharm Dand will be installed inside the new Lok Sabha, right next to the Speaker. Symbolic, it will continue to remind our lawmakers of their responsibility towards this nation. And this is an ancient Indian tradition. The story goes, as you look at that image of the religious seers handing over the Sengol to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it's a scepter that's about 5 feet long. It has the Nandi bull of Lord Shiv right on top, Goddess Lakshmi there and the inscriptions on the Dharm Dand. This Dharm Dand is to constantly remind our lawmakers of their responsibility towards the nation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he received this Dharm Dand yesterday, he said the ancient Tamil custom, it is now being revived once again. In fact, there will be a replication of what happened exactly on the 14th of November 1947 when the seers handed over the Dharm Dand or the Sengol to independent India's first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Exactly the same way it's being handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But as Prime Minister Narendra Modi put it, in 1947, he wondered why was this relegated to Anand Bhavan in Prayagraj as a walking stick, as a golden walking stick that was presented to Pandit Nehru. He said that clearly is not the case. This isn't a golden walking stick. It's only now that the traditions are getting what they should have got all along. We will listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in just a moment, what he said, the significance, the importance of the Dharm Dand. Let's quickly listen into the Prime Minister explaining the importance of the Dharm Dand.
इस पूज्य सेंगोल को पर्याप्त मान सम्मान दिया जाता, इसे गौरवमय स्थान दिया जाता, लेकिन ये सेंगोल प्रयागराज में आनंद भवन में वॉकिंग स्टिक यानी पैदल चलने पर सहारा देने वाली छड़ी कहकर प्रदर्शनी के लिए रख दिया गया था। आपका ये सेवक और हमारी सरकार अब उस सेंगोल को आनंद भवन से निकाल कर लाई है। आज आजादी के उस प्रथम पल को नए संसद भवन में सेंगोल की स्थापना के समय हमें फिर से पुनर्जीवित करने का मौका मिला है। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज सेंगोल को उसका उचित स्थान मिल रहा है। दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि भारत की आजादी में तमिल लोगों के योगदान को वो महत्व नहीं दिया गया जो दिया जाना चाहिए था। अब बीजेपी ने इस विषय को प्रमुखता से उठाना शुरू किया है। अब देश के लोगों को भी पता चल रहा है कि महान तमिल परंपरा और राष्ट्रभक्ति के प्रतीक तमिलनाडु के साथ क्या व्यवहार हुआ था।
India today has the biggest team of reporters on ground to get you 360-degree perspective of this truly historic event. I want to quickly bring in our reporters. Mosmi Singh joins us live from the new Parliament building. Aishwarya live also standing by. Also Rahul Gautam. Good morning to all our friends. And Mosmi, I want to begin by asking you, one, the significance of this step and what happens next.
Gaurav, first let me get you the latest update. We just saw priests from different faiths, interfaith, going inside. Apparently there were 25 of them from Sikhism to Judaism to Jainism. We saw all those priests going inside, and they said that we are also supposed to perform prayers. So big message coming from the new parliament right behind me, you know, Sarv Dharm Sambhav. Along with the Vedic chants in Tamil tradition, we will also see interfaith prayers from different religions that coexist in India, and thereby Prime Minister underlining that message, Gaurav, of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Right behind me, this is going to be actually a symbol of India across different states, even as everything that you see inside has been made from goods and material that's been brought from north to the south, from east to the west, the wood of Maharashtra to the sandstone that you see from Rajasthan to the carpets that are hand woven from Uttar Pradesh's Bhadoi. So this is going to be the new India that also takes along years of tradition, culture and religion all coexisting together. So big message there. We also saw in the morning all the adhinams actually going inside, and that's where the entire this historic moment will kickstart, Gaurav.
In just a couple of minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Aishwarya, all set to arrive. The Sengol would be handed over to the Prime Minister after a prayer, and this is truly one, historic, two, symbolic, Aishwarya.
Well, definitely it is historic and symbolic, and also, you know, Gaurav, we have been seeing what the Prime Minister has been speaking about over the last 9 years. He's been speaking about the fact that we are Indians, we have very, very rich culture, we should be proud of it. And that's the reason why we are seeing that, you know, it's not just an inauguration. Also, a lot of prayers will take place, and that is the core of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's what the BJP and the Prime Minister have been very keenly doing over the past many years. You know, we have seen him, speaking at temples. We have seen him how he's very, very particular about certain way things should be done, and that's exactly the way that the Sengol, the very important Sengol, which has been a part of our, which we have been seeing here in our country over the past many years. There will be a special prayer for that, and then the priest will hand over the Sengol to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister at about 9 a.m. will hand over this Sengol to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and then the Lok Sabha Speaker will install this on the left-hand side of his chair. So this definitely speaks about Nyay, Gaurav, which means that there will be balance and there will be justice in this new building. I'll just show you the visuals around me. There's very, very tight security, Gaurav, and there is a reason for that. The VVIPs will be visiting, will be inside the new Sansad building, will be inside the new Parliament building in just a couple of hours from now. This will be the route, Gaurav, that the Prime Minister will be taking. There's very strict security that's taking place, and we are expecting the Prime Minister to cross over from this route in the next couple of minutes. The Prime Minister will then step inside at about 7:30 a.m. is, Gaurav, from what we understand, the prayer meeting will begin. Everything will be as per schedule, and then at about 8:30 a.m. is the time when the priest, after doing all the prayers, will be handing over the Sengol to the PM, and about 9 a.m. is what we understand, Gaurav, is when the installation of the Sengol will take place on the left-hand side of the chair of the Lok Sabha.
Very significant what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said when the seers from Tamil Nadu came and met him yesterday, where he said Bharat ki niyati, Bharat ki prachin Tamil Sanskriti और आधुनिक लोकतंत्र बहुत ही भावुक पल है. So India's ancient traditions, pre-slavery tradition, pre-invasion traditions, and modern India coming together. That's the effort with the Sengol. Of course, there is criticism from the opposition. Of course, opposition says a lot about how the focus only remains on one aspect and not others. But this is truly a new effort, Rahul.
Absolutely, Gaurav, when it seems that we're going to witness a fusion of modern and ancient India. I'm right now standing in front of the new Parliament building, and as people are describing it, this is a home of 140 crore hopes. This is certainly going to be a place where our policymakers are going to fuel the aspirations and going to do their every bit to fulfill or turn, the dreams of a common man. You can see, elaborate security arrangements have been already in place. We've been informed that shortly from now, Prime Minister will be arriving at Parliament, and around 7:30 the ceremony will begin. Initially it's going to be a Havan, Vedic rituals. They're going to culminate at around 8:30, and then Sengol, the symbol of just rule, the symbol of India's sovereignty, will be placed inside Lok Sabha, and around 9:30 and around 9 o'clock a prayer meeting will be held. And as Mosmi was pointing out, that priests from all religions are going to be there. They're going to participate in this auspicious ceremony. So obviously it seems that we are seeing a fusion of modern and ancient traditions. It seems that Prime Minister has ensured that ancient traditions are relived again, and obviously he's also trying to send out a message that it's a new dawn, it's a new morning.
Images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cavalcade arriving in Parliament. We're looking at the images. These are the initial vehicles, as we can see, of the Prime Minister's cavalcade arriving, and as per schedule. Mosmi, with me. Mosmi, you are at that entrance. There are six new gates, the Kartavya gate, the Nyay gate, the Makar gate. There are multiple 6 gates to the Parliament. One for the President, one for the Prime Minister. Mosmi. Okay, we are looking at these live images, of course, of the old Parliament building, 97 years old. It will undergo extensive repairs, and the new Parliament building that's set to be dedicated to the nation. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister will arrive anytime now for the prayer ceremony to begin next to Mahatma Gandhi's statue, I believe.
Yes, Gaurav, you're right. That's how things will proceed. We just saw the cavalcade. So in the next couple of minutes, Gaurav, we will be getting visuals of the Prime Minister from inside the building. He himself will be sitting. He will take part in all the prayers that will take place. Everything will be as per the schedule. And we also understand that these special priests will also be having a special prayer for the entire country. That's also something that we are made to understand at the moment. And, the security that you are seeing, Gaurav, here has been put in place, making sure that, all the VVIPs, they all have a very, they all come and enter from these gates. There are 6 gates, Gaurav, let me tell you, a total of 6 gates, one very specially for the Prime Minister, and also, other gates from where all the other MPs will be coming inside. There's a lot of tech, let me tell you, Gaurav, that has been installed inside the new building, making sure that what the Prime Minister has been speaking about, that the tech is a place where India at the moment is exceeding, and we are seeing how a lot of countries at the moment, a lot of leaders of the countries are looking at India with those eyes, because they understand India has arrived. And this new building is a symbol of the fact that India has truly arrived. From what we understand, the building will stand almost for the next 300 years, and this is what Prime Minister has been speaking about over the past many years. We need to put
that's very interesting. You should say that. I also have a historian, a very well-respected historian, Santravil Muruganar sir, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, a modern Indian Parliament, we are told for the next 150 years, this Parliament is good to be at work, and an ancient Tamil tradition of handing over the Sengol to the Prime Minister and then to be installed in Parliament. What do you make of the Tamil tradition and modern India coming together, the Sangam of the two?
Yes, it is really a very great, important and momentous conjunction of two different cultures that is being now celebrated in a great way, in a humongous way, that I am really feeling privileged to take part in such an occasion. And above all those things, I like to say one thing. Each day actually dance with its own importance and impact, but some are only engraved in the annals of the history of a country. And this is an occasion, actually, this is actually being given importance by the annals of the Indian history. Actually, it is giving all the new page, the new leaf has turned now with all the fragrance of the culture and the tradition. And I am really happy that I can see it from the way the function is being conducted and the way in which it has been scheduled, the way in which they are actually arranging things with an eye to take the culture to the utmost. So I am really
and a
happy
tradition, I believe, which has been there for 2,000 years from the Sangam era. Mr. Muruganar, as we wait for images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the new Parliament, explain the significance of the Dharm Dand or the Sengol being handed over to the king in the Chola times or even earlier by the priests. What's the significance?
The significance really, as you have put it, it is Dharmadanda, and so it is not an object, not a physical object, but it is a symbol of ethical rule. So it is something more than an object that we like to see of. The thing is, this Sengol, all we call it as a scepter. If this scepter was given to Jawaharlal Nehru in the earlier days, as all of us know it, but it was not an arranged function, as I feel so. It was not an arranged function. It got up actually naturally. It got up acting naturally. And
then it was relegated to the Anand Bhavan, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi put it. Is it finally now getting its due importance, and will it continue to guide our lawmakers as we'll wait for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive any moment? Let's take a look at this report sent by India Today's Mosmi Singh.
नहीं सर, मैम अभी टाइम नहीं है, प्लीज मैम।
जाते जाते बोल देंगे, कोई बात नहीं, जाते जाते बोल देंगे भाई साहब।
इंटरफेथ प्रेयर है उसका है, इंटरफेथ प्रेयर, उसके लिए सब धर्म गुरु है
जो अलग अलग धर्म गुरु
हैं, वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे अपने अपने संप्रदाय और अपने पंथ की प्रार्थना।
तो यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि आप कहाँ से आए?
शालीमार बाग, दिल्ली से।
अच्छा सर, आप कहाँ से आए?
मैं आया हूँ, मैं चर्च ऑफ नॉर्थ इंडिया जी।
सो यहाँ पे अलग अलग धर्म की पूजा भी
जी जी। सो हम क्रिश्चियनिटी की तरफ से हैं जी जी।
किस तरह से एक बड़ा मोमेंट देश के लिए?
ग्रेट मोमेंट फॉर अस, वेरी ग्रेट मोमेंट फॉर अस। न्यू पार्लियामेंट एंड ऑल द रिलीजन्स आर कमिंग टुगेदर टू डेडिकेट दिस प्लेस। वंडरफुल वंडरफुल या।
तो यहाँ पे so you can see here, Gaurav, that priests from various religions, interfaith religions, have come here to in fact make this big moment very momentous.
नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर इंदु जैन धर्म की तरफ से प्रार्थना करने के लिए यहाँ आई हूँ और ये ऐतिहासिक क्षण है। नवीन संसद भवन का उद्घाटन समारोह होना और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सानिध्य मिलना, ये बहुत ऐतिहासिक क्षण है।
अभी टाइम नहीं, आप क्या चाहते हैं?
अभी लाइन में लगे हैं, हम कहाँ रोक रहे हैं भाई साहब? लाइन में लगे हैं, अपने आप खड़े हैं ना। सब लोग बात कर चुके हैं जो अंदर जा रहे हैं, इतना कोई रूल रेगुलेशन नहीं है।
I would like to tell, I belong to the microscopic minority community, Jewish community, and I have been invited, so it is a great honor for me.
कौन सी कम्युनिटी से?
The Jewish community, Judaism.
कहाँ से आए हैं सर?
From Judaism. From Delhi only.
सर प्लीज मेक
तो यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि जूइश कम्युनिटी से लेके क्रिश्चियन कम्युनिटी से लेके जो है सिख धर्म से लेके हमने देखा कि अलग अलग धर्म के जो धर्म गुरु हैं उनको बुलाया गया एक सर्वधर्म संभव का संदेश देते हुए।
That is India Today's Mosmi Singh getting us, the flavors from on ground. And these are live images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the Parliament building. There will be a special prayer. This is truly a historic moment that the new Parliament building will be dedicated to the people of India. There will be a special prayer. In fact, a series of special prayers will be organized right here. And Prime Minister has spoken about it. He has said how this links India's traditions, our culture, our customs to this generation and, of course, to modern times. The Sengol is to be installed in the Temple of Democracy, adorned with the Nandi, Lord Shiva's ride on top, to be installed right next to the Speaker's chair. The Sengol is a symbol of righteousness, of dharma, of justice. The procession or the ceremony begins with the musicians playing the Nadaswaram, bringing out the essence of Tamil culture. The Adhinams from the Shaivaik mutts once again will purify the Sengol with holy water and hand it over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the background, we are told the Oduwars, Tamil temple singers, the Oduwars, they will render the Kolaru Padigam. The Kolaru Padigam. And sir, for the benefit of our viewers, explain the significance of the measures that are being undertaken shortly.
Thank you so much for this, and I'm here as a proud Tamilian today. The word Sengol represents two different words, Semmai plus Kol in Tamil. It means honesty or righteousness, and the Dhand or the scepter that you keep it in the hand. In fact, it has got a huge political significance in the earlier Sangam age. And there are a lot of references to this in the Tirukural, which was incidentally released by the Honorable Prime Minister in the Papua New Guinea language.
And sir, we are looking at this first image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's dip in and listen into the prayers on ground and the sounds on ground.
Sangam. मंत्र शक्ति को जोड़ा है ओ सेंगोल में.
Narendra Modi before this new Parliament building, this new Temple of Democracy is dedicated to the nation.
Nama Parvati Padaye Agar Mahadeva. Nama Parvati Padaye Agar Mahadeva.
புனித நீர் வார்க்குமாறு அன்போடு வேண்டுகிறோம்.
யாய் தோளுடையாய் வாசடை மேல் வளரும்
மாசிலாமணி தேசிக ஞான சம்பந்த சுவாமிகள் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம்.
பேசினல்லால் குராய் தோளுடையாய் வாசடை மேல் வளரும்
மாசிலாமணி தேசிக ஞான சம்பந்த சுவாமிகள் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து மதுரை ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீலஸ்ரீ ஹரிஹர ஞான சம்பந்த தேசிக சுவாமிகள்
நிறையுடையார் இடர்களையாய் நெடுங்களும் மேயவனே.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करते हैं जो अभी इस पवित्र उत्सव के स्थल पर पहुंचे हैं. वेलाकुरुची आदीनम श्रीलश्री सत्यज्ञान महादेव देसिक स्वामिகள் அவர்களை தொடர்ந்து குன்றக்குடி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீலஸ்ரீ பொன்னம்பல தேசிக சுவாமிகள் அவர்கள் புஷ்பம் சமர்ப்பிப்பார்கள். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने देशपिता महात्मा गांधी जी की प्रतिमा की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं और पुष्पांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। தொடர்ந்து குன்றக்குடி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ பொன்னம்பல தேசிக சுவாமிகள் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். அவர்களையும் தொடர்ந்து பேரூர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சாந்தலிங்க மருதாச்சல அடிகளார் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करने के बाद अभी पंडाल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। செங்கோல் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சிவபிரகாச தேசிக சத்யஞான சுவாமிகள் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து மயிலம் பொம்மபுரம் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சிவஞான பாலய சுவாமிகளும் அவர்களை தொடர்ந்து துடாவூர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ஞான பிரகாச தேசிகர் சுவாமிகள் அவர்களும் தொடர்ந்து சூரியனார் கோயில் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ மகாலிங்க பண்டார சுவாமிகள் அவர்கள் புஷ்பாஞ்சலி செய்வார்கள்.
ஆவது நீர் வானவர் மேலது நீர் சுரமாவது நீர் சுழிக்கப்படுவது நீர்
மயிலம் பொம்மபுரம்
திரமாவது நீர் சமயத்தில்
துழாவூர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ஞான பிரகாச தேசிகர் சுவாமிகள் பாதரக்குடி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ரவீந்திர சுவாமிகள்
வேதத்தில் உள்ள
கௌமார ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ குமரகுருபர சுவாமிகள் அவர்கள்
நீரே போதம் தருவது நீரே.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को स्वागत करते हैं. ஆதீன கர்த்தர்கள் மூன்று பேராக வந்து புஷ்பாஞ்சலி செய்யலாம். பழனி சாது சுவாமி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சாது சண்முக அடிகளார் அவர்கள், காமாட்சிபுரி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சிவலிங்கேஸ்வர சுவாமிகள் அவர்கள், சிவபுர ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ திருநாவுக்கரசு தேசிக சுவாமிகள், திருப்பாதிரிப்புலியூர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ஞானியார் ஞானசேகர சுவாமிகள், கோவிலூர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ நாராயணன் சுவாமிகள், அவினாஷி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சிதாச சுவாமிகள், திருமுதுகுன்ற ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ரத்னவேலாயுத சிவபிரகாச சுவாமிகள், பழனி போகர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ புலிப்பாணி பாத்திர சுவாமிகள், திருப்பனந்தாள் காசி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சபாபதி தம்பிரான் சுவாமிகள்.
துஞ்சலு துஞ்சலிலாத போடினோ நெஞ்சகம் நெய்து நினைவில் நாள்தோறும் வஞ்சகமற்று அடி
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी गणपति होमम में भाग ले रहे हैं.
सर्वजनानुरंजक निखिल प्रपंच आदर्श भूत अत्युत्कृष्ट परिपालना व्यवस्था सिद्ध्यर्थम तदर्थम अस्मिन् संसद भवने योग्य निर्णय करणार्थम निर्णीतानां कार्याणां सकल प्रतिबंधक निवृत्ति पूर्वकं सफलता सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वत्र विजयार्थम सर्वेषां जनानां सुख संतोषाद्यभिवृद्ध्यर्थम समस्ताभ्युदयार्थम संसद भवन प्रवेशांगत्वेन कृतानां सुदर्शन होम वास्तु होमादीनां अतिशय फल प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री महागणपति प्रीत्यर्थम श्री महागणपति होम पूर्णाहुतिम आचार्य मुखेन करिष्ये.
ये तुवाद इडल
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी संकल्प ले रहे हैं।
बृहद्दुरमशेषं भूतिरूपं पुराणम् अमरवरसुपूज्यं रक्तवर्णं सुरेशं पशुपतिसुतमीशं विघ्नराजं नमामि। श्रीमहागणपतये नमः। मनोरथान् प्रार्थयामि।
அங்கையில்லை வீரல் அங்கெழுத்துமே தும்மல் விருமல் தொடர்ந்த போதிலும் வெம்மை நரகம்
अथ देवता प्रार्थनम् नमः शिवाभ्याम् नवयौवनाभ्याम् परस्पराश्लिष्टवपुर्धराभ्याम् नगेन्द्रकन्या वृषकेतनाभ्याम् नमो नमः शङ्कर पार्वतीभ्याम् गङ्गा तरङ्ग रमणीय जटाकलापम् गौरी निरन्तर विभूषित वामभागम् नारायण प्रियमनङ्गमदापहारम् वाराणसीपुरपतिं भज विश्वनाथम्। श्री काशी विश्वेश्वराय नमः। आरोग्यं पद्मबन्धुर्वितरतु नितरां सम्पदं शीतरश्मिः भूलाभं भूमिपुत्रः सकलगुणयुतां वाग्विभूतिं च सौम्यः सौभाग्यं देवमन्त्रे रिपुभज शमनं भार्गवः शौर्यमार्किः दीर्घायुः सैंहिकेयो विपुलजनजषः केतुराचन्द्रतारम् अरिष्टानि प्रणश्यन्तु दुरितानि भयानि च शान्तिरस्तु शुभं मेस्तु ग्रहाः कुर्वन्तु मङ्गलम्। आदित्यादि नवग्रह देवताभ्यो नमः। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनम् देवके परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवानि धर्मधर्ममा। मातर्मे मधुकैटभग्निमहिषप्राणापहारोद्यमे हेलालम्बितधूम्रलोचनवधेः चण्डमुण्डार्दिनी निःशेषे कृतरक्तबीजतनुजे नित्ये निशुम्भापहे शुम्भध्वं सिरिनाशयामि दुरितं दुर्गे नमस्तेऽम्बिके।
अभी गणपति होमम में पूर्णाहुति हो जाता है।
छिद्रामन्तवोह सर्गाः अवाजिनतमदृतानि विश्वाः विद्रावरुणा सचेथे मोत्थानन्दिवो अरजिं प्रसंज्ञावेश्वानरमृताय जातमग्निम् कवितुं सम्राजमधुभिञ्जनानाभासन्नामात्रञ्जनयन्त देवाः याः फलिनीर्याः फलाः पुष्पायाश्च पुष्पिणीः बृहस्पति प्रसोदास्तानो मन्त्रं वैश्वानराय
सांसद का नई भवन का उद्घाटन उत्सव में भाग लेने के लिए सभी आदीनकर्ताओं, गुरु महासन्निधानों और तंबिरान स्वामीगणों है सबको स्वागत करते हैं। आदीनों को அனைத்து ஆதீன கர்த்தர்களையும் வந்து நிற்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நினைவுபடுத்துகிறோம்.
पार्वती सप्तपदगिनं नमः पूर्णाहुतिमुत्तमाञ्जुहोति सर्वं वै पूर्णाहुतिः सर्वमेवाप्नोति अथो इदं वै पूर्णाहुतिः अस्यामेव प्रतिष्ठति वसोद्धाराञ्जुहोति वसोर्मेधारा सदिव एषा होजते कृत
कस्य वा एडवेशाधारामस्मिन् लोके बिम्बमानोपतिष्ठत आद्येन जुहोति तेजो वा आद्यन्ते जोपसोर्धारातेजसैवास्मै
கணபதி ஹோமத்தில் பூர்ணாகுதி நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அக்னி தேவன்
महागणपति होमे कर्मणि
நம்முடைய நாட்டிற்கு எல்லா வகையான நலங்களையும் வளங்களையும் வழங்குவதற்காக பூர்ணாகுதியில் பெருமிதத்தோடு நின்று நிலை பெற்று சகல விதமான சௌபாகியங்களையும் சுபிட்சங்களையும் தேசத்திற்கு வழங்க வேண்டும் என்கிற பிரார்த்தனையோடு இந்த பூர்ணாகுதி நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. குருமகா சன்னிதானங்களை வடக்கு திசை நோக்கி நிற்குமாறு பணிவன்போடு வேண்டுகிறோம். सभी आदीनों ने सेंगोल को पूजा किया है और मंत्र शक्ति को जोड़ा है. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी पूर्णाहुति के बाद अभी आ रहे हैं. सेंगोल के पास और आदीनों के पास आ रहे हैं. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी सेंगोल को और सभी आदीनों को साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं. स्वतंत्रता की पूर्व संध्या पर तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम ने पंडित नेहरू को सेंगोल भेंट किया. ओ घटना का पुनरावर्तन अभी तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम वही सेंगोल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के पास सौंप देंगे. 5 आदीनम्स उनसे शामिल होंगे और सेंगोल को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से पेश करें. तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम, धर्मपुरम आदीनम, मदुरै आदीनम, कुंड्रकुडी आदीनम, पेरूर आदीनम और वेलाकुरिची आदीनम. कोड़रपदिकम 7वीं शतक में रहा संत एवं महात्मा त्रिज्ञान संबंधर से लिखा गया स्तोत्र है. ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ குருமகா சன்னிதானங்களை அவரவர்கள் இருக்கைகளுக்கு சென்று அமருமாறு அன்போடு வேண்டுகிறோம்.
தோழி பங்கள் விடமுண்ட கண்டல் மிக நல்ல கடவிவாய் புதன் வியாழன் சனி பாம்பிரள்.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आप अपने आशीर्वाद के लिए सेंगोलती आदीनों के पास ले रहे हैं. नई भवन के अंदर जाने वाले औपचारिक जुलूस अभी शुरू होता है।
So the holy scepter, the Sengol, has been handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is how in the ancient Tamil culture, power would be handed over from the religious priests to the king. Of course, this is a democracy. It is the Prime Minister who's now been given the holy scepter, reminding him of his responsibility towards the nation. And I have Ardnarishwaran Muralidharanji, a very well-respected Vedic scholar, with me on the broadcast. Sir, when we look at these images, an ancient tradition gets revived in the 21st century, but explain these visuals, especially the prayers that had taken place, the Vedic chanting that had taken place, handover of the scepter, and now it will be taken to the parliament.
Thank you. Actually, this is a very, very important occasion where we trace back to our roots. In fact, if you want to strengthen the tree, you have to strengthen the roots. And the PM is actually doing the strengthening of the roots for the welfare of the country. The significance of this is that the word Sengol comes from two Tamil words called semmai plus kol, which means basically sort of righteousness or dharma, or dharmadand you can call actually. In fact, at the time of when the Prime Minister first came, he actually did the sankalpa or the determination for the welfare of the country, and then the invocations of Vedic invocations were made for Lord Ganesh, then Lord Shiva, and then the Shri Vishnu and all other goddess and goddesses, and the 5 natural elements with which we all are made up of. Our body is made up of 5 natural elements, and we have invoked these 5 natural elements and the Vastu Puja, which is basically for the welfare of the whole parliamentarians and the country, and that's the religious procedure that actually they have now adopted. And in fact, I would like to say further that you asked about the significance of this. In fact, yes, the Honorable Prime Minister released a book of Tirukkural, which he always keeps quoting. In Papua New Guinea, he released that book. In one of these topics, which has got 10 kurals or 10 couplets about this particular Sengol. One of them is this: Van nokki vaazhum uyirkella mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi, which means that every life on this earth is based on water, right? In the same way, the entire civilian subjects are dependent on this Sengol.
What a moment. This is where the Sengol is now being taken inside the parliament and will be kept right next to the Speaker's chair. Also with me is our National Affairs Editor, Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, as the Prime Minister walks with the Sengol, with the Speaker next to him and the 30 Adhinams leading the way, this is an ancient tradition in modern times in a very modern building.
Yes, Gaurav. You see, what is very interesting is that this building in 1927, when inaugurated, was under colonial yoke. The first people to walk into were the colonial masters.
Yes.
And though a bit of tradition was observed at that time with the Sengol, of course the fact remains that there was very few, some of the leaders, or the Swarajis as the British called them, were also invited, and they were there. This building has gone through a huge tradition. And in fact, what is very interesting that at the time of inauguration, a lot of symbolism of Indian symbolism was built into it. It was said by the king himself in his address, which was given to Lord Irwin, and Lord Irwin read it out, that the circle represents unity, and it also represents unity and light. Light means...
Sir, let's just listen into the prayers at the central, at Lok Sabha.
மங்களமும் ஒளியும் சேர்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற சபாநாயகர் அவர்கள் ஒளி சேர்க்கிறார்கள். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अभी सेंगोल மலர்கள் சடை அரசாழ்வர் ஆணை நமதே செங்கோல் மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செலுத்துகிறார்கள். ஆட்சி மாற்றத்தின் அடையாளமாக வழங்கப்பட்ட செங்கோல் தமிழகத்தின் காவிரி கரையிலிருந்து திருவாவூருக்கு ஆதினத்தின் வாயிலாக வழங்கப்பட்ட அந்த செங்கோல் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் புதிய கட்டடத்தில் அதற்குரிய இடத்தில் நிலைநிறுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஆதீன கர்த்தர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவரும் தனித்தனியாக வணக்கம் செலுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
அடியார்கள் வானில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே சொல் மாலை ஓதும் அடியார்கள் வானில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே சொல் மாலை ஓதும் அடியார்கள் வானில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே. திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
நம பார்வதி பதையே
ஹரஹர மகாதேவா.
சிவனே போற்றி,
எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி.
செங்கோலை அதற்கான இடத்தில் நிலைநிறுத்தி அதற்கு மரியாதை சேர்த்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றிகளை வெளிக்காட்டிக் கொள்கிறோம். வந்தே மாதரம் நாட்டை போற்றுகிற அந்த பாடல் இசைக்கப்படுகிறது.
So truly historic, traditional, civilizational and modern all at the same time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has installed the Sengol in Lok Sabha. This is expected to remind our lawmakers of their duty towards a billion-strong nation as they debate and make laws for the country. The significance once again, Muralidharan ji, of the installation of the Sengol, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, does it now finally get its pride of place?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, actually, if you see Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Established dharma, I come again and again and establish the dharma. The Sengol actually represents the dharma. And our Taittiriya Upanishad said, Satyam vada dharmam chara. Satyam vada means always speak the truth, which is part of our Satyameva Jayate. Dharmam chara is follow the dharma. So it actually reminds all the lawmakers about their duty, which is now being represented, the new dharma or the constitution of the country, which is the dharma for us. And it will actually remind them of the dharma of adhering to the constitutional principles and the welfare of the country as a welfare state.
And Rahul, what happens now is Sarva Dharma Sambhav. So, you have the Buddhist prayer, the Tibetan prayer, reading from the Bible, Zoroastrian prayer, Baha'i prayer, Gurbani, everything, and the Srimad Bhagavad Gita also.
See, Gaurav, this day will be recorded in history, and there are a lot of political overtures to it also.
Of India, the new parliament building being dedicated to the people of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on one side, Speaker Lok Sabha Om Birla on the other side. And Rahul, so you have Shabad Kirtan, readings from the Bhagavad Gita, prayers from Jainism, prayers from the Holy Quran, prayers from Judaism, Baha'i prayer, all of that will take place, Rahul.
Gaurav, this is one political element. Last time when the Prime Minister inaugurated the huge emblem, 6,500 kilos on top of the new Parliament building, it was criticized by the opposition, saying that only Hindu Paddhati was followed, while the usual prayers, all sect prayers was not held. It was only at the time of the foundation stone laying, if you recall, there was a all dharma, this thing. If you want to take over to the visuals, Gaurav.
No, so you know better, the Shramjeevis, the thousands of Shramjeevis who were involved in the making of this temple of democracy. The Prime Minister is acknowledging them, acknowledging their role, and more than 60,000 were involved in very difficult times. Rahul, you and I were reporting from here when this new parliament building was being built during Corona times.
You remember Gaurav standing outside the parliament building and the noise and the din in the night, and then the construction had to be stopped for certain days. One interesting element, Prime Minister Narendra Modi didn't forget the workers. He kept the focus on them. Every time he would visit the construction site, he will always spend certain amount of time. And I think this is what, irrespective of all the political elements which we talk about, he every time would come and encourage the workers and tell them that they are not building an ordinary construction.
Yes.
This is not an infrastructure being built. This is history being created. And it's something, me and you may not find great merit in this kind of a pep talk. I think it does something. I have met workers from this site every time, maybe many a times after the Prime Minister went there. The Speaker Om Birla also used to make these visits and would tell them that if you have any problems, I have known cases where workers had problems and these problems went to the Speaker's office and the PMO and they were resolved.
Wow.
And they were resolved. So I think this has been quite a road for these workers. I think they will tell a story to the grandchildren.
They truly will. In fact, let's listen in to some of these Shramjeevis and team leaders who are being recognized.
मैकेनिक हैं, साइट पर किसी भी मशीन में कोई भी खराबी आई तो रिपेयर का काम इन्हीं के हाथों हुआ। धर्मेंद्र जी मूलतः दिल्ली से हैं। 2 वर्षों से ज्यादा हो गया इन्हें यहाँ सेवाएं देते हुए। ब्रास पर गैस वेल्डिंग का काम इन्हीं के हाथों हुआ है। और भोले की नगरी बनारस से आनंद विश्वकर्मा जी, इन्होंने दोनों चैम्बर्स की सीलिंग और कुर्सियों का काम संभाला है। इनके नाम में ही विश्वकर्मा आता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमन, शत शत वंदन। मान्यवर, अब इस प्रांगण में 12 संप्रदाय के 12 प्रतिनिधि गुरुओं के द्वारा सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना की जाएगी। ये प्रार्थनाएं हमारी साझी मानवता, परंपरा और आपसी सम्मान के महत्व के शक्तिशाली अनुस्मारक के रूप में काम करती है। ये वसुदैव कुटुंबकम को दर्शाती है। वे सांप्रदायिक या धार्मिक सीमाओं को पार करते हैं, उन सामान्य मूल्यों और आकांक्षाओं पर जोर देते हैं जो हमें एक राष्ट्र भारत के रूप में बांधते हैं। ये प्रार्थनाएं एकजुट करने वाली शक्ति के रूप में काम करती है। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष जी से सादर अनुरोध कि हम सभी के साथ संपूर्ण मानवता के कल्याण हेतु की जा रही इस प्रार्थना सभा में सम्मिलित हों।
भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धासा 강계 도제 예존에 타와 탐제 바베체레 담베체네 던제 고담데라 차제로 고담데라 차 고담데라 차제로 옴나모 망가와데 아바리미다 에르자나 숨비니지다 텐조란다야 다당가다야 아라하테 삼야 삼부다야 대야타 옴푸나예 punaye 마하푸나 아바레미다 pu나야 아바레미다 pu나야 야나서와르 세데 상가라 바레시니 나만에 강가라 서명하다 소와비시 마하나야 바레와리에 소 저주나주베다마 사예자네나야 달라고도 솔로 지시나게 타다냐메 순지게 가나 양알레데베 살라마자게 버도 야왈란 때말 지라드야 구성도게 텐데나 사당 추나메나 롱게네베 마지 때말주네 생계로도 받으면 엄수바디단 벤다리에 소홈 예다르마 히토바마 바 헤든데 켄달라가도 해와데디겐서 니로다요 마디 마샤마나 예소 에지데네 메조 제바메 데메 제와 마르 종제 메메도 조바나마예교 사예제바메라 차자로 지대야베여간탄제도 메네주네
यदि घर को यहोवा ना बनाए तो उसके बनाने वालों का परिश्रम व्यर्थ होगा। यदि नगर की रक्षा यहोवा ना करे तो रखवाले का जागना व्यर्थ ही होगा। में से ऐसा कौन है कि गढ़ बनाना चाहता हो और पहले बैठकर खर्च ना जोड़े कि पूरा करने की विसात मेरे पास है कि नहीं। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जब नींव डालकर तैयार ना कर सके तो सब देखने वालों ये कहकर उसे ठट्ठा में उड़ाने लगेंगे कि यह मनुष्य बनाने तो लगा पर तैयार ना कर सका। या कौन ऐसा राज्य है कि जो दूसरे राज्य के युद्ध करने जाता हो और पहले बैठकर विचार ना कर ले कि जो 20,000 लेकर मुझ पर आता है क्या मैं 10,000 लेकर उसका सामना कर सकूंगा। तब सुलेमान इज़राइल की पूरी सभा में देखते यहोवा की बेदी के सामने खड़ा हुआ और अपने हाथ स्वर्ग की ओर फैलाकर कहा, हे यहोवा, हे इज़राइल के परमेश्वर, तेरे समान तो ऊपर स्वर्ग में और आज नीचे पृथ्वी पर कोई ईश्वर है। तेरे जो दास अपने संपूर्ण मन में से अपने कि तेरे सन्मुख जानकर चलते हैं, उनके लिए तू अपनी वाचा पूरी करता है और करुणा करता रहता है। जो वचन तूने मेरे पिता दाऊद को दिया था उसका तो तूने पालन किया है। जैसा तूने अपने मुंह से कहा था वैसा ही अपने हाथ से उसे पूरा किया है जैसा आज है। आइए प्रार्थना करें। पिता परमेश्वर, हम आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद करते हैं इस नई सांसद की इमारत के लिए जो आपकी आत्मा के द्वारा प्रभु आज पूरी हुई है। हम आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद करते हैं हमारे देश के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री और तमाम सांसद प्रभु जो यहाँ पर विचार विमर्श करके इस देश को चलाएंगे। हमारी विनती है कि आपकी पवित्र आत्मा यहाँ सदा वास करे कि प्रभु आपके द्वारा जो कुछ भी आपने संभव किया है हमारे इस तमाम इमारत को बनाने वालों पर आपकी आशीष हो और जिस मकसद के लिए प्रभु ये कार्य हुआ है, ये इमारत खड़ी हुई है, वो पूरा हो, कि यहाँ से न्याय हो, कि यहाँ से लोगों को आशीष मिले, कि यहाँ से जनता का भला हो। आपके पवित्र हाथों में एक बार फिर से संपूर्ण कार्रवाई को सौंपते हैं और हम इस दुआ को मांगते हैं आप ही के प्यारे बेटे हमारे खुदाबंद यीशु मसीह के पाक, पवित्र, रहीम और मीठे नाम से, आमीन।
बना में खुदा, बना में आजाद बख्शा, बख्शा यसगार, मेहरबान रजिस दया चिस्तया मज़दातया शौतनिया दैनया वंगोया मज़दयस्नोइस दिन बेराउस वादरोस के खुदाई बरखलंग फरिस्तादे इन हाउस के जरतोस अवर दे हाउस दिन दीने जरतोस दीने और मज़दाओ दादे जरतोस पीतमाओ अशोने अशम वहो वैस्ते मस्तें Ustaste ustamay yarashay vaistam yashem Ashonam vangoins suraus pentao pravasho yazamaydai Yange atam atyasne paiti vangao mazauro Paitya sara chao yongam chao tasao taosao yazamaydai Yatha huveryao यथा रतौ सौचिरचौ वंगयो दस्तौ मनंगौ क्षोते ननौ मंगयो स्मस्ताय क्षत्रिं चै हौरौ आयं द्रेगुभ्यो दरतवस्तरम् अशं वहो वैस्ते मस्ते उस्तास्ते उस्ताहमाय यरशाय वैस्तां यशम्
बहाई प्रार्थना। हे मेरे ईश्वर, हे मेरे ईश्वर, अपने सेवकों के हृदय को एक कर दे और उन पर अपना महान उद्देश्य प्रकट कर, जिससे वह तेरे आदेशों का अनुपालन करे और तेरे नियमों पर अटल रहे। हे ईश्वर, तू उनके प्रयासों में उनकी सहायता कर और उन्हें अपनी सेवा करने की शक्ति प्रदान कर। हे ईश्वर, उन्हें उनके ऊपर ना छोड़, उनके पगों का अपने ज्ञान के प्रकाश द्वारा मार्गदर्शन कर और उनके हृदय को अपने प्रेम से आनंदित कर दे। सत्य ही तो उनका सहायक और उनका स्वामी है।
Prayer from Judaism. Mizmor le David Adonai roi lo ehsar bin odeshet yar biseni alme menuhot enahaleni nafshi eshobet yanheni बेमागेले से देख ले मान शेमो गाम की एलेक बेगेन सालमावे लो इरारब की अता इमादे शिप्ते का उबिशंते का हे माये नामोनी तारोक lefanai shulakan neget sorarai dishanta bashe menoshi kosi revaya akto vaeset irde puni kolye me haya veshapti bebet adonai leore kyamim. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me gently beside the still waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because God is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine adversaries. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord for length of days. Let us say Amen.
लोकतंत्र के पवित्र मंदिर संसद के नए भवन के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर जैन प्रार्थना भगवान महावीर की वाणी। नमो अरहंताणम, नमो सिद्धाणम, नमो आयरियाणम, नमो वज्जायाणम, नमो लोये सब्ब साहुणम। ऐसो पंचनमोक्कारो सब्ब पावप पणासनो मंगलानम च सब्बे सिंह पड़मम हवई मंगलम। चत्तारी मंगलम, अरहंता मंगलम, सिद्धा मंगलम, साहु मंगलम, केवली पन्नतो धम्मो मंगलम। चत्तारी लोकतमा, अरहंता लोकतमा, सिद्धा लोकतमा, साहु लोकतमा, केवली वन्नतो धम्मो लोकतमो। चत्तारी शरणं भवज्जामि, अरहंते शरणं भवज्जामि, सिद्धे शरणं भवज्जामि, साहु शरणं भवज्जामि, केवली वन्नतम धम्मं शरणं भवज्जामि। धम्मो मंगलमुक्किठम अहिंसा संयमो तवो देवावि तम नमन संति जस धम्मे सयामणो जो पुब्बरत्तावर रत्त काले संपिखई अपगम अपैणम जेयम किणम कट्टम जो पुब्बरत्तावर रत्त काले। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं मनुष्य जन्म से नहीं कर्म से महान बनता है, इसलिए तू श्रेष्ठ कर्म कर। अप्पा कत्ता विकत्ता है, दुहानिये सुहानिये, अप्पा मित्तम अमित्तम च दुपट्टिये सुपट्टिये। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं जो सहसम सहसानम संगा में दुज्जे जिने एकम जिने जे अप्पानम ऐस से परमोह जो। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं सदा कम्मुनो बम्मुनो होई खत्तियो वैसो कम्मुनो होई शुद्धो होई कम्मुनो। मैं इस अवसर पर संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से, श्वेतांबर दिगंबर स्थानकवासी डेरावासी तेरापंथी की ओर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं बधाई देते हुए अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने धर्मदंड को, राजदंड को, सुंगेल को उसके उचित स्थान पर, ऐतिहासिक स्थान पर प्रस्थापित किया। संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार, अभिनंदन।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम। अर्रहमान अल्लमल कुरआन खलक़ल इंसान अल्लमहुल बयान। अश्शम्सु वल क़मरु बिहुस्बान वन्नज्मु वश्शजरु यस्जुदान वस्समाअ रफ़अहा ववضअल मीज़ान अल्ला ततग़ौ फ़िल मीज़ान वअक़ीमुल वज़न बिल क़िस्ति वला तुख़सिरुल मीज़ान वल अर्द वضعها लिलअनाम फ़ीहा फ़ाकिहतुन वन्नख़्लु ज़ातुल अकमाम वलहब्बु ज़ुल अस्फ़ि वर्रैहान फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। खलक़ल इंसान मिन सल्सालिन कल फ़ख़्ख़ार वखलक़ल जान्न मिन मारिजिन मिन नार फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। रब्बुल मशरिक़ैनि व रब्बुल मग़रिबैनि फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। मरजल बहरैनि यल्तक़ियान बैनहुमा बरज़ख़ुन ला यबग़ियान फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। यख़रुजु मिनहुमा अल-लुअ्लुअु वल-मरजान फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। वलहुल जवारिल मुनशआतु फ़िल बहरि कल अअलाम फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान। कुल्लु मन अलैहा फ़ान वयबक़ा वजहु रब्बिका ज़ुल जलालि वल इकराम फ़बिअय्यि आलाइ रब्बिकुमा तुकज़्ज़िबान।
सुही महला पंजवा। सुख महल जाके ऊंच द्वारे तामे वासे भगत प्यारे। सुख महल जाके ऊंच द्वारे तामे वासे भगत प्यारे। सहज कथा प्रभ की अति मीठी विरले काहू नेत्रों डीठी। सहज कथा प्रभ की अति मीठी विरले काहू नेत्रों डीठी। रहाओ तह गीत नाद अघारे संगा संत करे हर रंगा। तह गीत नाद अखारे संगा ओहा संत करे हर रंगा। तह मरण न जीवन सोग न हरखा साच नाम की अमृत बरखा। तह मरण न जीवन सोग न हरखा साच नाम की अमृत वर्खा गुज कथाएं गुरते जानी नानक बोले हर हर बाणी गुज कथाएं गुरते जानी नानक बोले हर हर बाणी। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से भारत की धरती को नमन करती हूँ। णमो जिणाणम जय जिनेन्द्र। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सानिध्य में नवीन संसद भवन के भव्य उद्घाटन समारोह के पावन अवसर पर प्राकृत भाषा संस्कृत में जैन प्रार्थना। सुरासुर मणु सिंध वंदितम बोधिघायिकं मलम पड़मामि वर्धमानं तीर्थं पुंसितारम् हरिहन्तो भगवन्तेन्द्रियमहिता सिद्धाश सिद्धेश्वरा आचार्यादिनिशासिनोन्नतिकरा पूज्या उपाध्यायका श्री सिद्धान्त सुपाठिता मुनिवरा रत्नत्रया राधिका पंचैते परमेष्ठिनः प्रतिदिनं कुर्वन्तु ते मङ्गलं कुर्वन्तु नो मङ्गलं। यदि ये चैतन्ये मुकुरैव भावाश्चिदचेतः समं भान्ति द्रव्य व्ययजनिलसन्तोऽन्तरहिता जगत्साक्षी मार्गा प्रकटन परो भानुर्वयो महावीर स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे। जैनम जयतु शासनम। भगवान महावीर के 2550वें निर्माणोत्सव पर सभी देशवासियों के मन में अहिंसा की भावना हो। अहिंसा परमो धर्म की जय। जैनम जयतु शासनम।
नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा उस दे सिर तो टले भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। बिसर गई सब तात पराई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई। ना को बैरी नहीं बिगाना सगल संग हमको बन आई। जो प्रभु की लो सो पल मानो एक सुमत साधु ते पाई। जो प्रभु की लो सो पल मानो ए सुमत साधु ते पाई। सब में रब रहा प्रभु एक पेक पेक नानक बिगसाई। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे होवे तेरी कृपा जिस ते होवे तेरी कृपा सदे सिर तो टले भला नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
महतः राष्ट्रस्य भारतस्य नूतन संसद भवनस्य उद्घाटनावसरे अस्मिन् ऐतिहासिके शुभावसरे श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायाः ज्ञान विज्ञान योग इति सप्तमाध्यायस्य 7 श्लोकानां पाठः प्रस्तूयते। श्री भगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमना पार्थ योगं युञ्जन्मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मां यथा ज्ञास्यसि तच्छृणु। ज्ञानं तेऽहं सविज्ञानमिदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यत् ज्ञातव्यमवशिष्यते। मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः। भूमिरापो नलो वायुः खं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहंकार इतीयं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरष्टधा। अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूतां महाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत्। एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाण्यत्युपधारय अहं कृष्णस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा। मत्तः परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
सविता देव अमंगल जो उसको हमसे दूर करो, जो कुछ मंगल है उससे तुम हम सबको भरपूर करो। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
Sarv Dharm prayers that were organized at this very auspicious occasion of the inauguration of the new Parliament building. The Prime Minister now interacting once again with the Shramjeevis, the representatives of 60,000 workers who were involved in the past 2.5 years for the construction of this temple of Indian democracy. At the Sarv Dharm Sambhav, you had the Buddhist prayers, the Japanese Buddhist prayers, the Tibetan Buddhist prayers, recital from the Holy Bible, prayer from Zoroastrianism, Baha'i prayer, Judaism prayer, prayer from the Holy Quran. And that's the Prime Minister interacting with the Shramjeevi. He's thanking them, he's thanked them in the past. The Prime Minister has actually told these workers that they were not just building any construction. This wasn't just any other construction. This wasn't just any other building. Former speakers of Lok Sabha, the Adhinams, more than 25 Adhinams have flown in from Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister now interacting with Om Birla, Speaker of Lok Sabha. And Rahul Srivastav, what was extremely interesting at this point of time was the fact that there was absolute replication of what happened on the 14th of August 1947. Exactly the way Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru received the Sengol, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received the Sengol from the Tamil priests.
Yes, Gaurav. Nehru was one of those who can be called agnostic. He tried to keep the constitution. I will not use the word secular. I will say that he tried to keep it religion neutral. Now, religion neutral is a much better term to be used here. But on that day, he gave in to the religious imagery. You see, when the emissaries arrived in Delhi with the Sengol, they had their matted long hair. You know, they were from the sect of from a sect which keeps their hair long. They had matted hair rolled on top of their head. Their open chests and foreheads had ashes, as Sir has the sacred ashes. They were sprinkling the water they brought from holy water they brought from Tanjore. And then, what is very interesting, that South India's most famous player, Nagasaram, a special kind of flute was brought in. One flutist had come, and they were all, the emissaries carrying the Sengol travelled in a Ford car.
Yes.
They travelled in a Ford from there to Nehru's residence. And
which was then Teen Murti Bhavan.
And then the flutist would walk 100 yards, sit down on the road, play the Nagasaram for 15 minutes, and then move on. And then when they reached Nehru's house, the 5 feet long, 2 inches thick Sengol was handed over to him. Nehru was wrapped in pitambaram, yellow wear. A tilak was put on his head. Cooked rice, which was offered to the Lord Nataraj in the south on that day, was presented as prasad to Nehruji. So he did give into that imagery. So if you are seeing it today, there may be criticism later that a lot of Hindu symbolism played out here. There was an all-party prayer. But yes, sometimes, you see the values of these presentations.
And the dharm dand that we see, the significance of Nandi right on top, this is the dand or the scepter that's supposed to remind the king of his duty towards the praja, towards the people. From the Sangam time, so 2,000-year-old parampara or tradition comes alive once again. But many would argue, we're a democracy, why would the parliament need a scepter?
See, I tell you, if you see the Western concept of scepter, there is a Shakespearean poem called Quality of Mercy. In that, he mentions this, the scepter shows the force of temporal power. They attribute awe and majesty, and wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. The scepter in the Western side is basically showing the grandiose and the power that the king wields actually, and the fear that he invokes in his subjects. Whereas in our culture, it is actually the dharmic dand, which actually invokes the king actually. The path that he has to follow, the dharma path that he has to follow, the righteous path he has to follow. In today's context, it can be the constitutional books path that we need to follow.
Okay.
And that is the significance of this actually.
And installing it right in Lok Sabha next to the speaker. Very prominent.
You see, what I will add to what Sir has said, that the Sengol in our Indian culture, especially down south, where it was prevalent for 2,000 odd years, is that it represented, it is a reminder to the recipient that he has the Annai, it is called. Annai means order or decree to rule justly and fairly.
Correct.
In India, it is not the order of grandeur of the king, but his reminder that he has to be just and fair.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the manner in which, and I want, we will play out those images, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the way he went down on the ground, Sashtang Dandavat.
Prostrated before
He prostrated completely before the scepter. I mean, in a way, it actually comes from within him.
Yeah, obviously, if you cannot mimic it actually, or you can't act that way. The sort of respect that he has got for this great tradition of this country, where he's giving waters to the root, so that the country can actually go back to its root and then climb itself to a very big high levels. The tree can grow, the dharma can grow, or the righteousness can rule this. So that comes from the bottom of the heart, and it can't be just.
And it's a very prevalent thing down south. When every time there is a prayer or something, this is very prevalent form of Sashtang in south, down south.
I mean, look at the way,
so
and we're playing out that image.
I've seen him last do it at the foundation stone laying of the Ram temple in Ayodhya.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's a very, for the benefit of our viewers, I want to put out that image once again. The scepter was brought in here. You have those adhinams, the priests of the adhinams, they are all there. And the Prime Minister does a Sashtang Dandavat.
Yeah, the Sashtang means 7 parts of your body. All of them fall, and then you give the sort of respect for that, showing that I will follow the path of the dharma or the constitutional path for the welfare of the people or the subjects of the people. It's not the concept where you create fear in the minds of the subjects, but actually it is the sort of a pratik or symbol that invokes the king to follow the path of dharma, righteousness of the rule.
And when you bring back your tradition, your civilizational history to 21st century India, is this being regressive, as some may argue?
You see, it's never been a regressive thing. You can't argue that it is a regressive thing. What actually we are trying to say is, every quote says you have to follow the constitution, you have to follow the righteous path. So we have been the country that has actually been following the dharmic path or the path that is shown for the welfare of the people. So it is basically what we are trying to symbolize is that the king actually trying to submit himself for the welfare of the people rather than thinking that, he's trying to wield the power. So that is the difference between the, the sort of concept that exists there on the other side of the globe and the sort of concept that exists on the eastern side of the globe. So that's a complete difference. They're totally diagonally opposite to each other.
Okay. And the fact, Rahul, that this is being installed not at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, not in South Block, but in the Lok Sabha next to the speaker. So the real rulers of a country are the elected representatives of the people.
Absolutely.
This dand is to remind them of their duty, Rahul.
Exactly.
It is the parliament represents that. I think it's a very interesting choice. It could have been placed inside the President House or the Prime Minister's office or anywhere. Placing it in the Lok Sabha, the house of the people.
Yes.
Eventually, it hands over to the power to the people's representatives that they have to be just and fair.
Brilliant.
That sense of responsibility, I think it is not only a sense of a spectre which is there to be seen, it becomes a kind of a ruling line drawn there that every time you jump up and don't do what they are supposed to do,
Yes.
it will serve as a reminder to you, boss, I am here. You are supposed to be just and fair to the people. You have a certain duty to be.
Absolutely.
I think it's a reminder. But again, I say always that all such symbols are there good only as far as the followers are. If the followers don't follow what the preachings are or what the religious scripts say, it's a hollow element. But I think, yes, I think in a new building, new parliament building, getting the Sengol, I think it's a huge symbolism for posterity and eternity.
It's a revival of our roots. It's a revival, would you say, of our roots in a very strong way.
Absolutely.
This is what, the fact that I'm sure, power was handed over in every part of our country. Why did Rajaji choose the Chola Empire in your view?
See, Chola Empire is one of the greatest empires of they were the great navy people. They have conquered almost every eastern part of the country. And then the entire South India was under their control for a long period of time. They have done a lot of economic transactions between the various countries. And the rule of law is known throughout the world. And then the scriptures will talk about how the Chola kings actually ruled the country with a lot of righteousness. And the transfer of power that is accompanied with the power to run the country as per the dharmic path or the correct path or the welfare path for the people. So that is actually what is getting transferred now from the Chola regime to the current regime. And there is a brilliant connect between these two, which is established by this Sengol.
Okay.
See, Gaurav, also, this is the majesty of India. You know, that assimilation, coming together of cultures. You know, always everybody has a complaint that India politics and parliament domination of the North India. You know, these are South symbols being brought in from South India. You know, deep ingrained cultural elements being brought to the fore from South India. How many North Indian kids, or maybe even Central Indian or East Indian, would have known about something of this?
Absolutely.
You see, the entire flanks of history, starting from the Chola kings, in a small snapshot, is being presented to you. I think in the last few days, people might have come to know about Chola kings, which they might not have.
Imagine. And this is something I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal. In a moment, we'll also be joined by Mosmi Singh, both standing by at the parliament. And Aishwarya and Mosmi join me on this special broadcast. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister also referred to this, that when you talk about this Dharm Dand or the Sengol, it reminds you of India's glorious past before hundreds of years of invasion. So it connects that glorious past to today's modern times and to our future growth, bringing out our glorious past, connecting it to our future, Aishwarya.
Well, that has been, Gaurav, the plank of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He obviously wants that we should not leave the connection that we have with our culture. Our culture is very rich, Gaurav, and we all know it. But now is the time when we need to feel proud about it, and we need to make sure that we move forward, we grow, but not leaving our roots behind. And that's the reason why we are seeing, you know, from across the country, there are elements which have been put up in this new building, in the new Sansad. And let me tell you, you know, if MPs need to do some research, on their desk will be laptops available, will be screens available. So it's not as if, you know, it's all about just history and our culture. It's also about the fact that we are leaps and bounds ahead of many countries when we talk about the tech. So this is something that the Prime Minister has been harping about for a very long time. And he himself, you know, Gaurav, we have seen how he's very particular. We have seen him in temples. You have been on many spots where Prime Minister has been doing puja. So you know he's very particular about these things. But he's also one of the most tech-savvy leaders we have, not just in our country, across the globe. So definitely he believes that there has to be an amalgamation of the technology and also of our rich history and our rich culture. Gaurav.
Very interesting. Mosmi, you interacted with some of these religious preachers and teachers when they were going in before this Sarva Dharma Prarthana that took place. And 25, the Buddhists, the Jains, the Sikhi, Islam, Vedic thoughts, Jain thoughts. Bring us what's happening around right now, Mosmi.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You know, a truly very holy ceremony that was performed, and we saw not only Tamil rituals happening there and the Adinams, in fact, practicing hymns and prayers and Vedic chants. We also saw Dharm Gurus from various religions, almost 11 religions that coexist in India, say they chant their prayers. And Rakesh ji, here you can see that all these Dharm Gurus are coming out, and these exclusive pictures you can see. जी तब बात नहीं हो पाई थी कैसा रहा अनुभव और सभी धर्मों के गुरुओं ने हम लोग ने सुना कि प्रार्थना की।
जी सबसे बड़ी बात तो है कि ये ऐतिहासिक अवसर है जिस समय इस देश की जो एक तरह से पारिस्थितिक जितनी स्थिति है उसमें नूतन संसद भवन का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया और हम सब लोगों ने प्रार्थना की।
कौन था आपके मंत्रों का उच्चारण हमने सुना। आप कह रहे हैं कि जू धर्म से भी बुलाया गया,
फ्रॉम यहूदी धर्म से, पर मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि एक ऐतिहासिक ये क्षण है और भारतीय में के यहूदियों के अलावा अलग 5 धर्मों के जो अनुयायी हैं या प्रेम से रह रहे हैं और एक इसलिए मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ जननी जन्मभूमिश्च स्वर्गादपि गरीयसे कि भारत हमारी ये मातृभूमि है, ठीक है ना, तो वो स्वर्ग से भी महान है।
स्वर्ग से भी महान है ये। यहाँ पे ये देखिए गौरव, यू कैन सी पीपल फ्रॉम डिफरेंट रिलीजन्स। आपने भी गुरबानी बोली और सिख धर्म से।
जी मैंने सिख धर्म को मैं रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ यहाँ पर, और आज एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है हम सब के लिए, बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है और ऐसी खुशी पता नहीं अब हमें कब मिलेगी। मैं ईश्वर से ये प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि जो हमारी नई पार्लियामेंट बन रही है, इसमें बैठने वाले लोग जो हमारे देश को न्याय देंगे और ईश्वर उनको बुद्धि दे और अच्छे से न्याय करे, हमारे देश को शिखर पर लेकर जाए,
शिखर पर लेके जाए। और यही देखिए तमाम जो धर्मगुरु हैं वो आए हुए हैं। फादर, आपने भी प्रेयर कही, भीतर सभी धर्मों के गुरुओं ने कही, और इससे सब प्रार्थनाओं के चैंटिंग से क्या होता है, क्या उत्पन्न होता है?
यहाँ पर एक पॉजिटिविटी आती है और नेगेटिव पावर चली जाती हैं, और ऑफ कोर्स अपने परमेश्वर से हम संपर्क करते हैं तो असर होता है। अदरवाइज ये सारा माहौल क्रिएट करने का मतलब नहीं है अगर इसमें शक्ति नहीं है तो। प्रधानमंत्री ने शुरू में वो करा अपना क्या हवन वगैरह, हवन पूजा हुआ, उसके बाद सारे धर्म वाले लोग आए। इस सब से पॉजिटिविटी तो आई है, अवश्य आई है जी।
और ये देखिए, आपको बता दें कि ना सिर्फ अभी जब इसकी स्थापना भी हुई थी, स्टोन रखा गया था, नींव रखी गई थी, उस वक्त भी आइए बात करते हैं। और बाकी धर्म बाहिज्म से भी थे, आपने भी जो है दुआ पढ़ी?
हाँ, मैंने कुरान की कुछ आयतें पढ़ी हैं। हम लोग ने जब मिलकर प्रार्थना करते हैं या कुछ सर्वधर्म समभाव का एक नज़ारा होता है, और यही देश की रिवायत है, हमेशा ऐसे ही रही है, सब मिलके चलते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा नज़ारा था कि हम सब ने मिलके एक साथ जो है सारे धर्म के लोग मिलके बैठे, एक साथ प्रार्थना की, एक साथ दुआएं की, और आगे भी ऐसे ही चलेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
यहाँ पे देखिए, और बाकी धर्म गुरुओं से भी हम लोग बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहाँ पे आप देखिए, बाहिज्म से लेके बुद्धिज्म, जी बुद्धिज्म से के भी जो धर्म गुरु है वो यहाँ पे मौजूद थे। सर मॉन्क, सर गुड डे फॉर इंडिया, गुड डे फॉर इंडिया। तो जाहिर तौर पे सब लोग जो है अपनी खुशी का इजहार अपनी मुस्कुराहट से यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। गौरव, you can see that even the monks who are here from Tibetan monks who started the entire prayer ceremony which was interfaith, also smiling। तो एक अलग तरीके की झलक यहाँ पे देखने को मिली है। जाहिर तौर पे जिस तरह से कहा जा रहा है कि एक पॉजिटिविटी जो है वो क्रिएट हुई है।
Okay, and the fact, Mosmi, before we let you go, the fact that this new parliament building, Rahul Srivastava and I were just discussing this, when this was being built at the height of Corona, you, Rahul Srivastava, Paulami and I and all of us were right there outside this parliament building. This has elements from across the length and breadth of our country in various rooms and various forms. This actually represents our country in so many ways.
Absolutely, Gaurav. It is symbolic of Atmanirbhar Bharat. You remember those times as you and Rahul were discussing. Not a bird we could spot in the entire national capital. You could zip past your car and not see anybody. And that was the stigma, also the phobia, the fear. And amidst all that, behind me, this building, this was just only the foundation was kept on 20th of in 2020 December, sir, and that's why it's so important, that it actually sends a message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And here Acharya ji from the Jain religion is right here. We've seen him many times. कैसा रहा आचार्य जी आज, और क्या मैसेज?
देखिए मौसमी जी, आज भारत के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक पल है जब हमारे लोकतंत्र के पवित्र मंदिर संसद के नए भवन के उद्घाटन का ऐतिहासिक अवसर, और उस अवसर पर सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना में जैन प्रार्थना भगवान महावीर की वाणी प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर मिला। यही हमारे देश की खूबी है, अनेकता में एकता जिसकी मौलिक विशेषता है। बहुलतावादी संस्कृति के कारण पूरी दुनिया में भारत का डंका बजता है, और आज इस नए भवन के अंदर जो धर्मदंड को, जो राजदंड को, उसका जो उचित स्थान होना चाहिए था, वो ऐतिहासिक स्थान उसे मिला है। इसलिए मैंने आज संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से, श्वेतांबर दिगंबर, डेरावासी, स्थानकवासी, तेरापंथी सबकी ओर से प्रधानमंत्री जी का और संसद का आभार और अभिनंदन व्यक्त किया है और यहीं से हमारे देश की तकदीर लिखी जाती है। मैं पुनः देशवासियों को जैन धर्म की ओर से नए संसद भवन के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
ये बताइए कि देखिए पहले तमिल मंत्रों का उच्चारण हुआ, तमिल रीति रिवाज से पूरा प्रार्थना सभा की गई और उसके बाद हवन हुआ। किस तरह की पॉजिटिविटी इससे आती है और क्या किस तरह की क्या मैसेज देंगे?
देखिए, मैसेज हमारे भारत देश में सदैव अध्यात्म सत्ता का सर्वोच्च स्थान रहा है और प्राचीन समय में भी राजा महाराजा आध्यात्मिक गुरुओं के पास मार्गदर्शन लेने जाते थे। ये देश का सौभाग्य है कि एक ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री मिला जो पुनः जो है अध्यात्म को, धर्म सत्ता को आदर और सम्मान देते हुए, और हमने देखा सुबह हवन हो रहा है, मंत्रोच्चार हो रहे हैं, तमिल विधि से हो रहा है और भारत की जितनी परंपराएं हैं उन सब परंपराओं की ओर से प्रार्थनाएं हुई, ऋचाएं। मैंने स्वयं ने भगवान महावीर की प्राकृत वाणी को यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत किया। यही हमारे देश की खूबी है। सचमुच में आज का दिन ऐतिहासिक है, अद्भुत पल है। बल्कि मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इस अद्भुत पल का किसी को भी बहिष्कार नहीं करना चाहिए था, ये उचित नहीं है।
नहीं है तो somewhere he is also indicating about the opposition, you know, boycotting the entire ceremony, Gaurav. But what you truly said, this is a masterpiece, a state of the art. But more importantly, the foundation is laid down with the sweat and toil of hundreds of Shramjeevis who the Prime Minister also honored today. So that's truly the spirit of democracy that you see here. A Buddhist monk, we'll try and speak to him. Today a big day for India. बड़ा दिन है आज।
जी अच्छा, आज ये नया संसद के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर हमने बौद्ध धर्म के परंपरा के पूजा किया। हमने ये भगवान से प्रार्थना की कि हमारे देश को सुख शांति।
Okay, so that's Mosmi Singh, my colleague, talking to these religious gurus who are coming out. Sukh or Shanti ka pratik is what they were saying. But I want to tell you a little more about the scepter. Let's now talk about the scepter. It's made of silver, it's gold plated, it's 5 feet in length, it's about 2 inches thick, it has the Nandi on top. Nandi, Lord Shiv's ride. Nandi, the bull, is actually the symbol of righteousness. That is exactly what this Dharm Dand actually is. The scepter or the Sengol is a symbol of righteousness. In the Chola Empire, it was handed over from the Dharm Gurus to the king to tell him what his duties were towards his people. His duties were to be a just king, to ensure there was welfare of his people. It's a symbol of unbiased governance. That is what was expected of the king. Also, since it's a dand, the dharm dand, to stay on the path of righteousness, that is what was expected of the king. Now, according to the seers who handed over this Dharm Dand to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, they say Lord Mountbatten wanted Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to symbolize how would the transfer of power take place. Would it just be a shake of hand or would it be something more than that? And this is where Pandit Nehru sought Rajaji's help according to the government, and Rajaji then went to this Shaivite mutt, a 14th century mutt, where they gave out this history of the Chola Empire. And on the 14th of August in 1947 at 10:45 p.m, this Sengol was handed over to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, incidentally, that day when he took the dand from the holy seers as they recited the prayers, he was also wearing a pitambaram and he was immersed in holy ashes to symbolize that it was expected of him to lead the nation in a rightful and just manner. Unfortunately, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi also put it, this Sengol did not get its pride of place. It was relegated to the Sansad Bhavan Museum at Allahabad, at Prayagraj, where it was dismissed of as a golden walking stick. It's only now, on the 28th of May in 2023, that it's been installed in the temple of our democracy in Lok Sabha to remind our lawmakers that they are to be just and they have to be righteous when they make laws for a billion-strong nation. We leave you with these images of the ceremony earlier this morning at Lok Sabha, at the new Parliament building, at the temple of our democracy. As we slip into a quick break, news and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार हैं। ये नया घर इतना बड़ा हो कि इसमें देश के हर प्रांत, प्रदेश, गांव, शहर, कोने कोने के लिए जगह बन सके। इस घर की बाहें इतनी चौड़ी हों कि देश की हर जाति प्रजाति, हर धर्म को प्यार कर सके। इसकी नजर इतनी गहरी हो कि देश के हर एक नागरिक को देख सके, जान सके, उनकी समस्याओं को पहचान सके। यहां सत्यमेव जयते का नारा स्लोगन नहीं, विश्वास हो। यहां अशोक चक्र का हाथी, घोड़ा, शेर और खंबा लोगो नहीं, हमारा इतिहास हो। It is said that a parliament is to the nation what the soul is to the body. My sincerest prayers that the soul of democracy remains robust in its new home and continues to foster liberty, fraternity, and equality for ages to come. May this new abode of democracy build a new age that is renowned for its scientific temper and empathy for all. A new parliament for a new India, but with the same age-old dream, the glory of India, of our nation. Jai Hind.
Not just about your rights as a citizen of this country, it's also about your duties as a citizen of this country. It's also about the responsibilities of our lawmakers in this new temple of democracy. And as we look at these images, what's the first thought, Muralidharanji, as a Vedic scholar, from the Vedic prayers that happened, from invoking Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, from invoking the environment to take this prayer forward? What are your thoughts right now?
Actually, the Sengol, actually, the prayers are one part of it. But actually, if you see, I quoted that Tirukural from the ancient India, Tamil literature. It talks about 10 couplets about this Sengol. And one of them, the most important thing is, Andanar Nurkum Aratharkum Adiyai Nindrad Mannavan Kol. The meaning of this is, the Vedas are the basic text or dharmic text of this country. And foundation for those dharma is basically this Sengol or the scepter of the king, which means that if the king is going to be a righteous one, all the other things will fall in line. So that is the most important thing. And the second one, it also talks not only about the rule, civilian rule, but even, waging wars or, taking fights with other countries. When you are doing a defense thing also, it talks like Velandru Ventri Tarvadu, Mannavan Koludum Kodadinin, means it is not the weapons of the king that bring the success or the victory for the king, but it is actually his righteous rule that brings the victory for the king from his enemies also. So these are certain fundamentals that we have gone. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister today has made us to look inside our DNA, asked us to look into our roots and then take those things forward and then ensure that we closely connect with these roots to ensure that we all follow the right path shown by the Constitution and the great forefathers of this country.
Interesting you should say that it is to connect us to our DNA. and to connect us to our DNA, Muralidharanji, the entire concept, if I were to take you once again back to August 1947, the Chola Empire was chosen. You know, we've had empires that are even older in our country, but is it because of the length and breadth or the impact of the Chola Empire that Rajaji, you know, went to this mutt, the Shaivite mutt in 14th century to bring out their customs and traditions and learn about the Chola Empire, how transfer of power was done there?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the same thing that actually happened at that particular point in time when the actually power was transferred from one king to the other king. So as we have been discussing earlier, and you have also been rightly pointing out many a time, see, this dharmic thing again ordains the king to follow the path, what is his path is. And the famous saying, Yatha Raja Tata Praja. The king, if he follows the path of righteousness, always his subjects will follow the path of righteousness. So this is the actual path that's shown by the king that the subjects have to follow, and the path to be chosen by the king is the path of dharma or the righteous path. In today's context, we can say that it is a rule of law or rule of justice. So that is the path which actually the the scepter actually represents. It doesn't represent the power that the king wields in the Western concept. Actually, I already quoted the poet of the Shakespeare's poem also, but it actually represents the right path or the correct way that a king has to move forward to take the country to great heights and then make his people make his subjects connect to the roots and stay connected to the roots so that the country can always stay strong and stay better and grow better.
And Aishwarya Pariwal, my colleague with me, and Aishwarya, you've been there, one, since this morning, and two, actually from the time when this construction started, the number of controversies that came, the government, of course, bashed on regardless, because this is a new parliament that's actually needed in terms of the number of MPs, the number of problems that were faced in the earlier parliament, and keeping in mind post-delineation, how you'll have more members of parliament both in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha, and various holes that are required in the new building.
Well, you know, a very futuristic building, Gaurav. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi and most of the experts are also at the moment speaking about, because we will see going forward as our population rises, there is a high chance we will see more number of MPs. And also, you know, the old building, almost 97 years old building, there were many damages in the old parliament building. So obviously, you know, there was time and it was needed. The previous governments were shying away from even taking one step further. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party on the other side said that we need to do this and we need to do it very swiftly. You are right, it was during the peak of the COVID, Gaurav, you and I and, you know, a lot of our colleagues, we were on the streets covering COVID. We did see how there was a lot of precaution also that was given to all those people who were working here. There was a deadline, the deadline was followed, and it was very clear that before 2024, the new building has to be inaugurated, and that was the thought process, that we need to build something that sustains for the next 200 years. And now the new building, Gaurav, we have all seen the visuals that have come out, sprawling, you know, and also an amalgamation of our rich culture. We have seen how, you know, from the length and breadth of our country through the various states, something or the other has been contributed towards making this new building. This is the beginning of a new era, and there were a lot of controversies. In fact, you know, the opposition, Nitish Kumar, let me tell you, the Chief Minister of Bihar, as recently as yesterday, said that it is a waste of time to come for this inauguration. He also said it's a waste of money. So that is how the opposition at the moment is looking at it. But there are 25 parties which are in support of the BJP, and today, you know, we are seeing the inauguration. It will be open for the people, Gaurav, and then people will be able to step inside and see what a magnificent building it is. Gaurav.
And post delimitation and the fact that we're talking about, there would be a requirement for more MPs, and this new building, as against 524 MPs in Lok Sabha, the Lok Sabha here can seat 888 MPs. The Rajya Sabha can seat more than 300 MPs in the House of Elders. Whether it's the parking lot or the meeting centers, bring us how this new parliament building is very different from the older one, which is now practically 100 years old.
Call karo, shayad cut gaya.
Okay, Sai Swarupa Iyer is a author and assistant professor at the Chanakya University, and Sonal Mansingh ji is member of parliament who joins us on the broadcast. Sonal Mansingh ji, I want to begin by asking you, what's it been like to see the Dharm Dand or the Sengol finally installed in Lok Sabha?
Thank you, Gaurav. I'm so looking forward to entering this sacred space, I call it, because the first thing that Modi ji did in 2014, when he, before entering the building, the old building, he had bowed down at the first step and he had said, "Ye न्याय का मंदिर, ये धर्म का मंदिर है, ये मंदिर है अपने संविधान का." So I'm very, very excited to see that. Now the Dharma Danda or Raj Danda, as it may be called, what Dharma is the cosmic order, and that cosmic order is reflected on earth by the governments of the day. Because earlier it was the king, now it is the democratically elected government. So the Dharma Danda, the order of the day, the Nyaya, the justice, the good governance for all, this is what it signifies. And I'm really excited to have darshan of that Raj Dand, Dharma Danda, and I think it has found its rightful place finally. Yeah.
But those who say in a democracy, why would you have a Raj Dand in parliament? After all, we are not a monarchy, ma'am.
No, Raj only doesn't mean monarchy. I'm sorry, I think it is a misunderstood word because many people don't know Sanskrit. Rajya is a government. Rajya is not only kingdom. And therefore, Bharat Sarkar ya Bharat Rajya, Ganarajya it is called. No, it is called Ganarajya, the democracy of India, the Democratic Republic of India. So, Bharat ka Ganarajya hai. And therefore, Rajya is not only monarchy, doesn't refer to monarchy alone. Monarchy plus the government, Sarkar jisko kehte hain aap Urdu mein, that means that. And by the way, let me tell you, that Ra is the sun, and Ra is Rajate Shobhate Iti. Rashtra is that which jo chamakta hai, damakta hai, and that is what a nation is all about.
Okay, ma'am, stay with me. We have breaking news coming in. I want you to respond to this. News just coming in. The RJD, Rashtriya Janata Dal, Lalu Prasad Yadav's party in Bihar, they've stooped to a new low. The RJD has compared the new parliament, it's likened the new parliament to a coffin, saying it looks like a coffin. Look at that image that we've put out on your television screen. This is where you've had Sarv Dharm Sabha. This is where you've had Prime Minister Narendra Modi do a Sashtang Dandavat to the Sengol, to the Dharm Dand, with full prayers, with priests leading the way, installed it in the temple of democracy. The RJD has called it a coffin, compared it to a coffin. Sonal Mansingh ji, I want your response to this.
I am really sad about it. I can only say that if they view it as a coffin, let it be the coffin of bad vibrations, of bad thoughts. Let it contain and pull away, take away all the things that we do not need in a strong, chamakta hua nation. Let it be coffin for them. Let that coffin take away all the negativity, I would say. And the positivity remains with this mandala. It is a mandala. If you see it from the top, it is a mandala. And you know what mandala is. In the Yantra Shastra, even in Buddhism, in Jainism, even in Islam, I'm sure, in Christianity, in Judaism, the akar is very, very important. And therefore, every building that contains something of importance has been given a particular shape. This is the mandala akara, shatkona, 6 points. And therefore, let people view according. देखिए, तुलसीदास ने कहा है ना कि जिसको जो दिखता है वही उसके लिए ठीक है. We cannot argue with that. So let it be. Let it be.
Okay. Stay with me for a moment, ma'am. We have more reactions that are coming in. The Samajwadi Party has also insulted the new parliament. Swami Prasad Maurya has said, why the invite only for radical Brahmins of South? The Samajwadi Party Neta has called the Adhinam radical Brahman sect. The Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya has hit out at the Shaivite sect of Tamil Nadu, saying that the Tamil seers bless the Sengol. The Samajwadi Party sees red. I want to quickly cut across to Rahul Gautam, my colleague Rahul Gautam, who gets us more on the story. Rahul, bring us details of what Swami Prasad Maurya said.
Has been a habitual offender when it comes to disrespecting the institutions and particularly the Brahmin community. In fact, just a short while back, he said that, he took in an objection to this fact that why Adhinams or these, high-valued priests have been called in from Tamil Nadu. And he said that these are radical Brahmins. So obviously, this obviously comes on the same lines of the Samajwadi Party, which have decided that they're going to boycott this auspicious, ceremony of new parliament. And it seems that Mr. Swami Prasad Maurya is only towing the line of his senior leaders. In fact, there is a similar statement that is coming in from the official handle of Rashtriya Janata Dal as well. So it seems that the opposition is getting bitter, and it seems that they're using all sorts of arguments to present the new parliament in a very bad light. And it seems that this is certainly going to escalate, given the fact that on one hand, the government of the day is celebrating this as a momentous day, as a historic day. On the other side, we have the opposition camp, trying to overshadow this festivity of democracy at a time when we are inaugurating this new temple of democracy.
Okay, stay with me for a moment. I have Bihar BJP President Dr. Sanjay Jaiswal joining me on the broadcast. Dr. Jaiswal, the RJD has compared this new parliament building to a coffin. Respond to the RJD, sir.
So first of all, I'm ex-president of Bihar BJP, and this is a coffin for those who do 10,000 crores scam in Bihar, and they think that nobody will take action against them. It's a coffin for those who don't believe in democracy. They think that becoming Prime Minister or Chief Minister is my birthright because my father and mother was Chief Minister of Bihar. It's coffin for those who have done thousands of crores scams and who have never believed in people's vote. They have always managed and manipulated the votes. We have seen the Jungle Raj from 1990 to 2005. And those people who don't believe in democracy, those people who don't believe in democratic values will naturally compare a parliament which is the representation of democratically elected people of India. They definitely will not like to put parliament in a good faith, because they want that only those people whose father have been Prime Minister of India or whose father has been Chief Minister of Bihar should be the rulers, and no one who is from a background of a simple chaiwala should rule this India.
What would you make of Swami Prasad Maurya of the Samajwadi Party saying that radical Hindu Brahman priests of Shaivite trusts from Tamil Nadu were brought in for prayers, sir?
In Indian culture, any auspicious thing, it is done by some saints. And Swami Prasad should tell whether his marriage has been done by any saint or he got married in a jungle. He should tell about himself. He should tell about... See, these people only talk these things so that they can gain some TRP. They have become irrelevant in Uttar Pradesh politics. So just to gain some relevance that there should be a talking point on television channels, they speak these kind of stupid things.
Dr. Sanjay Jaiswal, former state president of BJP Bihar, for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. The attack on the Adhinam, why would a religious organization be attacked? Swami Prasad Maurya has said only radical Brahmins of South have been invited, and they've called the Adhinam a radical Brahmin sect. Before I bring in Sai Swarupa, Sonal Mansingh ji, your reaction to what a political leader of the Samajwadi Party says?
जाकी रही भावना जैसी प्रभु मूरत देखी तिन तैसी. So if the Sengol had originally been brought from Tamil Nadu by the priests in 1947 and given to Mountbatten, symbolically taken back and given to Nehru after the Dew Gangajal ritual, then naturally they are the ones who came back again with the same Sengol to do the rituals. I wonder what will please everyone in this country. Tunde tunde matir bhinna. Every head contains a different thought. And I think our democratic thinking, freedom of speech, is really taking us away from, I don't know, what is the goal post. So I think we should not worry too much about, because comments will be there. The greatest people of their times faced negative comments. There's nothing new. But when something so positive, so beautiful for all times to come has been presented to the nation, we should be grateful, we should be thankful, we should be celebrating, and we should be so happy. Long live my Bharat. I salute this new beautiful building of parliament in which I have the great good fortune to sit in, and I'm just waiting to now leave and go there to see that and join the rituals and the, not rituals, but the ceremonies. There is Man Ki Baat. Prime Minister will be addressing us, and then we will go inside the building. So I take your leave.
And will that be the first time that you see this new building, ma'am? Will that be the first time that you see this?
Jai Bharat.
Okay. Jai Bharat. Sonal Mansingh ji, for joining me here.
We saw it being built, you know, from gate number 12.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.
For joining me here on India Today, many thanks. I also want to bring in Sai Swarupa Iyer, Assistant Professor at the Chanakya University. Sai Swarupa Iyer ji, there are two things I wanted to talk to you about. One about the Sengol and the significance and its installation, the process that you saw. But before that, the points that are being made by opposition parties today, the fact that Swami Prasad Maurya of the Samajwadi Party says that only radical Brahmins of the South were invited for this ceremony. What would you make, or what would you make of this, that when there are representatives of 20 to 25 Adhinams who've specially flown in for this ceremony, and you have a Neta who calls it, radical Brahmin sect?
So, Namaste, Gauravji. Firstly, I want to, congratulate the whole country on this occasion. And I think civilizationally, we are making a great leap by sacralizing the whole process of starting the new parliament. So it is a kind of reminder that it is the sacred duty of the lawmakers to stick to the constitution, as well as it is also a reminder to the people to elect and send the right people, because that is a sacred space. So Nandi and the Rajadanda, Sengol or the Rajadanda symbolizes that, and unfortunate that opposition, some of the opposition parties are making such low remarks. It would kind of go down in history as them not being a part of this landmark celebration, right? When they stay back from the celebration, they are in a way they are insulting the population, as well as now passing these very sectarian remarks about this whole occasion.
Okay, because Rahul Srivastav, the entire effort, not just now but even in 1947, was look at that beautiful link that joins south to north Anyway, our culture and our religion and our tirthatan, as they say, religious tourism binds this entire country in one strong bond. And this is where fissures are being created, maybe artificially.
Gaurav, I think the fissures are being widened now. I think we have been creating fissures very carefully. Political parties and others have been creating these fissures very, very tediously. I think religious organs have contributed to these fissures, and I think the beauty of India is being robbed of its glory eventually. Now, this comment by Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, for example, that about South Indian. Today, Akhilesh Yadav and his political party, along with the Tejasvi Yadav of the RJD and others, are trying to form a large rainbow coalition with South Indian parties. Now, if they make statements like what has been made today, can they stand with the DMK tomorrow in Tamil Nadu for a political rally? You are trying to bring political classes together largely for a democratic benefit. How can you, when you try to push a divide between one Brahmins and others, South India and North India, a North Indian party can't afford to do that in an atmosphere like today. I think these are, there is a sense of caution, Gaurav, always which needs to be woven in, because I always believe that what you say today in your political rivalry may come and haunt you tomorrow. Yeah. I think it will be very, say for example, DMK, for example, if it carries out a strong anti-Hindi campaign, then it may be a problem for Akhilesh Yadav to stand with him because he has got interest in UP.
And why would anyone want to do this when we talk about a strong, united India from Ladakh to Lakshadweep, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, which is the way our civilization is? Dr. Muralidharan ji, I want to take this forward. I want to take this forward from ancient times. If we are saying that our civilizational knowledge is being revived, if we are saying that we as a civilization have always stood together, our religious places, whether it's the Char Dham, whether it's the Tirthatan, that joined our country together in one bond, what do fissures like these and Swami Prasad Maurya calling the Tamil Nadu Adhinam radical Brahmin sect do, sir?
I just would like to stay away from the politics of that, and just to tell you, it's actually what the scepter or the parliament is a temple of democracy, and everyone bows before it. The Honorable PM bows before it today. He has shown the people what is the respect that needs to be given to the parliament that upholds the constitution of this country. And it is precisely to show path to the people that you have to follow the righteous one, that the scepter has been kept there inside the parliament. And I just want to stay away from the other aspects which you have actually said. And in fact, you are absolutely right. It is the places that have connected. We have one from the Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Ladakh to Lakshadweep. This is the one country, and we all should be proud at this moment about the fact that our Prime Minister has brilliantly connected our roots, and he has asked us to probe our DNA and bring out the best and take the country forward to the best heights. And that is what actually we all should be thinking and, trying to, thought of taking Sankalp or the determination today rather than, going into this sort of observations and, trivializing the importance of the occasion.
Gaurav, also what I would like to add here, you call the new building a coffin. Now, eventually, just a year from today,
there'll be elections.
There'll be elections, and RJD would be sending MPs to this very building. Yeah. So the question should be asked, are you going to send your MPs to a coffin? Because I don't think RJD can have another parliament building. Yeah. They can't say that, no, we will go and sit in the old building. Now, like it, dislike it, hate it, this is your parliament. And you have to accept it. You can't call it a coffin and then eventually face the public and say that we are going to send you, vote for us, I'm going to send my MPs to a coffin. I think there is a lot of political indiscretion, Gaurav. I think the art of governance has changed. The art of treasury has changed. I think similarly, the tone and tenor of opposition also has changed.
But the nation hasn't changed, and the nation wants leaders that will actually bind the nation together as one strong entity. Is that not what the aim is or at least should be. Isn't that what this Raj Dand or the Sengol tell all of us? Our responsibilities, our duties. But let me tell you a little more about this temple of our democracy. I want our viewers to take a look at what we are talking about. Why is this parliament building shut code or six corners, as they say, or triangular, as some say? What is this temple of democracy all about? Let's just walk around this temple of democracy and give you some more details about this. So, this temple of democracy is a 4-storied structure. This temple of democracy has both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha that can take many more people as compared to that old building which was built about 97 years ago, inaugurated in 1921. The total area of this new building is about 64,500 square meters. So much larger than the old area built by Tata Projects, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with all the Shramjeevis and their representatives. In fact, he has been even before the Shilanyas of this building. It was on the 10th of December 2020 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation stone of the new parliament building, and it's been built in a record time, just 2 years and 5 months, as compared to about 6 years that it took in British India to build the old parliament building, which was inaugurated by Lord Irwin in 1921. But what's extremely in 1927. What's extremely interesting about this new parliament building is the fact that it can take 888 members in Lok Sabha as against 524 in the existing Lok Sabha. So much bigger, much better. 2 years and 5 months is what it took for the construction of the new parliament building. The construction cost at an estimated cost of 1,200 crore rupees. If we were to just give you a small example, parking space, for example, the old parliament, you could accommodate about 200-250 vehicles. This new parliament building, 900 vehicles can be accommodated. And earlier times, you would actually vacate areas outside for MPs to be able to park their cars and their security vehicles. But now, this new parliament building is state of the art. What's also extremely interesting, according to the government, for the next 150 years at least, a new parliament building will not be required. And that speaks volumes about the scale, the speed, the size of the construction of the new parliament building. I need to slip into a quick break here, coming back with lots more. Stay with us here on this India Today special broadcast.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अक्षय कुमार और हर उस इंसान की तरह जिसे भारत और उसके तरक्की पे गर्व है, मुझे इस नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें देख के एक अलग ही खुशी मिल रही है। मुझे याद है दिल्ली में जब मैं रहता था और अपने माता पिता के साथ इंडिया गेट और उसके आसपास घूमने जाता था, तो ज्यादातर बिल्डिंगें अंग्रेजों की बनाई हुई दिखती थी। Today, on seeing this brand new building, my heart is filled with pride. The Indian Parliament is the temple of democracy. ये एक नए भारत की पहचान है। ऐसा हिंदुस्तान जो न सिर्फ कल्चर और हेरिटेज में सबसे आगे रहा है, पर अब अपने प्रोग्रेस से, तरक्की से सारी दुनिया से आगे बढ़ रहा है। जब आप इस पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग को देखें, तो जरूर याद रखिएगा कि हमारा देश कहां था और कहां आगे निकल गया है। Today is a moment of glory. It is a moment of pride. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for making this day possible. God bless India with more and more progress in the years to come. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
quality today. In Delhi, 244. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 38. In Chennai, 94. In Hyderabad, 62. Quality today. In Delhi, 244. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 38. In Chennai, 94. In Hyderabad, 62.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
So multiple images on your television screen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi installs the Dharm Dand or the Sengol in Lok Sabha next to the Speaker's chair. The Prime Minister does a Sashtang Dandavat. He's blessed by the holy seers who've come from more than 20 adhinams and mutts in Tamil Nadu. That image of the Dharm Dand and the Sarv Dharm Sabha, the prayers that took place, the Havan that took place, you're looking at those multiple images on your television screen. New Parliament is being dedicated to the nation or inaugurated on the birth anniversary of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar or Veer Savarkar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has paid tributes to Veer Savarkar. We are getting you that image, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla with the Prime Minister as he pays tribute to Veer Savarkar. The Prime Minister in the past has called Veer Savarkar Ma Bharti Ka Karmat Saput. He's described him, Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur, you can see in those images. JP Nadda, BJP President, flanks the Prime Minister, and that's the image of Veer Savarkar. Veer Savarkar or Vinayak Damodar Savarkar was born on the 28th of May in 1883, born in Nasik, freedom fighter, lawyer, writer. Prime Minister has described him in the past as a source of inspiration and a nationalist who had dedicated his entire life to India's freedom struggle and to build a strong nation. An epitome of courage, determination and sacrifice. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava for more on this. Rahul, the date itself, 28th of May, and the dedication to Veer Savarkar. Controversy or the Prime Minister following his heart?
I think, see, Gaurav, every regime leaves its mark. I think, if you see, there was a controversy at one time when Mayawati built those structures in Lucknow and in Noida, and there were objections that there are elephants, and before elections, the elephants had to be covered because the Election Commission ordered it. Rulers do that. I think Savarkar is an issue. I think it's a reminder. I think the BJP and the government has thought very carefully about it. And I will tell you that, interestingly, this portrait of Savarkar in Central Hall, it came up with a lot of controversy. In fact, it was inaugurated by President APJ Kalam in February 2003. And at that time, Vajpayee ji, Bhairav Singh Shekhawat as the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Advani, and all those leaders were there. Mr. Joshi from Shiv Sena was the Speaker of Lok Sabha. And interestingly, one day before that, Sonia Gandhi had issued an appeal to President Abdul Kalam that he should not be attending the ceremony and unveiling the portrait of Veer Savarkar inside the Central Hall. So Savarkar always has been an issue. I think with the Congress targeting Savarkar and his legacy, the Shiv Sena and NCP having discomfort over this issue, I think this the inauguration of Parliament coinciding with Savarkar's birth anniversary in 1883, if I'm not wrong.
28th of May, 1883.
I think it's got symbolic value. I think it's a signal being sent out, and I think you may ignore it, but it will be talked about in Maharashtra.
It will be talked about in Maharashtra. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague with me, is this also one more reason that the opposition stayed away, Aishwarya, given the fact that they knew this would happen?
Well, it is one of the reasons, Gaurav, why the opposition has stayed away. However, they have given different reasons. The Congress specifically has been given the reason that there was no need. It is massive wastage of money. Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, giving other reason that it is an utter waste of time because we will get no respect. Everything will be about Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's what most of the opposition leaders, be it Arvind Kejriwal, be it Mamata Banerjee, have been speaking about, but also the stand that most of these opposition parties have been taking on Veer Savarkar was also one of the reasons why, they turned down the invitation that was sent by the government. But yes, 28th of May was specifically chosen because an ideological idol is what, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the RSS, they think of Veer Savarkar as. They have been backing him. And, it's not just that. In fact, the Prime Minister has been speaking about the fact that Veer Savarkar throughout the history of India has been colored in the wrong light. This is what the BJP has been speaking about. Also talking about the fact that the way in which the youngsters, the young people of the country view Veer Savarkar is because of the Congress and the way Congress party used to portray him. So obviously an ideological clash there between the BJP and the Congress, and other opposition leaders also jumped onto the bandwagon and refused to attend this massive ceremony.
Gaurav, and interestingly, on that day in February, when Savarkar portrait was unveiled, even then the opposition has boycotted. There was no opposition on that day. And interestingly, this portrait was from a noted painter called C.K. Kadam. And there were two committees who had presented this to this thing. And there was a huge amount of, in fact, Swatantrata Veer Savarkar Amar Rahe slogans were raised by BJP MPs inside the Central Hall when this picture was inaugurated in 2003.
And even today, as Rahul Srivastava and Aishwarya are pointing out, the opposition has stayed away, but the Prime Minister bashing on regardless. But I want to once again come back to those images of the day, of the new Lok Sabha, of the new Parliament building, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and this new building being dedicated to the nation, and the ceremony that was carried out earlier today. Some have argued, well, according to them, the RJD, for example, thinks it looks like a coffin. Samajwadi Party says, why were seers from South India called for this, but in a democracy, the opposition well within their rights to raise various issues. But comparing it to a coffin, yes, design differences one may have. But is this the coffin that they would want to send their members of parliament to after the 2024 elections is something they need to think about. But look at this ceremony, so rich in its significance. The seers holding the Dharm Dand or the Sengol as they hand it over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Sai Swarupa Iyer with us on this. Sai Swarupa Iyer, perhaps the Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya may say that these are radical Brahmins from South India, but major significance of the images that we are putting out on our television screen, the Prime Minister doing a Sashtang Dandavat, holding on then subsequently to that Sengol, and the seers handing it over to him.
Yes, so Gauravji, the thing is, of course, it's a very nice symbolic unity of the Tamil Shaivadhinam seers handing it over to the Prime Minister. But I would like to point out that it is not just a Tamil, it was not just a 2000-year-old Sangam ritual. The Sangam kings as well as Chola kings were actually practicing what was, said in the Mahabharata. So there is also where, there is also a unity of North and South there. So in the Mahabharata, it is in the Shanti Parva, it is said that, Bhishma speaks about the Dandotpatti. So the Sengol or the Rajadanda or Dharma Danda, like, as Sonal Mansingh ji had said, it symbolizes Dharma itself. So it symbolizes that, and it is said that Lord Shiva took the form as the Danda. So when a ruling establishment, be it the Prime Minister today or the kings of yesterday, when they held the Rajadanda with them, they had to be conscious of the fact that it is Lord Shiva that they are holding, and once Lord Shiva assumed the form of Danda, Goddess Saraswati composed the Niti Shastra, the Danda Niti that has to be followed by the rulers while holding that Danda. Right?
I want to quickly bring in this report filed by my colleague Jitendra Bahadur Singh. Jitendra Bahadur Singh spoke to the religious preachers who were there at this Sarva Dharm Sabha at the new Parliament building complex. Let's listen in.
जिन लोगों ने सेंगोल को समर्पित किया था प्रधानमंत्री को, उसके बाद स्थापित किया गया, किस तरीके से पूरी प्रक्रिया अपनाई गई?
तो ये है, हम तमिलनाडु के जो अधीनम परंपरा है, उस परंपरा से 21 अधीनम्स को हमने इनवाइट किया था। तो 21 अधीनम ने तिरुवावड़ुतुरे स्वामी जी और धर्मपुरम जो अधीनम है, उन्होंने यहाँ और सभी ने सेंगोल का विधिवत पूजा किया है और प्रधानमंत्री को सौंपा है, जिसके बाद उसको विधिवत में पार्लियामेंट भवन में इसको प्रतिष्ठापित किया गया है।
यहाँ पर गुरु जी कहाँ पर मौजूद हैं जो अधीनम?
ये सारे के सारे तमिलनाडु के अधीनम परंपरा है, जिसके 21 अलग अलग पीठ हैं। तो उस पीठ के ये प्रमुख स्वामी जी लोग हैं जिनको अधीनम बोला जाता है तमिलनाडु में। तो वहाँ से इनको बुलाया गया, आमंत्रित किया गया है। तो ये लोग विधिवत इसकी पूजा अर्चना करके संसद भवन में प्रधानमंत्री को सौंपे और संसद भवन में इसकी प्रतिष्ठापना हुई है। और इनके साथ 9 जो जूनियर स्वामी जी होते हैं, इनके असिस्ट करने वाले वो भी हैं, और नादस्वरम की एक टीम है और ओदवार की एक टीम है। कुल मिलाकर के आज लगभग 41 लोग जो हैं संसद भवन में प्रवेश किया और उनके सानिध्य में ये सारा का पूजा पाठ का संपन्न हुआ है।
So here are the priests who are explaining the significance of the Dharma Dand being handed over, or the Sengol being handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Does this bridge the South-North divide, as some may try to create? Because when India got independence, once again, on 15th of August 1947, the process of transfer of power, according to the government, of course, started with this Sengol being handed over to Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And I want to once again bring in Ardhanarishwaran, Muralidharanji. Does it bridge that North-South divide, or is it an artificial divide created only for political gains by vested interests, sir?
Well, again, I just don't want to go into the politicals of it. First of all, there was no divide at all. In fact, if you see the ancient India, the
ஸ்ரீலஸ்ரீ குருமகா சன்னிதானங்களை அவரவர்கள் இருக்கைகளுக்கு சென்று அமருமாறு அன்போடு
They
வேண்டுகிறோம்.
first go to, the North Indians always used to come to Rameshwaram first and then take the sand from there, go and take it and then dissolve it in Ganges and take the Ganges water again and go and do the Abhishek for Lord Ramanatha Swami in Rameshwaram. The same thing was done by the South Indians also. So the question of North-South divide actually never existed. Maybe perhaps artificially somebody might have, it might have been created. In fact, it was a bridge that was done even in 1947. This particular thing has happened, clearly establishing that there was no divide. And there is no question of division doesn't arise at all when as a country, whenever we do our, any ritual or anything, we always talk about Bharatavarshe Bharadak Kante. Means it is always the country in totality. It has never been a country which has been always, trying to be projected as an isolated kingdoms and then coming together. It's not at all like that. We were actually Bharatiya, we were actually staying together.
Okay.
Maybe we were ruled by different people, but the culture was same. The uniting factor was the culture. And the culture was never divided. So where is the question of divide now when you don't have a division of culture at all?
That's a very interesting point you make, and I also once again want to bring in Santhiyeval Muruganar sir, who's a very well-respected historian who joins us on the broadcast. Sir, you've seen this entire ceremony take place this morning at the Parliament and the installation of the Sengol in Lok Sabha. Now, was this in 1947, as some argue, a private ceremony or a transfer of power, which is now in a way being solemnized with the Dharm Dand being in Lok Sabha, sir?
First, at the outset, actually, I am to tell one thing. Really, as a citizen of India, I take pride, all my own or all of our own, that a mammoth or a grandiose, so grandiose function has been before me that I actually partook. Thing is, there were many opinions heard by variety of people. Myriad opinions were available, and there are also some opinions for and against. I do not want to actually go into it at this juncture. However, as you have rightly put it, it is about the function got up in 1947 when the 20th pontiff of throughout the Adinam had been instrumental in handing over the scepter that we are now talking about to Jawaharlal Nehru,
okay,
with chanting of Kodoru Padigam, that is sung in praise of Lord by Saint Jnana Sambandar, having its own enigmatic meanings within. So, this is only a ceremony, totally a shack and all extempore, made on that occasion because of the pressure of time. Actually, they have arranged it in a way extempore. People say that actually Rajaji was instrumental in getting or picking up this Adinam throughout the Adinam for that function, for that purpose. Yes, he was ready that time, but the scepter was also ready with him. There are rumors about it. Various opinions are actually variegated and myriad of opinions are actually heard. But the truth is entirely different. It was not made up on order. It was already available in the storehouse of Thiruvadurai Adinam. Thiruvadurai Adinam formed and founded in 16th century, if I remember correct, 1532 BC, AD. 1532, that relates to 16th century.
Fair enough. Sir, stay with me for a moment as we play out these images on our television screen of what happened earlier today. I want our viewers to look at this. This is where the Sengol, the Dharm Dand, is being handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If you look at it, it's about 5 feet in length. It's about 2 inches thick. It's made of silver. It's gold plated and has the Nandi on top. So this was handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Holy water was sprinkled, flower petals were shard, and then the Prime Minister holds it with a sense of pride. He's actually, twirling it around, looking at the Dharm Dand in great detail. Then all the priests, they walk away from that, there as you can see, and this is that image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing a Sashtang Dandavat. This is a Sashtang Dandavat that he does to the Sengol. The significance of this is something that we've been talking about. This reminds, in the ancient times, the Chola kings of their responsibility towards their masses, and the fact that it's been installed in Lok Sabha, then it reminds our elected members of parliament what their responsibility is towards the people. The Prime Minister then carried this Dharm Dand to Lok Sabha and installed it there. The scepter was installed very prominently amidst prayers and chants, and Vedic hymns installed the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla. The Prime Minister asks him to come closer and installs it next to the Speaker's seat, quite close to his table. There you see images of the Dharm Dand being installed. I leave you with these images, but I also want you to listen in to reactions that are coming in. For example, Akshay Kumar, film actor Akshay Kumar, talking about the importance of the new parliament building.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अक्षय कुमार और हर उस इंसान की तरह जिसे भारत और उसके तरक्की पे गर्व है, मुझे इस नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें देख के एक अलग ही खुशी मिल रही है। मुझे याद है दिल्ली में जब मैं रहता था और अपने माता-पिता के साथ इंडिया गेट और उसके आसपास घूमने जाता था, तो ज्यादातर बिल्डिंगें अंग्रेजों की बनाई हुई दिखती थी। Today, on seeing this brand new building, my heart is filled with pride. The Indian Parliament is the temple of democracy. ये एक नए भारत की पहचान है। ऐसा हिंदुस्तान जो न सिर्फ कल्चर और हेरिटेज में सबसे आगे रहा है, पर अब अपने प्रोग्रेस से, तरक्की से सारी दुनिया से आगे बढ़ रहा है। जब आप इस पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग को देखें, तो जरूर याद रखिएगा कि हमारा देश कहां था और कहां आगे निकल गया है। Today is a moment of glory. It is a moment of pride. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for making this day possible. God bless India with more and more progress in the years to come. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Watching India Today.
Tunjalu tuljalila de podinu nanjagam nede ninamil naldoru. Namo Namah Shankara Parvati Bhyam Ganga Taranga Ramaniya Jatakalapam Gauri Nirantara Vibhusita Vamabhagam Narayana Priyamaranga Madapaharam Varanasi Purapatim Bhaja Vishwanatham Sri Kashi Vishweswaraya Namaha Arogyam Padma Bandhur Vitaratu Nitaram Sampradam Svetarashmihi Bholabham Bhumi Putra Sakala Gunajutam Vakvibhotincha Saumyaha Saubhagyam Deva Mantri Ripubhaja Shamanam Bhargavashauryamarkihi Dirghajassaim Hikedo Vipula Jaradashah Kedura Chandrataram.
So that's the new parliament building that has just been inaugurated. Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We have the best panel of experts to take you through all these developments. But first, as always, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the new parliament building. A beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. New parliament says, Namaste India. Prime Minister Modi installs the historic Sengol in the new parliament. Ceremony steeped in Tamil tradition, hidden for decades. The 1947 scepter makes a grand comeback.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री
Ugly politics over Naya Sansad and Adhinam seers. RJD likens the new parliament to a coffin. Samajwadi Party calls Adhinams a radical Brahman sect. BJP hits back. Opposition sulks over new parliament. Superstars step forward. Shah Rukh Khan hails India's new parliament. India's top stars see what the opposition can't. 20 opposition parties boycott the parliament launch.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी
The 2023 season comes full circle. Chennai take on Gujarat in the grand finale. Gujarat will have to get the better of four-time champions Chennai as they look forward to defend their crown. So it's all about India's civilizational history. It's about culture. It's about traditions being revived. India got a new parliament today. The golden scepter, the Sengol, was installed inside the new parliament building. The Sengol was consecrated amidst Vedic chants by Adhinams before the installation in the new parliament building. Prime Minister Narendra Modi did a Sashtang Dandavat before the Sengol. Prime Minister received blessings from seers from different Adhinams from Tamil Nadu after the installation of the Sengol in the new parliament building next to the chair of the Speaker of Lok Sabha. Sengol was received by independent India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, to mark the transfer of power from the British. It was then kept at the Sansad Bhavan in Prayagraj. Since then, it was retrieved and now has been installed in the new parliament building, getting its pride of place. Earlier, claiming that the Sengol did not get the respect it deserved, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the Sengol had been reduced to a mere golden walking stick presented to Jawaharlal Nehru. Highlighting the contributions of Tamil Nadu in India's freedom struggle, the Prime Minister said that it was only under his party that the contribution of leaders from Tamil Nadu was being appropriately recognized in India's freedom struggle.
इस पूज्य सेंगोल को पर्याप्त मान सम्मान दिया जाता, इसे गौरवमय स्थान दिया जाता, लेकिन ये सेंगोल प्रयागराज में आनंद भवन में वॉकिंग स्टिक यानी पैदल चलने पर सहारा देने वाली छड़ी कहकर प्रदर्शनी के लिए रख दिया गया था। आपका ये सेवक और हमारी सरकार अब उस सेंगोल को आनंद भवन से निकाल कर लाई है। आज आजादी के उस प्रथम पल को नए संसद भवन में सेंगोल की स्थापना के समय हमें फिर से पुनर्जीवित करने का मौका मिला है। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज सेंगोल को उसका उचित स्थान मिल रहा है। दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि भारत की आजादी में तमिल लोगों के योगदान को वो महत्व नहीं दिया गया जो दिया जाना चाहिए था। अब बीजेपी ने इस विषय को प्रमुखता से उठाना शुरू किया है। अब देश के लोगों को भी पता चल रहा है कि महान तमिल परंपरा और राष्ट्रभक्ति के प्रतीक तमिलनाडु के साथ क्या व्यवहार हुआ था।
And let me now take you through the day's developments so far. Started early for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He arrived in Parliament around 7:15 in the morning. The religious preachers were all there. Ahead of the inauguration of India's new Parliament building, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla took part in a Havan and subsequently in Sarva Dharm Sabha, a multi-faith prayer. Religious prayers were performed at this event. The symbolic Sengol was installed inside the new Lok Sabha. It was handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi after this prayer, and he carried the Sengol to Lok Sabha and installed it right next to the Speaker's seat. These are images of the prayers that took place before that installation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi prostrated himself before the symbolic Sengol before taking it inside Lok Sabha. He did a Sashtang Dandavat. Sengol is a historic scepter from Tamil Nadu that was received by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to represent the transfer of power from the British in 1947. On the 14th of August 1947, it was handed over to him. India became independent on the midnight of 14th and 15th August 1947. The Sengol was handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by the seers. He received blessings from seers of different adhinams across Tamil Nadu. And after the installation of the Sengol, the priests blessed him once again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi walked into the new Lok Sabha with the Sengol in his hand. It has been installed next to the chair of the Speaker of the new building, the new Lok Sabha in the new Parliament building. And there was an ugly controversy. The Rashtriya Janata Dal has compared the new Parliament building, the design of the new Parliament building, to a coffin. Samajwadi Party said, Swami Prasad Maurya of the Samajwadi Party said that only radical Brahmins from South India were called for this ceremony. Swami Prasad Maurya of the Samajwadi Party called the Tamil Nadu Adhinam priests radical Brahmins. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Mosmi Singh. She is speaking to BJP MP Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi.
संसद में वो रहे तो आज भी मैं अभी भी मैं उनसे अपेक्षा करता हूं कि आए तो अच्छा रहे.
Right, Sudhanshu ji is with us and we'll take his reaction. So how do you respond that the opposition is saying taboot hai ye jo nayi Sansad?
I think on this pious moment of which is reflecting the temple of democracy of 140 crore people, at this moment I think opposition should have refrained from giving these type of comments. If they are having any sort of feeling or bad feeling towards the government, there will be ample moments will come in future in which they can express. But at this moment, I think they should have refrained from doing it.
You're going for attendance and going to be present in the historic moment. A great ceremony. Do you think that it's a big message to the entire world?
स्वप्न देखा था कभी वो आज हर धड़कन में है. एक नया भारत बनाने का इरादा मन में है. बढ़ रहे हैं हम प्रगति की ओर उस रफ्तार से. कर रहा है विश्व भी हमको नमन उस पार से.
Thank you, Sudhanshu ji, at his poetic best there, giving that statement, Gaurav, and he really says that politicking is not what should be done by the opposition parties today. This is a great moment and we should celebrate it. Over to you.
Mosmi, so, leaders may have a different point of view about the design, and after all, it's ultimately a committee that approves the design. But what's been the buzz? What's been the reaction, even of other political parties or opposition parties of the RJD, comparing the new Parliament building, the new Temple of Democracy, to a coffin?
See, every party has their own political compulsions, and often we see, Gaurav, that the line of decency as far as play of words is concerned is often crossed. And there you can see that RJD rebuffing the government right there. We spoke to Rita Bahuguna Joshi and PP Chaudhary earlier, both from the BJP, and they said that this is really unfortunate. But clearly the BJP MPs also think that this is a moment of reckoning, not only for India, but all the countrymen, and that's why there shouldn't be any politicking. It's unfortunate if you see that words like taboot are being used. On the other hand, the Congress is slamming the BJP. Jairam Ramesh put out a tweet, Gaurav, saying Savarkar, whose ideology killed Mahatma Gandhi, it's his birthday today, and the government chooses this day to inaugurate the parliament, which is unfortunate, and the Prime Minister has never followed any protocols, has never attended any policies and bills in the parliament, and he doesn't believe in democracy, and he's inaugurating it, which is ironic. So unfortunate though, but politics still there, and you can see that all BJP MPs now, Gaurav, are rushing to the parliament where on the birthday of Savarkar, the Jayanti will be celebrated, and then they will be in attendance for the Man Ki Baat of the Prime Minister. So till 2:30 we have an action-packed day as far as the new Parliament complex is concerned.
Okay. Rahul Srivastav, Mosmi, stay with me. Rahul Srivastav, what do you make of RJD using its official Twitter handle to say ye kya hai, and it tweets out a picture of the new Parliament building, a top angle and a coffin?
You see, Gaurav, you have ways to protest. You can do a political protest. You have a right to do that, and I think a certain degree of creating analogies and getting symbols is fine. But I think coffin is in bad taste. You see, I think if they go through a lesson of history, at a time when a committee was formed to design the Parliament House, 1920, Herbert Baker, there was Edwin Lutyens and Herbert Baker. These were the two men supposed to design it. Herbert Baker's design was a triangle. And he said that triangle will be more suitable because that's how the plot actually is. It's a quadrangular plot. So he wanted a triangle. Lutyens opposed it. And that's where lies the seed of discontent, disharmony between the two of them. There were bitter critics after that. Lutyens opposed it. He wrote to his wife that I gave Baker no trust, and the design he put forward did not fit the site. One facade was a terribly untidy arrangement. His excuse was that he had not worked on it, but it would have been all right. Okay. And it is then Lutyens' design of a circle was chosen, and that's how we got the old Parliament.
And though even the old Parliament looks magnificent, but we will talk about why a new Parliament was needed, and for more reasons than one. We'll talk about this in greater detail. But before that, there's more breaking news that's coming in. The BJP has come out all guns blazing, targeting the RJD for this tweet on comparing the new Parliament to a coffin. The BJP says book the Rashtriya Janata Dal for treason for this coffin jibe. A case of treason should be registered against such people who've compared the new Parliament building to a coffin, says Sushil Modi. Let's quickly cut across and listen in.
एक राजनीतिक दल इतनी घटिया मानसिकता पर उतर आए कि एक शुभ दिन जो देश के गौरव का दिन है, एक नया संसद भवन पूरे देश को समर्पित किया जा रहा है, और उसकी तुलना एक मृत व्यक्ति को जिस बक्से में रखा जाता है, जो कॉफिन जिसको कहा जाता है, उसका चित्र उन्होंने आज ट्वीट किया है। ऐसे लोगों पर तो देशद्रोह का मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना चाहिए।
So what is this new Parliament building like, and how is it different from the old one? Let me now get you details of the new Parliament building. We're just walking across to show you the new Parliament building. Now, this was required. This is a 4-storied structure. It was required because the older Parliament building, more than close to 100 years old, coming apart in places. This new Parliament building is about 64,500 square meters. It's a huge building. It's been built by Tata Projects Limited. What we can also tell you at this stage is that the new Lok Sabha will have about seating capacity for 888 members. The new Rajya Sabha will have seating capacity for about 300 as against... so in all, you'll have about 1,200 members of Parliament as against 550 plus 250 in the older Parliament. The foundation stone of this Parliament was laid on the 10th of December 2020 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Many more people can come in this new Parliament. The construction time for the new Parliament building was about 2 years and 5 months, built in a record time. The estimated cost is close to 1,200 crores. The parking space, as against some 250 odd cars that could come in the old Parliament building, 900 cars can come in the new Parliament building. It's state of the art. It's full of the latest gadgets that would be required for members of Parliament. But the most important part is structurally very safe for seismic zone. It can withstand earthquakes. What's equally important is a larger number of members of Parliament can sit in both houses of Parliament. There are various committee rooms, meeting rooms. What's the reaction that's coming in? You hear superstar Shah Rukh Khan talk about the importance of the new parliament building and the significance.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार हैं। यह नया घर इतना बड़ा हो कि इसमें देश के हर प्रांत, प्रदेश, गांव, शहर, कोने कोने के लिए जगह बन सके। इस घर की बाहें इतनी चौड़ी हों कि देश की हर जाति प्रजाति, हर धर्म को प्यार कर सके। इसकी नजर इतनी गहरी हो कि देश के हर एक नागरिक को देख सके, जान सके, उनकी समस्याओं को पहचान सके। यहां सत्यमेव जयते का नारा स्लोगन नहीं, विश्वास हो। यहां अशोक चक्र का हाथी, घोड़ा, शेर और खंबा लोगो नहीं, हमारा इतिहास हो। It is said that a parliament is to the nation what the soul is to the body. My sincerest prayers that the soul of democracy remains robust in its new home and continues to foster liberty, fraternity, and equality for ages to come. May this new abode of democracy build a new age that is renowned for its scientific temper and empathy for all. A new parliament for a new India, but with the same age-old dream, the glory of India, of our nation. Jai Hind.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The BJP and the Samajwadi Party now at daggers drawn over the new parliament building. Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya has said that the invite was sent out only to radical Brahmins of South India. The Samajwadi Party leader called the Tamil Nadu Adhinams a radical Brahmin sect. he insisted, Swami Prasad Maurya insisted that the Shaivite sect that was called from Tamil Nadu is a radical Brahman sect, and the Tamil seers blessed the Sengol. The Samajwadi Party sees red on this. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Mosmi Singh, who's speaking to BJP MP Poonam Mahajan. Let's listen in.
Colonial buildings have been made, and now we are coming out of that with the strength of India, where India's culture, which is thousands of years old of culture, and the new idea of New India. When we are taking that big leap, I don't understand why opposition is questioning that. This is all coming with the democratic values. It's really embarrassing for them when they come next for the session, and what kind of answer they'll be giving, we want to see that.
And particularly the Congress has hit back. We are live on India Today. Has hit at Prime Minister Narendra Modi that he doesn't believe in any democratic system. He doesn't even attend the parliament, doesn't even attend sessions.
Yeah, I think Congress's leader, who right now is not a member of parliament, me being a member of parliament, has not seen him in the parliament, only seen him when he has to create his theatrics of putting his sleeve up or going and hugging the prime minister and doing certain theatrics to show the world. I think that kind of party and their leader will be questioning the honorable prime minister's intent. It's really, really hilarious, and it is disrespect to the country where democratically people have elected the Prime Minister second time and disregarded you as a leader and as your private limited party. Your party is literally a family-based party. So I really don't want to talk about it. Itna acha time. It's such a wonderful day. I'm so blessed to be here. It's a blessing for all of us.
They're also calling it PM's vanity project. It's a vanity project full of arrogance, and these are bricks of arrogance.
Bricks of arrogance have been put down. Congress's brick of arrogance. I see the Congress's sheesh mahal has been broken. That's why their dreams have been broken. The strength, the hard work of everyone who's put in the democratic value there, that has been respected. The Honorable Prime Minister is respected from the first Prime Minister, Honorable Nehru ji, till now. And that is what we have seen right now. That's the strength of the democratic value. And I'm proud to be part of this. Sengol is also that strength they're showing. And I feel bad as a young parliamentarian, this kind of disrespect has been shown.
Thank you so much, Poonam. Thank you. There, Poonam Mahajan joining India Today on this live broadcast, Gaurav, and we brought you a reaction from a string of BJP MPs who are reaching the parliament. Many say that this is not a day for politics, but Poonam Mahajan there sharply hitting back at Rahul Gandhi for his absence in various sessions of the parliament, saying that those whose houses are made of glass cannot throw stone at others, and perhaps saying that this is a truly historic moment and the opposition has lost the opportunity to in fact be a part of these celebrations.
Interesting you should say that, has the opposition actually lost an opportunity, Rahul Srivastav, in terms of one, either being there, because this is a national, the parliament belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to any one party, it belongs to every political party. Rahul Srivastav.
See, Gaurav, I think every time in this whole argument, everybody is making out them versus this and others, and one lost, one gained. I think everybody is answerable to the public of India, the people of India. This parliament is people's place. This belongs to the people. Now, in that, I think the absence of the President of India and the Vice President there as the Chairman Raj Sabha, and because parliament consists of the two houses, yes, people have missed it out. The second, yes, definitely, I think the opposition should have been there. See, there is a manner to protest. You can protest, you can always find places to protest. At one time, taking a placard or a bunting inside parliament was not allowed. People never took it. But I've seen during the battle for Telangana against the UPA government of that time, I saw people wearing black caps and t-shirts with Telangana written on them and fighting for Andhra. In those kind of battles, people are bringing hoardings and posters every day inside the parliament. So they could have protested. They could have protested. Maybe I can give them an idea. They could have sat with a little sheet of paper in their hand. I miss the president and the vice president. Yeah. Their protest would have been registered, but they should have been there. I think political opportunities are missed like this only.
So have they missed out on that opportunity? And wouldn't it have been a much better, ceremony if everyone, government, opposition, all lawmakers were together as one nation. You look at this event, sir.
Absolutely, yes, it should have been there. There should have been a participation by all the people, because it is Parliament is for all. It doesn't distinguish between the ruling party and the opposition party. Everyone is elected democratically. It's a temple of democracy. I think respecting the people who have elected them, they should have come for this particular occasion.
Okay. So the parliament is for everybody. When you look at what's happening, Rahul, many have said it's a vanity project of the Prime Minister. Was it even needed? Including Nitish Kumar. But that question was effectively answered.
This idea of being a vanity project, I think you can call everything a vanity project. Every policy, we had a Lalanta program in which I related this, that in India, at one time when following an RTI application, there were 600 odd projects named after the Gandhi Nehru first family. Now, you had in sports, 29 policy against Rajiv Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, 98 in education institutions and universities, 74 in case of road and buildings and others. So you can call everything a vanity project, but the need for a parliament did not come from a political personality, I will say. It came from the speaker of a Lok Sabha. Today, if somebody says that the speaker is political, I will not agree, because the constitution says that he or she is not. So the speaker of Lok Sabha, Meera Kumar, had already laid down that there is need. There were reports for it. She started work on it. A committee was formed. To, after that, say to build a parliament is a vanity project. I think it's stretching it a bit too far. You can say, you can criticize the government for not being inclusive in it. But you cannot say that it's a vanity project. Then otherwise it was Meera Kumar who started or who sowed the seeds of this vanity.
And you've been reporting from Parliament for over 3 decades, the way it's been coming apart in various places. But we'll talk about that in greater detail. For the moment, I want to talk about the significance of the Sengol. Let's now talk in greater detail about why is the Sengol or the Raj Dand or the Dharm Dand so important. In the Chola era, it actually represented the power of the king. It's meant to tell the king. It's actually to remind the king of the king's responsibilities towards his people. It also denotes transfer of power from one king to the other, done through the religious seers. They play a very important role. Now, it's for fair play. It's to tell the king it's your responsibility to be just, to be righteous towards your praja, towards your people. It's derived from the Tamil word semai. Semai means to be righteous. That's the responsibility of a king. And this Dharm Dand, incidentally, is installed in the Lok Sabha, next to the speaker's chair. Because in today's era, in independent India, there are no kings. People are their own rulers. People are their own masters and their representatives. This is to remind them, the honorable members of parliament, their duty to be righteous, to take decisions, to make laws in India's favor. But let's now talk a little more in detail about the significance and the importance of the Raj Dand or the Brahma Dand, the Sengol.
सकल प्रतिबंधक निवृत्ति पूर्वकम सफलता सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वत्र विजयार्थम
प्रधानमंत्री अभी गणपति होमम में
कार्याणाम सकल प्रतिबंधक निवृत्ति पूर्वकम सफलता सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वत्र विजयार्थम सर्वेषां जनानां सुख संतोषाद्यभिवृद्ध्यर्थम.
Looking at these images of the festivities that took place or the religious ceremonies that took place, the second part is all about the festivities around the inauguration. Of course, there's boycott by 20 opposition parties. There are also 25 political parties that are attending this event. The stage is set for the inauguration of the state-of-the-art new Parliament building by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The inauguration included that grand puja, installation of the Sengol inside the Lok Sabha, And of course, there will be a commemorative coin of 75 rupees that will be released to mark the inauguration ceremony. The new Parliament building is a 4-story triangular building. It's been built alongside the new old Parliament. It has a built-up area of about 65,000 square meters. Based on the theme, the Lok Sabha incidentally is based on the theme of peacock, the national bird. It's 3 times larger. It can seat 888 members. The Rajya Sabha will be able to seat 384 members in the House of Elders. The new Parliament building also ensures, according to the government, optimal utilization of space. It has new audio-video communication systems, a VIP lounge, a massive library for members, and other modern facilities that were lacking in the old Parliament building.
It is a matter of great pride and honor for our country and each one of us. It is not a matter of controversy. Keeping all our differences aside, let's come together as a nation and celebrate this festival of democracy. Let us all witness this historic and proud moment that celebrates India and its democracy.
अपोजिशन अननेसेसरी अपोज कर रहे हैं क्योंकि जब खुद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और लोकसभा स्पीकर इन्होंने ही इसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन डाला था और वही आज खुद होके वो लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं। तो इस कार्यक्रम में अपोजिशन करने के लिए, क्योंकि 2024 का इलेक्शंस नज़दीक आ रहा है, तो अननेसेसरी लोगों को इस इशू पे अपोजिशन भड़का रहा है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also unveil a special 75 rupee coin on Sunday, now to mark the inauguration of the new Parliament building. This is a commemorative coin to mark 75 years of India's independence. India today has access exclusive details about this coin. Let me get you more in this report.
On Sunday, India gets its new parliament. And to commemorate the inauguration, a special 75 rupee coin will also be launched by the Prime Minister. The commemorative coin will serve as a tribute to India, celebrating 75 years of independence. India Today has accessed exclusive details of what this commemorative coin will look like. The front face of the coin will bear the line capital of Ashok pillar in the center with the legend Satyamev Jayate inscribed below, flanked on the left with the word Bharat in Devanagari script and on the right with India in English. The reverse side of the coin will have the image of Parliament complex. The inscription Sansad Sengol will be written in Devanagari script above and Parliament complex in English written below. The year 2023 in international numeral will be inscribed below the image of Parliament complex. That's not all. The new 75 rupee coin will weigh 33 grams and will be made of 50% silver, 40% copper, 5% nickel and 5% zinc. New India's new parliament and new coin to mark the momentous occasion. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted. He's just put out a tweet on social media platform Twitter on the new parliament. He said, as the new building of India's parliament is inaugurated, our hearts and minds are filled with pride, hope and promise. May this iconic building be a cradle of empowerment, igniting dreams and nurturing them into reality. May it propel our great nation to new heights of progress. And you're looking at that image of the new parliament, state-of-the-art computers installed in both houses of parliament, new library, new offices, new lounges. And the Prime Minister says it fills as the new building of India's parliament is inaugurated, our hearts and minds are filled with pride, hope and promise. May this iconic building be a cradle of empowerment, igniting dreams and nurturing them into reality. May it propel our great nation to new heights of progress. आज के दिन हम सभी भारतवासियों के लिए अविस्मरणीय है। संसद का नया भवन हम सभी को गर्व और उम्मीदों से भर देने वाला है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि यह दिव्य और भव्य इमारत जन जन के सशक्तिकरण के साथ ही राष्ट्र की समृद्धि और सामर्थ्य को नई गति और शक्ति प्रदान करेगी। I once again want to cut across to India Today's Mosmi Singh. Mosmi, you're looking at all the leaders who are quickly going in because just about 20 minutes for the Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat, and in a way he's put out a part of his Man Ki Baat on Twitter.
Yes, Gaurav, and he's put out 4 pictures also along with that tweet. One, inaugurating the parliament, the other inside the Lok Sabha, that's based on the peacock theme, and the third picture is with the Sengol and all the priests and Lok Sabha speaker right there in the picture, and then the Prime Minister in between, standing in between the path of the new building and the old building. So 96 years old is the new old building, and now the new building, as the Prime Minister says, is a futuristic building, and it will propel the country to new heights and progress. So thereby, dedicating this entire historic moment to the people of this country. The Prime Minister putting out a tweet after the inauguration of the new building. You rightly said that he would be going into Man Ki Baat with this spring in his steps and this note clearly dedicating it to the countrymen. And where the glimpse of it we saw when he was in fact honoring all the Shramjeevis who had participated and in fact toiled to construct this building in a record time.
They indeed did, and we were watching that. So what is this new parliament all about? Let's tell our viewers how this new parliament is very different, bigger, better, more modern compared to the old one, of course, that was built 96 years ago. This new parliament can seat 888 members in the Lok Sabha as against about 550 in the previous Lok Sabha. If we were to talk about Rajya Sabha, 384 in the Rajya Sabha or in the new Rajya Sabha as compared to about 250 in the old Rajya Sabha. So in all, about 1,200 members of parliament in both houses of parliament in this new building. It has a grand constitution hall. You can look at that constitution. In that constitution hall, it's also been digitized. Apart from the grand constitution hall, it has various other halls. There are also the 3 national symbols, very, very prominent in the new parliament. For example, you have the lotus, India's national flower, you have the peacock, and you have the banyan tree, which is etched. The 3 main gates of this Lok Sabha, and you must hear their names. It is the Karm Dwar, the Kartavya. You're told about, remember the Kartavya Path, there is a Karm Dwar, there is a Shakti Dwar, there is also the Gyan Dwar in this parliament. Of course, these are the 3 entrances. Now, even in the old parliament, you had a lot of scriptures and quotes, for example, from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Even in the new parliament, the culture, the tradition, the history of our country is reflected. And from every state, you have something or the other that's been taken because this is the symbol of India. It started with auspicious chants. I quickly now want to cut across to India Today's Jitendra Bahadur Singh, who was on board that bus when the religious seers from Tamil Nadu were brought in and went back. Let's listen in.
तो जिन लोगों ने सेंगोल को समर्पित किया था प्रधानमंत्री को, उसके बाद स्थापित किया गया, किस तरीके से पूरी प्रक्रिया अपनाई गई?
तो ये है, हम तमिलनाडु के जो अधीनम परंपरा है, उस परंपरा से 21 अधीनम को हमने इनवाइट किया था। तो 21 अधीनम ने तिरुवावड़ुतुरे स्वामी जी और धर्मपुरम जो अधीनम है, उन्होंने यहाँ और सभी ने सेंगोल का विधिवत पूजा किया है और प्रधानमंत्री को सौंपा है, जिसके बाद उसको विधिवत में पार्लियामेंट भवन में इसको प्रतिष्ठापित किया गया है।
यहाँ पर गुरु जी कहाँ पर मौजूद हैं जो अधीनम?
ये सारे के सारे तमिलनाडु के अधीनम परंपरा है, जिसके 21 अलग अलग पीठ हैं। तो उस पीठ के ये प्रमुख स्वामी जी लोग हैं, जिनको अधीनम बोला जाता है तमिलनाडु में। तो वहाँ से इनको बुलाया गया, आमंत्रित किया गया है। तो ये लोग विधिवत इसकी पूजा अर्चना करके संसद भवन में प्रधानमंत्री को सौंपे और संसद भवन में इसकी प्रतिष्ठापना हुई है। और इनके साथ 9 जो जूनियर स्वामी जी होते हैं, इनके असिस्ट करने वाले वो भी हैं, और नादस्वरम की एक टीम है और ओदवार की एक टीम है। कुल मिलाकर के आज लगभग 41 लोग जो हैं संसद भवन में प्रवेश किया और उनके सानिध्य में ये सारा का पूजा पाठ का संपन्न हुआ है।
So let's now get you details about how the Sengol has finally found its pride of place, as the Prime Minister said in Lok Sabha. 4 images on your television screen. The Prime Minister said the Sengol was forgotten since 1947. It's now been installed in Lok Sabha. There was a ceremony in the new parliament where the seers blessed the Sengol and the Prime Minister. This Sengol, if you look at that image to the left, was presented to independent India's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, in 1947. This is, of course, an AI-engaged photo of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, an AI-engaged photograph of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru with the Sengol. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also said that this Sengol was kept at Anand Bhavan Museum and dismissed as a golden walking stick presented to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. It's finally found its pride of place. So till a few days back, most of India hadn't even heard of the Sengol, a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of righteousness, a symbol of transfer of power in the times of the Chola Empire. But that has now just been revived. Here's a look at the journey of the Sengol, or the Raj Dand, from the time of the Cholas to the time that it was handed over to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, to its relegation to Anand Bhavan Museum in Prayagraj as a golden walking stick, to finally now when it's found its pride of place in Lok Sabha.
Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
This landmark tryst carries a backstory. A backstory rarely told. A backstory that dates back to the Chola Empire, a Tamil dynasty that originated in the Kaveri Valley and ruled the region for over 500 years until the 13th century. Just before the Union Jack came down and 300 years of British rule ended. The transfer of power was emblematically encapsulated in a Tamil ceremony. Priests from prominent Tamil mutts carried a 5-foot scepter, sprinkled it with holy water, and handed it to Pandit Nehru at his Delhi home at sunset on August 14th. This wasn't an ordinary symbol of sovereignty. Called Sengol, derived from the Sanskrit word shankh or a conch, surmounted by a carving of Nandi, Shiva's sacred bull. The golden staff, made by craftsmen in what was then called Madras, was modelled after the wand that the Chola kings would hand to their successors. The choice wasn't random. It was the outcome of deep thoughts and research. Pandit Nehru turned to freedom fighter See Raja Gopalachari for suggestions regarding a symbol for the transfer of power from the British to the Indians. Raja Gopalachari found the answer in history. He contacted a leading mutt down south to create the Sengol of the Chola tradition. Itziar then commissioned the job to the famous Vumidi Bangaru jewelers.
The scepter was done by my great-grandfather and my grandfather. So, I mean, even just to make the replica itself is like such a proud moment for us. I could have imagined how it would have felt for them because they actually symbolized the transfer of power. And it's a great honor for my family to have been able to make this and give it to our government at that day.
The Sengol was rebuilt in 30 days.
It was not lost. I think it went down memory lane. So we don't know where it was. Thanks to, I think, the media Ananda Vigadan, it was revived. It was known. And then one of our family clan took the effort of backtracking it and seeing it in Allahabad, sending people there and going through the whole process.
Revived from the Chola region, handed to independent India's first Prime Minister. Mislabeled in a museum as Pandit Nehru's walking stick. The historic Sengol story has come a full circle in 2023. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Prime Minister says this new Parliament building will be all about the aspirations of the nation, building a strong nation. But what are our superstars saying? Let's cut across and listen in to Akshay Kumar, to Anupam Kher, to other reactions that are coming in from the Hindi film industry.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अक्षय कुमार और हर उस इंसान की तरह जिसे भारत और उसके तरक्की पे गर्व है, मुझे इस नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें देख के एक अलग ही खुशी मिल रही है। मुझे याद है दिल्ली में जब मैं रहता था और अपने माता पिता के साथ इंडिया गेट और उसके आसपास घूमने जाता था, तो ज्यादातर बिल्डिंगें अंग्रेजों की बनाई हुई दिखती थी। Today, on seeing this brand new, grand new building, my heart is filled with pride. The Indian Parliament is the temple of democracy. ये एक नए भारत की पहचान है। ऐसा हिंदुस्तान जो न सिर्फ कल्चर और हेरिटेज में सबसे आगे रहा है, पर अब अपने प्रोग्रेस से, तरक्की से सारी दुनिया से आगे बढ़ रहा है। जब आप इस पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग को देखें तो जरूर याद रखिएगा कि हमारा देश कहां था और कहां आगे निकल गया है। Today is a moment of glory. It is a moment of pride. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for making this day possible. God bless India with more and more progress in the years to come. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
ये भवन सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं, ये ठिकाना है 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों का। ये प्रतीक है उनकी आशाओं का। ये हस्ताक्षर है उनके स्वाभिमान का। ये जय घोष है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जनतंत्र का। ये मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का। इसकी नींव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भाव है। इसकी ईंट ईंट दुनिया से हमारा संवाद है। इसकी दीवारें हमारी आस्था से अटूट हैं। इसकी छत हमारी एकता का मूर्त रूप है। ये दिखाता है कि इंडिया कितना यंग है। ये बताता है हमारी चाहतों में कितना दम है। ये जश्न है हमारे गौरवमयी इतिहास का। ये पर्व है एक नए आगाज का। इसके उद्घाटन पर पूरे देश में त्योहार जैसा हर्ष है। मेरा संसद भवन मेरा गर्व है। जय
explain to our viewers third-party digital measurement? There are, of course, platforms which offer that, but when we speak about it in an Indian context, from an advertiser, allocation perspective, what does it mean? And more importantly, is it going to happen? Because we've been talking about it for quite some time.
So suffice it to say, I will not say too much on this because, like I said, this is a very sensitive topic and it's not about capability. The capability is there. It's not about the will.
Can Baat do it? Do you have the capability?
Absolutely. So, I don't know if you know, we are running a digital panel a common panel for the last 4-5 years, 12,000 panel. We're already running it. The data is not coming out.
Oh, the data is not
coming. You're spending money. We're not putting the data out. Yeah. For many reasons, some statistical reasons, some internal reasons. I just leave it with you that, this is a stakeholder issue, nothing else. So if everyone sits down and agrees collectively and
is the government a stakeholder in this?
No. It's a government is neutral on this. I mean, government people make government to be the villain. They're not. They're not bothered about this. I mean, they'll be happy if there's third party.
Shouldn't the advertiser be pushing for it?
Advertisers are pushing, but they don't pay. So payment is all done by the content guys. So I think somewhere I'm hopeful that it'll be sooner than later. It won't be a very long-term thing. So I only leave this much with you, just tantalize you with this, saying that I'm very, very optimistic that we'll make some headway.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast on a day when the new temple of democracy is being dedicated to the nation. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation, his 101st edition of the Man Ki Baat. Get you much more on that story and the new parliament building and the installation of the Dharm Dand or the Sengol in the Lok Sabha speakers in the chamber right next to the speaker's chair. But first, as always, the headlines. New dawn for Indian democracy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the new parliament, calls it a cradle of empowerment, says it will take the nation to new heights of progress. Prime Minister installs the historic Sengol in the new parliament. Ceremony steeped in Tamil traditions, hidden for decades. The 1947 scepter makes a grand comeback. Ugly politics over the new parliament and the Adhinam seers. RJD likens the new parliament to a coffin. Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya calls the Adhinam radical Brahmanical sect. BJP hits back. Opposition sulks over the new parliament. Superstars step forward. Shah Rukh Khan hails India's new parliament. India's top stars see what opposition cannot. 20 opposition parties boycott the parliament launch. 25 attend. And let's quickly cut across and listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Man Ki Baat.
मन की बात का ये एपिसोड सेकंड सेंचुरी का प्रारंभ है। पिछले महीने हम सभी ने इसकी स्पेशल सेंचुरी को सेलिब्रेट किया है। आपकी भागीदारी ही इस कार्यक्रम की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। 100वें एपिसोड के ब्रॉडकास्ट के समय एक प्रकार से पूरा देश एक सूत्र में बन गया था। हमारे सफाई कर्मी भाई बहन हो या फिर अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के दिग्गज, मन की बात ने सबको एक साथ लाने का काम किया है। आप सभी ने जो आत्मीयता और स्नेह मन की बात के लिए दिखाया है वो अभूतपूर्व है, भावुक कर देने वाला है। जब मन की बात का प्रसारण हुआ तो उस समय दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में अलग अलग टाइम जोन में कहीं शाम हो रही थी तो कहीं देर रात थी। इसके बावजूद बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने 100वें एपिसोड को सुनने के लिए समय निकाला। मैंने हजारों मील दूर न्यूजीलैंड का वो वीडियो भी देखा जिसमें 100 वर्ष की एक माताजी अपना आशीर्वाद दे रही हैं। मन की बात को लेकर देश विदेश के लोगों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों ने कंस्ट्रक्टिव एनालिसिस भी किया है। लोगों ने इस बात को अप्रिशिएट किया है कि मन की बात में देश और देशवासियों की उपलब्धियों की ही चर्चा होती है। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को इस आशीर्वाद के लिए पूरे आदर के साथ धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, बीते दिनों हमने मन की बात में काशी तमिल संगमम की बात की, सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम की बात की। कुछ समय पहले ही वाराणसी में काशी तेलुगु संगमम भी हुआ। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को ताकत देने वाला ऐसे ही एक और अनूठा प्रयास देश में हुआ है। ये प्रयास है युवा संगम का। मैंने सोचा इस बारे में विस्तार से क्यों ना उन्हीं लोगों से पूछा जाए जो इस अनूठे प्रयास का हिस्सा रहे हैं। इसलिए अभी मेरे साथ फोन पर दो युवा जुड़े हुए हैं। एक है अरुणाचल प्रदेश के ग्यामर न्योकुम जी और दूसरी बेटी है बिहार की बिटिया विशाखा सिंह जी। आइए पहले हम ग्यामर न्योकुम जी से बात करते हैं। ग्यामर जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते मोदी जी।
अच्छा ग्यामर जी, जरा सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके विषय में जानना चाहता हूँ।
मोदी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका और भारत सरकार का बहुत ही ज्यादा आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने बहुत कीमती टाइम निकाल के मुझसे बात करने का मुझे मौका दिया। मैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में फर्स्ट ईयर में मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ रहा हूँ।
और परिवार में क्या करते हैं पिताजी वगैरह?
जी, मेरे पिताजी छोटे मोटे बिजनेस और उसके बाद कुछ फार्मिंग ये सब करते हैं।
युवा संगम के लिए आपको पता कैसे चला? युवा संगम में गए कहाँ, कैसे गए, क्या हुआ?
मोदी जी, मुझे युवा संगम का हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जो NIT है, उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि आप इसमें भाग ले सकते हैं। तो मैंने फिर थोड़ा इंटरनेट में थोड़ा खोज किया। फिर मुझे पता चला कि ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम है जिसमें मुझे एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत ना जो विजन है उसमें भी बहुत ही योगदान दे सकते हैं और मुझे कुछ नया चीज जानने का मौका मिलेगा ना। तो तुरंत मैंने फिर उसमें वेबसाइट में जाके एनरोल किया। मेरा अनुभव बहुत ही मजेदार रहा, बहुत ही अच्छा था।
कोई सिलेक्शन आपको करना था?
मोदी जी, जब वेबसाइट खोला था अरुणाचल वालों के लिए दो ऑप्शन था। पहला था आंध्र प्रदेश जिसमें IIT तिरुपति था और दूसरा था सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी राजस्थान। तो मैंने राजस्थान में किया था अपना फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस। सेकंड प्रेफरेंस मैंने IIT तिरुपति किया था। तो मुझे राजस्थान के लिए सेलेक्ट हुआ था, तो मैं राजस्थान गया था।
कैसा रहा आपका राजस्थान यात्रा? आप पहली बार राजस्थान गए थे?
हाँ, मैं पहली बार अरुणाचल से बाहर गया था। मैंने तो जो राजस्थान के किले ये सब तो मैंने बस फिल्म और फोन में ही देखा था ना। तो मैंने जब पहली बार गया तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ही, वहाँ के लोग बहुत ही अच्छे थे और जो हमें ट्रीटमेंट दिया बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा था और जो हमें नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला। मुझे राजस्थान के बारे की और उधर के लोग जैसे कि रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, बहुत कुछ नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला जो मुझे बिल्कुल ही मालूम नहीं था। तो ये प्रोग्राम मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा था, राजस्थान का विजिट।
देखिए, आपको तो सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये हुआ है कि अरुणाचल में भी वीरों की भूमि है, राजस्थान भी वीरों की भूमि है और राजस्थान से सेना में भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग हैं। और अरुणाचल में सीमा पर जो सैनिक है उसमें जब भी राजस्थान के लोग मिलेंगे तो आप जरूर उनसे बात करेंगे कि देखिए मैं राजस्थान गया था, ऐसा अनुभव था। तो आपकी तो निकटता एकदम से बढ़ जाएगी। अच्छा, आपको वहाँ कोई समानताएं भी ध्यान में आई होगी? आपको लगता होगा हाँ यार ये अरुणाचल में भी तो ऐसा ही है।
मोदी जी, मुझे जो एक समानता मुझे मिली ना वो थी कि जो देश प्रेम है ना और जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो विजन और जो फीलिंग जो मुझे देखा। क्योंकि अरुणाचल में भी लोग अपने आप को बहुत ही गर्व महसूस करते हैं कि वो भारतीय है और राजस्थान में भी लोग अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए बहुत जो गर्व महसूस होता है वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा नजर आया। और स्पेशली जो युवा पीढ़ी है ना, क्योंकि मैंने उधर में बहुत सारे युवा के साथ इंटरेक्ट और बातचीत किया ना, तो वो चीज मुझे बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया जो कि वो चाहते हैं कि भारत के लिए जो कुछ करने का और जो अपने देश के लिए प्रेम है ना, वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही दोनों ही राज्य में बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया।
तो वहाँ जो मित्र मिले हैं मुझसे परिचय बढ़ाया कि आकर के भूल गए?
नहीं, मैंने बढ़ाया, परिचय किया।
हाँ, तो आप सोशल मीडिया में एक्टिव हैं?
जी मोदी जी, मैं एक्टिव हूँ।
तो आपने ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए अपना, ये युवा संगम का अनुभव कैसा रहा, आपने उसमें एनरोल कैसे किया, राजस्थान में अनुभव कैसा रहा, ताकि देश भर के युवाओं को पता चले कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का महात्म्य क्या है, ये योजना क्या है, उसका फायदा युवा कैसे ले सकते हैं। पूरा अपने एक्सपीरियंस का ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए, तो बहुत लोगों को पढ़ने के लिए काम आएगा।
जी मैं जरूर करूंगा।
ग्यामर जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, और आप सब युवा देश के लिए, देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, क्योंकि ये 25 साल अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है आपके जीवन के भी और देश के जीवन के भी। तो मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मोदी, आपको भी।
नमस्कार भैया। साथियों, अरुणाचल के लोग इतनी आत्मीयता से भरे होते हैं कि उनसे बात करते हुए मुझे बहुत आनंद आता है। युवा संगम में ग्यामर जी का अनुभव तो बेहतरीन रहा। आइए अब बिहार की बेटी विशाखा सिंह जी से बात करते हैं। विशाखा जी, नमस्कार।
सर्वप्रथम तो भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मेरा प्रणाम, और मेरे साथ सभी डेलीगेट्स की तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, पहले अपने बारे में बताइए, फिर मुझे युवा संगम के विषय में भी जानना है।
मैं बिहार के सासाराम नाम के शहर की निवासी हूँ, और मुझे युवा संगम के बारे में मेरे कॉलेज के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के मैसेज के थ्रू पता चला था सबसे पहले तो। उसके बाद फिर मैंने पता करा इसके बारे में और डिटेल निकाली कि ये क्या है, तो मुझे पता चला कि ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक स्कीम, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के थ्रू युवा संगम है। तो उसके बाद मैंने अप्लाई करा, और जब मैंने अप्लाई करा तो मैं एक्साइटेड थी इस पे ज्वाइन होने के लिए। लेकिन जब मैं वहां से घूम के तमिलनाडु जाके वापस आई, तो वो जो एक्सपोजर मैंने गेन किया, उसके बाद मुझे अभी बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा प्राउड फील होता है दैट आई हैव बीन द पार्ट ऑफ दिस प्रोग्राम। तो मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा खुशी है उस प्रोग्राम में पार्ट लेने की, और मैं तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ आपका कि आपने हमारे जैसे युवाओं के लिए इतना बेहतरीन प्रोग्राम बनाया जिससे हम भारत के विभिन्न भागों के कल्चर को अडेप्ट कर सकते हैं।
विशाखा जी, आप क्या पढ़ती हैं?
मैं कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग की सेकेंड ईयर की छात्रा हूँ।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, आपने किस राज्य में जाना है, कहाँ जुड़ना है, वो निर्णय कैसे किया?
जब मैंने ये युवा संगम के बारे में सर्च करना शुरू किया गूगल पे, तभी मुझे पता चल गया था कि बिहार के डेलीगेट्स को तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट्स के साथ एक्सचेंज किया जा रहा है। तमिलनाडु काफी रिच कल्चरल स्टेट है हमारे कंट्री का। तो उस टाइम भी मैंने जब ये जाना, ये देखा कि बिहार वालों को तमिलनाडु भेजा जा रहा है, तो इसने भी मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मदद किया ये डिसीजन लेने में कि मुझे फॉर्म फिल करना चाहिए, वहाँ जाना चाहिए या नहीं। और मैं सच में आज बहुत ज्यादा गौरवान्वित महसूस करती हूँ कि मैंने इसमें पार्ट लिया, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है।
आपका पहली बार जाना हुआ तमिलनाडु?
जी, मैं पहली बार गई थी।
अच्छा, कोई खास यादगार चीज अगर आप कहना चाहें तो क्या कहेंगे? देश के युवा सुन रहे हैं आपको।
जी, पूरा जर्नी माने तो मेरे लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन रहा है। एक एक पड़ाव पे हमने बहुत सारी अच्छी चीजें सीखी हैं। मैंने तमिलनाडु में जाके अच्छे दोस्त बनाए हैं, वहाँ के कल्चर को अडेप्ट किया है, वहाँ के लोगों से मिली मैं। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी चीज जो मुझे लगी वहाँ पे, वो पहली चीज तो ये कि किसी को भी मौका नहीं मिलता है इसरो में जाने का, और हम डेलीगेट्स थे तो हमें ये मौका मिला था कि हम इसरो में जाएं। प्लस दूसरी बात सबसे अच्छी थी वो थी जब हम राजभवन में गए और हम तमिलनाडु के राज्यपाल जी से मिले। तो वो दो मोमेंट जो था वो मेरे लिए काफी सही था। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस एज में हम हैं एज अ यूथ, हमें वो मौका नहीं मिल पाता जो कि युवा संगम के थ्रू मिला है। तो ये काफी सही और सबसे यादगार मोमेंट था मेरे लिए।
बिहार में तो खाने का तरीका अलग है, तमिलनाडु में खाने का तरीका अलग है।
जी,
तो वो सेट हो गया था पूरी तरह?
वहाँ जब हम लोग गए थे तो साउथ इंडियन क्विजीन है वहाँ पे तमिलनाडु में। तो जैसे ही हम लोग गए थे तो वहाँ जाते के साथ हमें डोसा, इडली, सांभर, उत्तपम, वड़ा, उपमा ये सब सर्व किया गया था। तो पहले जब हमने ट्राई करा तो दैट वाज टू गुड। वहाँ का खाना जो है वो बहुत ही हेल्दी है एक्चुअली, बहुत ही ज्यादा टेस्ट में भी बेहतरीन है और हमारे नॉर्थ के खाने से बहुत ही ज्यादा अलग है। तो मुझे वहाँ का खाना भी बहुत अच्छा लगा और वहाँ के लोग भी बहुत अच्छे लगे।
अब तो दोस्त भी बन गए होंगे तमिलनाडु में?
जी जी, वहाँ पे हम रुके थे NIT त्रिची में, उसके बाद IIT मद्रास में। तो उन दोनों जगह के स्टूडेंट से तो मेरी दोस्ती हो गई है। प्लस बीच में एक CII का वेलकम सेरेमनी था, तो वहाँ पे वहाँ के आसपास के कॉलेज के भी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स आए थे। तो वहाँ हमने उन स्टूडेंट से भी इंटरेक्ट किया और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों से मिलकर। काफी लोग तो मेरे दोस्त भी हैं और कुछ डेलीगेट से भी मिले थे जो तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट बिहार आ रहे थे, तो हमारी बातचीत उनसे भी हुई थी और हम अभी भी आपस में बात करते हैं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
तो विशाखा जी, आप एक ब्लॉग लिखिए और सोशल मीडिया पे ये आपको पूरा अनुभव, एक तो इस युवा संगम का, फिर एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का, और फिर तमिलनाडु में अपनापन जो मिला, जो आपको स्वागत सत्कार हुआ, तमिल लोगों का प्यार मिला, ये सारी चीजें देश को बताइए आप। तो लिखोगे आप?
जी जरूर।
तो मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जी थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार।
ग्यामर और विशाखा, आपको मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। युवा संगम में आपने जो सीखा है वो जीवन पर्यंत आपके साथ रहे, यही मेरी आप सबके प्रति शुभकामना है। साथियों, भारत की शक्ति इसकी विविधता में है। हमारे देश में देखने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। इसी को देखते हुए एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री ने युवा संगम नाम से एक बेहतरीन पहल की है। इस पहल का उद्देश्य पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट बढ़ाने के साथ ही देश के युवाओं को आपस में घुलने मिलने का मौका देना। विभिन्न राज्यों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों को इससे जोड़ा गया है। युवा संगम में युवा दूसरे राज्यों के शहरों और गांवों में जाते हैं। उन्हें अलग अलग तरह के लोगों के साथ मिलने का मौका मिलता है। युवा संगम के फर्स्ट राउंड में लगभग 1200 युवा देश के 22 राज्यों का दौरा कर चुके हैं। जो भी युवा इसका हिस्सा बने हैं, वे अपने साथ ऐसी यादें लेकर वापस लौट रहे हैं जो जीवन भर उनके हृदय में बसी रहेगी। हमने देखा है कि कई बड़ी कंपनियों के सीईओ, बिजनेस लीडर्स, उन्होंने बैग पैकर्स की तरह भारत में समय गुजारा है। मैं जब दूसरे देशों के लीडर से मिलता हूं तो कई बार वो भी बताते हैं कि वो अपनी युवावस्था में भारत घूमने के लिए गए थे। हमारे भारत में इतना कुछ जानने और देखने के लिए है कि आपकी उत्सुकता हर बार बढ़ती ही जाएगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इन रोमांचक अनुभवों को जानकर आप भी देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की यात्रा के लिए जरूर प्रेरित होंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कुछ दिनों पहले ही मैं जापान में हिरोशिमा में था। वहां मुझे हिरोशिमा पीस मेमोरियल म्यूजियम में जाने का अवसर मिला। यह एक भावुक कर देने वाला अनुभव था। जब हम इतिहास की यादों को संजो कर रखते हैं तो वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों की बहुत मदद करता है। कई बार म्यूजियम में हमें नए सबक मिलते हैं तो कई बार हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत में इंटरनेशनल म्यूजियम एक्सपो का भी आयोजन किया था। इसमें दुनिया के 1200 से अधिक म्यूजियम की विशेषताओं को दर्शाया गया। हमारे यहाँ भारत में अलग अलग प्रकार के ऐसे कई म्यूजियम्स हैं जो हमारे अतीत से जुड़े अनेक पहलुओं को प्रदर्शित करते हैं। जैसे गुरुग्राम में एक अनोखा संग्रहालय है, म्यूजियो कैमेरा। इसमें 1860 के बाद के 8000 से ज्यादा कैमरों का कलेक्शन मौजूद है। तमिलनाडु के म्यूजियम ऑफ पॉसिबिलिटीज को हमारे दिव्यांगजनों को ध्यान में रखकर डिजाइन किया गया है। मुंबई का छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज वास्तु संग्रहालय एक ऐसा म्यूजियम है जिसमें 70,000 से भी अधिक चीजें संरक्षित की गई हैं। साल 2010 में स्थापित इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट एक तरह का ऑनलाइन म्यूजियम है। ये जो दुनिया भर से भेजी गई तस्वीरों और कहानियों के माध्यम से भारत के गौरवशाली इतिहास की कड़ियों को जोड़ने में जुटा है। विभाजन की विभीषिका से जुड़ी स्मृतियों को भी सामने लाने का प्रयास किया गया है। बीते वर्षों में भी हमने भारत में नए नए तरह के म्यूजियम और मेमोरियल बनते देखे हैं। स्वाधीनता संग्राम में आदिवासी भाई बहनों के योगदान को समर्पित 10 नए म्यूजियम बनाए जा रहे हैं। कोलकाता के विक्टोरिया मेमोरियल में विप्लवी भारत गैलरी हो या फिर जलियांवाला बाग मेमोरियल का पुनरुद्धार, देश के सभी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों को समर्पित पीएम म्यूजियम भी आज दिल्ली की शोभा बढ़ा रहा है। दिल्ली में ही नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल और पुलिस मेमोरियल में हर रोज अनेकों लोग शहीदों को नमन करने आते हैं। ऐतिहासिक दांडी यात्रा को समर्पित दांडी मेमोरियल हो या फिर स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी म्यूजियम, खैर मुझे यहीं रुक जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि देश भर में म्यूजियम्स की लिस्ट काफी लंबी है और पहली बार देश में सभी म्यूजियम्स के बारे में जरूरी जानकारियों को कंपाइल भी किया गया है। म्यूजियम किस थीम पर आधारित है, वहां किस तरह की वस्तुएं रखी हैं, वहां की कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स क्या है, ये सब कुछ एक ऑनलाइन डायरेक्टरी में समाहित है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि आपको जब भी मौका मिले अपने देश के इन म्यूजियम्स को देखने जरूर जाएं। आप वहां की आकर्षक तस्वीरों को #म्यूजियम मेमोरीज पर शेयर करना भी ना भूलें। इससे अपनी वैभवशाली संस्कृति के साथ हम भारतीयों का जुड़ाव और मजबूत होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम सब ने एक कहावत कई बार सुनी होगी, बार बार सुनी होगी, बिन पानी सब सून, बिना पानी जीवन पर संकट तो रहता ही है, व्यक्ति और देश का विकास भी ठप पड़ जाता है। भविष्य की इसी चुनौती को देखते हुए आज देश के हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। हमारे अमृत सरोवर इसलिए विशेष हैं क्योंकि ये आजादी के अमृत काल में बन रहे हैं और इसमें लोगों का अमृत प्रयास लगा है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि अब तक 50,000 से ज्यादा अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण भी हो चुका है। ये जल संरक्षण की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा कदम है। साथियों, हम हर गर्मी में इसी तरह पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के बारे में बात करते रहते हैं। इस बार भी हम इस विषय को लेंगे, लेकिन इस बार चर्चा करेंगे जल संरक्षण से जुड़े स्टार्टअप्स की। एक स्टार्टअप है फ्लॉक्स जैन। ये स्टार्टअप IoT एनेबल्ड तकनीक के जरिए वाटर मैनेजमेंट के विकल्प देता है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी पानी के इस्तेमाल के पैटर्न्स बताएगा और पानी के प्रभावी इस्तेमाल में मदद करेगा। एक और स्टार्टअप है लिव एंड सेंस। ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग पर आधारित प्लेटफॉर्म है। इसकी मदद से वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की प्रभावी निगरानी की जा सकेगी। इससे ये भी पता चल सकेगा कि कहां कितना पानी बर्बाद हो रहा है। एक और स्टार्टअप है कुंभी कागज। ये कुंभी कागज ऐसा विषय है, मुझे पक्का विश्वास है आपको भी बहुत पसंद आएगा। कुंभी कागज स्टार्टअप, उसने एक विशेष काम शुरू किया है। वे जल कुंभी से कागज बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। यानी जो जलकुंभी कभी जल स्रोतों के लिए एक समस्या समझी जाती थी, उसी से अब कागज बनने लगा है। साथियों, कई युवा अगर इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो कई युवा ऐसे भी हैं जो समाज को जागरूक करने के मिशन में भी लगे हुए हैं। जैसे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में बालोद जिले के युवा हैं। यहाँ के युवाओं ने पानी बचाने के लिए एक अभियान शुरू किया है। ये घर घर जाकर लोगों को जल संरक्षण के लिए जागरूक करते हैं। कहीं शादी ब्याह जैसा कोई आयोजन होता है तो युवाओं का ये ग्रुप वहां जाकर पानी का दुरुपयोग कैसे रोका जा सकता है, इसकी जानकारी देता है। पानी के सदुपयोग से जुड़ा एक प्रेरक प्रयास झारखंड के खूंटी जिले में भी हो रहा है। खूंटी में लोगों ने पानी के संकट से निपटने के लिए बोरी बांध का रास्ता निकाला है। बोरी बांध से पानी इकट्ठा होने के कारण यहाँ साग सब्जियां भी पैदा होने लगी हैं। इससे लोगों की आमदनी भी बढ़ रही है और इलाके की जरूरतें भी पूरी हो रही हैं। जन भागीदारी का कोई भी प्रयास कैसे कई बदलावों को साथ लेकर आता है, खूंटी इसका एक आकर्षक उदाहरण बन गया है। मैं यहाँ के लोगों को इस प्रयास के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 1965 के युद्ध के समय हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने जय जवान जय किसान का नारा दिया था। बाद में अटल जी ने इसमें जय विज्ञान भी जोड़ दिया था। कुछ वर्ष पहले देश के वैज्ञानिकों से बात करते हुए मैंने जय अनुसंधान की बात की थी। मन की बात में आज बात एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की, एक ऐसी संस्था की जो जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान इन चारों का ही प्रतिबिंब है। ये सज्जन है महाराष्ट्र के श्रीमान शिवाजी शामराव डोले जी। शिवाजी डोले नासिक जिले के एक छोटे से गांव के रहने वाले हैं। वो गरीब आदिवासी किसान परिवार से आते हैं और एक पूर्व सैनिक भी हैं। फौज में रहते हुए उन्होंने अपना जीवन देश के लिए लगाया। रिटायर होने के बाद उन्होंने कुछ नया सीखने का फैसला किया और एग्रीकल्चर में डिप्लोमा किया। यानी वो जय जवान से जय किसान की तरफ बढ़ चले। अब हर पल उनकी कोशिश यही रहती है कि कैसे कृषि क्षेत्र में अपना अधिक से अधिक योगदान दें। अपने इस अभियान में शिवाजी डोले जी ने 20 लोगों की एक छोटी सी टीम बनाई और कुछ पूर्व सैनिकों को भी इसमें जोड़ा। इसके बाद उनकी इस टीम ने वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव पावर एंड एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग लिमिटेड नाम की एक सहकारी संस्था का प्रबंधन अपने हाथ में ले लिया। ये सहकारी संस्था निष्क्रिय पड़ी थी, जिसे रिवाइव करने का बीड़ा उन्होंने उठाया। देखते ही देखते आज वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव का विस्तार कई जिलों में हो गया है। आज ये टीम महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका में काम कर रही है। इससे करीब 18,000 लोग जुड़े हैं, जिनमें काफी संख्या में हमारे एक्स सर्विसमैन भी हैं। नासिक के मालेगांव में इस टीम के सदस्य 500 एकड़ से ज्यादा जमीन में एग्रो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं। ये टीम जल संरक्षण के लिए भी कई तालाब भी बनवाने में जुटी है। खास बात यह है कि इन्होंने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग और डेयरी भी शुरू की है। अब इनके उगाए अंगूरों को यूरोप में भी एक्सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है। इस टीम की जो 2 बड़ी विशेषताएं हैं जिसने मेरा ध्यान आकर्षित किया है, वो ये है जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान। इसके सदस्य टेक्नोलॉजी और मॉडर्न एग्रो प्रैक्टिसेस का अधिक से अधिक उपयोग कर रहे हैं। दूसरी विशेषता यह है कि वे एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जरूरी कई तरह के सर्टिफिकेशन पर भी फोकस कर रहे हैं। सहकार से समृद्धि की भावना के साथ काम कर रही इस टीम की मैं सराहना करता हूं। इस प्रयास से न सिर्फ बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, बल्कि आजीविका के अनेक साधन भी बने हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि यह प्रयास मन की बात के हर श्रोता को प्रेरित करेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज 28 मई को महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर सावरकर जी की जयंती है। उनके त्याग, साहस और संकल्प शक्ति से जुड़ी गाथाएं आज भी हम सबको प्रेरित करती हैं। मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब मैं अंडमान में उस कोठरी में गया था जहां वीर सावरकर ने काला पानी की सजा काटी थी। वीर सावरकर का व्यक्तित्व दृढ़ता और विशालता से समाहित था। उनके निर्भीक और स्वाभिमानी स्वभाव को गुलामी की मानसिकता बिल्कुल भी रास नहीं आती थी। स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन ही नहीं, सामाजिक समानता और सामाजिक न्याय के लिए भी वीर सावरकर ने जितना कुछ किया, उसे आज भी याद किया जाता है। साथियों, कुछ दिन बाद 4 जून को संत कबीरदास जी की भी जयंती है। कबीरदास जी ने जो मार्ग हमें दिखाया है वो आज भी उतना ही प्रासंगिक है। कबीरदास जी कहते थे, कबीरा कुआं एक है पानी भरे अनेक, बर्तन में ही भेद हैं पानी सब में एक। यानी कुएं पर भले भिन्न भिन्न तरह के लोग पानी भरने आए, लेकिन कुआं किसी में भेद नहीं करता। पानी तो सभी बर्तनों में एक ही होता है। संत कबीर ने समाज को बांटने वाली हर कुप्रथा का विरोध किया, समाज को जागरूक करने का प्रयास किया। आज जब देश विकसित होने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो हमें संत कबीर से प्रेरणा लेते हुए समाज को सशक्त करने के अपने प्रयास और बढ़ाने चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मैं आपसे देश की एक ऐसी महान हस्ती के बारे में चर्चा करने जा रहा हूं जिन्होंने राजनीति और फिल्म जगत में अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा के बल पर अमिट छाप छोड़ी। इस महान हस्ती का नाम है एनटी रामाराव, जिन्हें हम सभी एनटीआर के नाम से भी जानते हैं। आज एनटीआर की 100वीं जयंती है। अपनी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के बल पर वो न सिर्फ तेलुगु सिनेमा के महानायक बने, बल्कि उन्होंने करोड़ों लोगों का दिल भी जीता। क्या आपको मालूम है कि उन्होंने 300 से अधिक फिल्मों में काम किया था? उन्होंने कई ऐतिहासिक पात्रों को अपने अभिनय के दम पर फिर से जीवंत कर दिया था। भगवान कृष्ण, राम और ऐसी कई अन्य भूमिकाओं में एनटीआर की एक्टिंग को लोगों ने इतना पसंद किया कि लोग उन्हें आज भी याद करते हैं। एनटीआर ने सिनेमा जगत के साथ साथ राजनीति में भी अपनी अलग पहचान बनाई थी। यहां भी उन्हें लोगों का भरपूर प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला। देश दुनिया में लाखों लोगों के दिलों पर राज करने वाले एनटी रामाराव जी को मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में इस बार इतना ही। अगली बार कुछ नए विषयों के साथ आपके बीच आऊंगा। तब तक कुछ इलाकों में गर्मी और ज्यादा बढ़ चुकी होगी, कहीं कहीं पर बारिश भी शुरू हो जाएगी। आपको मौसम की हर परिस्थिति में अपनी सेहत का ध्यान रखना है। 21 जून को हम वर्ल्ड योगा डे भी मनाएंगे। उसकी भी देश विदेश में तैयारियां चल रही है। आप इन तैयारियों के बारे में भी अपने मन की बात मुझे लिखते रहिए। किसी और विषय पर कोई और जानकारी अगर आपको मिले तो वो भी मुझे बताइएगा। मेरा प्रयास ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुझावों को मन की बात में लेने का रहेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मिलेंगे अगले महीने। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। नमस्कार।
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने सेंगोल को उसका विशेष जगह में
ये भवन सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं, ये ठिकाना है 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों का। ये प्रतीक है उनकी आशाओं का। ये हस्ताक्षर है उनके स्वाभिमान का। ये जय घोष है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जनतंत्र का। ये मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का। इसकी नींव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भाव है। इसकी ईंट ईंट दुनिया से हमारा संवाद है। इसकी दीवारें हमारी आस्था से अटूट हैं। इसकी छत हमारी एकता का मूर्त रूप है। ये दिखाता है कि इंडिया कितना यंग है। ये बताता है हमारी चाहतों में कितना दम है। ये जश्न है हमारे गौरवमयी इतिहास का। ये पर्व है एक नए आगाज का। इसके उद्घाटन पर पूरे देश में त्योहार जैसा हर्ष है। मेरा संसद भवन मेरा गर्व है। जय हिंद।
Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. New Parliament says Namaste India. Historic Sengol gets a rebirth in new Lok Sabha. The seat of India's next growth story. Where our representatives must build a better India. For this stunning new edifice, India thanks every worker, laborer, engineer, your sweat and blood for India's future. New Parliament for New India.
New Parliament, New India, New Hope. That's our top focus story. And let me take you through the top developments from 7th this morning. So ahead of the inauguration of India's new Parliament building, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla took part in Havan early this morning. And after the Havan, there was also Sarva Dharma Prarthana or multi-faith prayers. Religious prayers were performed at this event. The symbolic Sengol consecration took place inside the newly built Parliament premises before it was handed over to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He then carried the historic Sengol to the Lok Sabha of the new Parliament building.
Ganapati Homam mein
Prime Minister Narendra Modi did a Sashtang Dandavat. He prostrated before the Sengol before taking it inside Lok Sabha. This is the historical scepter from Tamil Nadu that was given to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, independent India's first Prime Minister, to represent a symbolic transfer of power from the British.
Sengol भेंट किया। वो घटना का पुनरावर्तन।
Seers then handed over this Sengol to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He also received their blessings. Seers from more than 25 Adhinams from Tamil Nadu arrived in Delhi for this special ceremony. As you can see in these images, they blessed the Prime Minister and the Sengol ahead of its installation in Lok Sabha.
Mahatma Triyana Sambandar
Holding the Sengol proudly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi walked into the new Lok Sabha. The Sengol was installed near the chair of the Speaker in the new Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister did it. Om Birla, the Speaker, looked on.
Sengol का पूजा अर्चन, आधिनम का आशीर्वाद और प्रधानमंत्री
So the historic Dharm Dand or the Sengol was installed in Lok Sabha. There was also a boycott call by 20 opposition parties. Opposition parties were insisting that President Draupadi Murmu, as head of the state, should have inaugurated the parliament building. The stage is now set for the inauguration of the new parliament building equipped with state-of-the-art technology. This will be inaugurated shortly by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is a 4-story triangular structure. The new parliament building has come up alongside the old parliament building. The old parliament building is about 96 years old, requires extensive repair and repairs. The new parliament building is built on about 65,000 square meter area. The Lok Sabha is based on the theme of peacock, the national bird. And the new Lok Sabha is 3 times larger. It can house about 888 members. The Rajya Sabha will be able to seat 384 members in the House of Elders. The new building, according to the government, ensures optimal utilization of space. There's also new audio-visual communication systems, VIP lounge, a huge library for members, and there are a lot of modern facilities that were not there in the earlier building.
It is a matter of great pride and honor for our country and each one of us. It is not a matter of controversy. Keeping all our differences aside, let's come together as a nation and celebrate this festival of democracy. Let us all witness this historic and proud moment that celebrates India and its democracy.
अपोजिशन अननेसेसरी अपोज कर रहे हैं क्योंकि जब खुद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और लोकसभा स्पीकर इन्होंने ही इसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन डाला था और वही आज खुद होके वो लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं, तो इस कार्यक्रम में अपोजिशन करने के लिए, क्योंकि 2024 का इलेक्शंस नज़दीक आ रहा है, तो अननेसेसरी लोगों को इस इशू पे अपोजिशन भड़का रहा है.
So, the new parliament building, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating it shortly. India is all set to witness the mega unveiling of the state-of-the-art new parliament building. Let's take a look at what this new Sansad will look like and how different it is from the earlier one.
Months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander. 888 seats, almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy. Teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone. Carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan. The false ceiling structure brought in from Daman and Diu.
इस नई संरचना को रिकॉर्ड समय में बनाने के लिए करीब 60,000 के आसपास श्रम योगियों ने अपना योगदान दिया है। इस अवसर पर प्रधानमंत्री जी इस सभी श्रम योगियों का सम्मान भी करेंगे।
Set to be dedicated to the nation on Sunday, an enduring manifestation of the spirit of Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. Bureau Report, India Today.
And Dr. S. Gurumurthy, founder of the Tughlaq magazine, editor of the Tughlaq magazine, now joins me on the broadcast. He played a critical role. He highlighted the story of the Sengol, which led to a lot of investigation in this, and he joins me on the broadcast. Sir, I'd like to hear your first reaction now that the Sengol has been installed in Lok Sabha.
See, the Sengol installation is not an isolated event that took place in 1947 as some kind of a ritual. It connects the pre-independence history of India and particularly the freedom movement, of which 14th, 15th August is the culmination. And this event today of the Sengol event, which coincides with the opening of the parliament, is an event which need not have taken place had the Sengol been kept installed in Rashtrapati Bhavan or the Prime Minister's office or in the parliament itself. That this symbolism of the freedom struggle culminating in freedom was secreted, destroyed, demeaned, necessitated that it had to be recalled. So this parliament opening coincides with the recalling of an event which took place in 1947, and it was virtually destroyed. So my view is that this recall is important in the context of India's future also, because the current generation is completely devoid of minimum understanding about our freedom movement, what happened in 1947, and so this parliament opening has more significance than it would have had it been only the opening of a building.
Okay. Were we completely, in a way, cut off from our roots? Is this an attempt by the Prime Minister to connect the country to its ancient roots?
Why do you say it is an attempt? He is compelled to do it. Let's assume the Sengol had been there. What would the Prime Minister have done? It would have been there as a symbol, like Ashoka Chakra, like Satyameva Jayate. But why did you attempt to destroy it? Why did you attempt to put it in some corner of a museum and call it the walking stick presented to Pandit Nehru? Could there have been a greater humiliation of a high, profound ceremony? Jawaharlal Nehru himself underwent. Why did the successor governments do this kind of humiliation? And the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister, who would not have agreed with the Congress would have been forced to do it. This Prime Minister has done it with a lot of dignity. He has recalled it in the most appropriate moment and placed it in the most significant place. And this also incidentally connects India to the freedom movement and to the past. and also brings about an intense spirit of national integration by being a bridge between the south and the north, which has been weakening. At the time Rajaji suggested this, there was a raging separatist movement in Tamil Nadu. So Rajaji thought this was the best way to connect the south and the north. This Sengol has very high significance of relating India to the past, to the freedom movement, a bridge between north and the south, and such a high value icon cannot be allowed to be forgotten.
Mr. Gurumurthy sir, I have one question. That 1947, 14th August, when it was given to Nehru, it was being handed over to somebody who was going to be the Prime Minister of the country. Now, record books say that the curator of the Anand Bhavan, S.C. Kala, brought it to the museum in 1954 after Nehru had said, after laying the foundation of stone of the museum in Allahabad, in Prayagraj, Nehru had given his personal memorabilia to be conserved at the museum. Now, how did something which was part of transfer of power from Mountbatten to Nehru, the Prime Minister of India, become part of personal memorabilia? One wants to understand that element.
I think there was very little distinction between Nehru and the nation at that time, Nehru and the state at that time. You must understand, in 1957, Mrs. Gandhi became the president of the Congress party. The idea that this nation has a private family and that it has certain regal rights over the country was being slowly injected into the polity of India, and that was a normal at that time. And that normal became formal later, and that formal became challenged later, and that is the tussle that is going on between the Congress party and the BJP itself. The Congress party has become dynastic. Today you see all the parties which are opposing the parliament inauguration are dynastic parties.
So ideally, this should have gone to a Tosha Khana. It should have gone to a Tosha Khana instead of the personal, records and then the museum. But I also want to ask you, sir. Today, one political party, the RJD, says the new parliament building looks like a coffin. Another leader, Swami Prasad Maurya, says the Adhinam priests are radical Brahmanical sect who've been called to Delhi. What do you make of that, sir?
You see, the first one is pervert, the second one is illiterate. For someone, even a Pakistani would not have done this. A Pakistani commentator, political person, would not have described the new Indian parliament as some kind of what RJD has done. And so I don't credit Swami Prasad with the knowledge of Tamil Nadu. And these Saiva Adhinams have nothing to do with the Brahmins. They have accepted the Brahmin scriptures, values, but they are not Brahmin. Please understand that. This is Saiva tradition, which Swami Prasad may not know.
So that's a very valid point that you've made out here. And this is where knowledge becomes extremely important. Mr. Gurumurthy, for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. There's breaking news that's coming in. I quickly now want to cut across to Jantar Mantar, where protesting wrestlers are now being detained by the police.
Visuals. These are very disturbing images that are coming in from Jantar Mantar. We could barely manage a word from Bajrang when he was taken away by the Delhi police. He said that he only wanted to peacefully protest, but he wasn't allowed. And some of them have also got injuries in the manner that they were being detained.
Images that you see.
और बजरंग पुनिया का मैंने भेज दिया टीटी.
images that you see, protesters were to march towards the parliament ahead of its inauguration. A number of cops were to send their representatives. A number of women protesters were to join this movement, and just when it started, the police swooped down and they've arrested the wrestlers and their supporters in large number. Bajrang Punia, we are told, has been detained when Bajrang Punia was on his way. I want to cut across to Priya for more on the story. Priya, Shreya, what more can you tell us?
Gaurav, right now all the wrestlers have been detained. From Vinesh Fogart to Bajrang Punia to Sakshi Malik, they've all been detained by the Delhi police. They are being taken away from Jantar Mantar, and clearly we saw that ahead of the protest, the special commissioner, Dipender Pathak, he'd given a clear message that the protesters shouldn't resort to something that will lead to an untoward scuffle. But the protesters had to say that this is their right, this is their democratic right. They will protest peacefully. We could barely get a word from Bajrang Punia. Bajrang said that they wanted to protest peacefully, but they were not allowed, and this has resulted in a scuffle in Jantar. From Sakshi being dragged to Bajrang Punia, we can clearly see disturbing visuals that is coming in from Jantar Mantar.
Disturbing indeed. Were these protesters, had they gotten up for the march? Is that when they were arrested, or were they arrested even when they were sitting down? We'll get you more details on the story. I'm slipping into a quick break. Back with the headlines and our top stories. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार हैं। ये नया घर इतना बड़ा हो कि इसमें देश के हर प्रांत, प्रदेश, गांव, शहर, कोने कोने के लिए जगह बन सके। इस घर की बाहें इतनी चौड़ी हों कि देश की हर जाति प्रजाति, हर धर्म को प्यार कर सके। इसकी नजर इतनी गहरी हो कि देश के हर एक नागरिक को देख सके, जान सके, उनकी समस्याओं को पहचान सके। यहां सत्यमेव जयते का नारा स्लोगन नहीं, विश्वास हो। यहां अशोक चक्र का हाथी, घोड़ा, शेर और खंबा लोगो नहीं, हमारा इतिहास हो। It is said that a parliament is to the nation what the soul is to the body. My sincerest prayers that the soul of democracy remains robust in its new home and continues to foster liberty, fraternity, and equality for ages to come. May this new abode of democracy build a new age that is renowned for its scientific temper and empathy for all. A new parliament for a new India, but with the same age-old dream.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And the stage is all set for the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the new Parliament building. We are quickly cutting across as you look at members of Parliament and guests who are seated waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You can see the Union Home Minister in these images. Cabinet ministers are seen next to him. Nitin Gadkari, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. You already have Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Harivansh Narayan Singh, Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, at the entrance waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's all set to arrive any minute now for the inauguration of the new Parliament building. You have former Speaker Sumitra Mahajan. You can see her in these images. The new Earth Sciences Minister Kiran Rijiju sitting behind her, and that's the image of Om Birla waiting patiently for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cavalcade to arrive. Harivansh Narayan Singh, Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha, flanking him, standing next to him. This new Parliament, for those Rahul Srivastav who argue that this was not required, that this was a vanity project or that this is a wastage of 1,200 crore rupees, including senior leaders like Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, they couldn't be further from the truth at this stage.
See, Gaurav, this exercise for a new parliament started, thinking about it started a long time back. Committees were formed, brainstorming was done, and eventually the building is there. Now, let's go leave around the vanity and other elements. See, delimitation of Lok Sabha constituency has not happened in India for a very long time.
Yes.
Now, interestingly, same gentleman, Mr. Nitish Kumar, when he talked about in his state of Bihar, he is getting a survey done of OBCs. Now, that OBC survey which is going on, that enumeration will eventually tell you what is the numbers of OBCs. Now, to provide better adequate representation to OBCs, definitely you will require more Lok Sabha seats.
Absolutely.
Now, if you require more Lok Sabha seats, then you definitely need a bigger parliament.
And this new parliament will have 888 seats in Lok Sabha.
And 1,200 something when a joint session is held. Very interesting thing, I'll tell you, Gaurav. I have seen on 2-3 last few occasions when there have been President Barack Obama and others in the Central Hall of Parliament, there has been such a paucity of space with MPs and dignitaries inside. There has been squeezing in. I will tell you, people have been sitting in chairs in the lobbies, side lobbies. In the place where there are coffee and other places, chairs had to be put there to accommodate the people who were there. There is definitely a bigger parliament needed. Now that it is there, the problem is, I think it is not the need for a parliament now today. I think it is who is inaugurating it, who gets the
objection. Absolutely. That was their principal objection to Prime Minister
Plus the fact also
Narendra
a
Modi
constitutional element that could the president and others would have been there.
I want to now once again bring in Mosmi Singh. Mosmi, the stage all set, Prime Minister set to arrive.
Yes, absolutely, Gaurav. This is the big moment. All the BJP MPs are inside the new parliament, and of course this will be a moment to celebrate, moment to commemorate, moment of reckoning for the country, because Prime Minister will be walking into the new parliament building that's actually represents the aspiration of 1.4 billion Indians. So really this is a moment, even as politics is erupting. Let me tell you that the Prime Minister will arrive, he'll inaugurate the building, and a short
cutting across to those images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His vehicle, his cavalcade has just arrived. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, Rajya Sabha Deputy Chairperson Harivansh Narayan Singh standing by to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul, this is truly a historic moment, a new parliament building after 96 years, and a parliament building that the government so proudly says will be good for the next 150 years post the 2026 delimitation, as you were just discussing. Post that, it can take in all the new members of parliament who will come in.
Yes, Gaurav, you see, the old parliament inaugurated under the colonial yoke, 1921, the foundation stone laid, 27 inaugurated. It has stood as a goodwill mascot for India. Our democracy, people had, the naysayers had said, will collapse within a few years. We have survived as a democracy. We have thrived as a democracy. We are called the largest democracy in the world.
Yes.
And we are a democracy. You may criticize it to whatever end, but eventually a tribal is the president of India.
And how does this look? How is, you've seen the new parliament, you've seen the old parliament. Compare the two for the benefit of our viewers.
Gaurav, they
as
belong
the Prime Minister enters, Lok Sabha.
They belong to two different eras altogether.
Okay, let's listen in. Let's listen in.
उपस्थित गणमान्य अतिथिगण, मैं महासचिव लोकसभा आप सभी को सादर नमस्कार करता हूं। भारत की संसद के इस नवनिर्मित भवन का देश की जनसामान्य को अर्पित करने का यह पावन उत्सव राष्ट्रगान से प्रारंभ होगा। इस सभा में उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया राष्ट्रगान हेतु अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रगान का सम्मान करें। हम सभी भारतीय तथा हमारे मित्र देशों के प्रतिनिधि इतिहास निर्माण के साक्षी हैं। स्वाधीन भारत में राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान एवं अस्मिता का प्रतीक यह नवनिर्मित संसद भवन प्रत्येक देशवासी के लिए मंदिर समान है। इस लोकशाही के मंदिर में सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों का स्वागत करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं राज्यसभा के माननीय उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी को। माननीय श्री हरिवंश जी।
संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के लोकार्पण समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी, भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री एच.डी. देवेगौड़ा जी, राज्यों के माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण, विभिन्न देशों के राजदूतगण, लोकसभा की पूर्व अध्यक्ष माननीय श्रीमती सुमित्रा महाजन जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के माननीय न्यायाधीशगण, राज्यों के उप मुख्यमंत्रीगण, नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल महोदय, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के माननीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश महोदय, लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के माननीय संसद सदस्यगण, विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों के माननीय अध्यक्षगण, नोबेल पुरस्कार विजेता श्री कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी, टाटा समूह के चेयरपर्सन श्री एन चंद्रशेखरन जी, प्रेस और मीडिया के सम्मानित साथियों, उपस्थित गणमान्य अतिथिजन, देवियों और सज्जनों, भारतीय लोकतंत्र के श्रद्धा स्थल भारत की संसद के नए भवन के लोकार्पण समारोह में आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथिजनों का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन। आजाद भारत की अस्मिता और हमारी समृद्ध लोकतांत्रिक विरासत का प्रतीक संसद के इस नए भवन को देश को समर्पित करने के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर आप सभी का स्वागत करना अत्यंत सम्मान और सौभाग्य की बात है, अविस्मरणीय क्षण है। हम सब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आभारी हैं कि आजादी के अमृत काल में उन्होंने अपने कुशल नेतृत्व और असाधारण प्रयासों से स्वतंत्र भारत की जनता की आशाओं और आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप नए संसद भवन की संकल्पना को मूर्त रूप दिया है। इसके लिए अपनी ओर से और समस्त देशवासियों की ओर से उनका हार्दिक धन्यवाद और अभिनंदन। आज हम सब ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर इस भवन के प्रांगण में एकत्रित हैं। हमारे जैसे विशाल और जीवंत लोकतंत्र के लिए यह गर्व का क्षण है। सम्मानित अतिथिगण, हमारा वर्तमान संसद भवन देश की लोकतांत्रिक गतिविधियों का जीवंत केंद्र रहा है, हमारी प्रगति का मार्गदर्शक रहा है। यह भवन भारत की स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति तथा अनेक संविधान निर्माण से लेकर हमारी गौरवशाली लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा के दौरान अनेक ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं का साक्षी रहा है। बदलते समय के साथ माननीय सदस्यगण अपने संसदीय दायित्वों के समुचित निर्वहन के लिए आधुनिक सुविधाओं एवं नई तकनीक से युक्त एक नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता महसूस कर रहे थे। आने वाले वर्षों में परिसीमन के कारण सदस्यों की संख्या में बढ़ोतरी की संभावना एवं संसद की बढ़ती हुई जिम्मेदारियों को देखते हुए वर्तमान संसद भवन में स्थान का अभाव भी महसूस किया जा रहा था। यही कारण है कि संसद के दोनों सदनों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सांसदों की दक्षता बढ़ाने और संसदीय कामकाज की इफिशियंसी बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य से आधुनिक सुविधाओं और संसाधनों से संपन्न एक नए स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट भवन के निर्माण का आग्रह किया था। यह अपार हर्ष का विषय है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी देखरेख में 2.5 वर्षों से भी कम समय में भविष्य की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सक्षम एक आधुनिक संसद भवन तैयार करवाया है। यह भवन ईंट और गारे की संरचना मात्र नहीं है, बल्कि देश की सर्वोच्च चुनी हुई संस्था के रूप में यह भवन देश के नागरिकों की आशाओं, अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का माध्यम है। यह नया भवन अपने आप में वास्तुकला का शानदार उदाहरण है, जिसमें देश की सांस्कृतिक विरासत और विविधता की अद्भुत झलक मिलती है। इसमें हमारी संसद की जरूरतों के अनुरूप सौंदर्य और प्रौद्योगिकी का मिश्रण भी किया गया है। यह भवन त्रिकोणीय आकार के स्थान का अधिकतम उपयोग सुनिश्चित करता है। इसमें लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के कक्षों में पुराने भवन की तुलना में कहीं अधिक लोगों के बैठने का स्थान है। इन कक्षों में प्रत्येक सदस्य के लिए पूरी तरह डिजिटली वायर्ड इंटरनेट प्रोटोकॉल आधारित प्रणाली एवं इंटीग्रेटेड मल्टीमीडिया डिस्प्ले की सुविधा, अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा बटन के साथ मतदान प्रणाली सहित अन्य आधुनिक सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध कराई गई हैं, ताकि माननीय सदस्य अपने कर्तव्यों का दक्षतापूर्वक निर्वहन कर सकें। देश की गौरवशाली लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा में आज का दिन एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। अगले 25 वर्षों में जब हम आजादी का शताब्दी वर्ष मना रहे होंगे, तब इस अमृत काल में निर्मित यह नया संसद भवन हमारे जनप्रतिनिधियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत होगा। इस भवन में बैठकर हमारी संसद देश के स्वर्णिम भविष्य के निर्माण के लिए अनेक कालजयी निर्णय लेगी, और वह दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत आने वाले वर्षों में विश्व के लोकतांत्रिक देशों में शिखर पर होगा और समस्त विश्व को प्रभावी नेतृत्व देगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ यहां पधारे सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों का पुनः हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, गणमान्य अतिथिगण। संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के निर्माण की अभूतपूर्व कीर्ति गाथा एवं इस कक्ष में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा माननीय अध्यक्ष लोकसभा के आसन की दाहिनी ओर स्थापित ऐतिहासिक और पवित्र सेंगोल के महात्म्य से संबंधित दो विशेष फिल्म प्रस्तुतियां तैयार की गई हैं। पहली फिल्म का शीर्षक संसद का नवनिर्मित भवन तथा दूसरी फिल्म का शीर्षक सेंगोल है। आइए हम इन फिल्म प्रस्तुतियों को देखते हैं।
भारत विविधता का दर्पण, एकता की मूरत और लोकतंत्र की जननी। यहां गणतांत्रिक व्यवस्थाओं के उदाहरण हैं वेदों में। वैशाली की गण परिषद के उत्कोचों में, आचार्य चाणक्य के अर्थशास्त्र में, उत्तरा मेरूर के शिलालेखों में वर्णित चोल साम्राज्य की पंचायत व्यवस्था में, उनकी गणम और वार्यम व्यवस्था में, भगवान बसवेश्वर की अनुभव मंटपम की धारणा में, गण, सभा, गणपति, समिति, लोकपाल जैसे शब्द भारत में हजारों साल से अस्तित्व रखते हैं। स्वरूप बदलता रहा, संस्कार नहीं। बदलते समय के साथ भारत बना विश्व का सबसे विशाल लोकतंत्र। का साक्षी बना हमारा संसद भवन। करीब एक शताब्दी पहले 1927 में औपनिवेशिक हितों के लिए ये काउंसिल हाउस बना। देश आजाद हुआ, ये भारत की संसद बनी, यहीं पर हमारा संविधान रचा गया। आज यहीं से लोकसभा के 545 और राज्यसभा के 245 सदस्य भारत के नागरिकों का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। विचार विमर्श की तंदुरुस्त प्रक्रिया से देश को दिशा दिखाती है ये गोल आकार संसद। इतिहास की कई अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धियों का साक्षी संसद भवन। समय के साथ यहां पर्याप्त जगह और सुविधाओं का अभाव होने लगा था। आधुनिक तकनीक का क्रियान्वयन चुनौतीपूर्ण हो रहा था। ऐसे में विगत कई दशकों से कई सरकारों ने नए भवन की आवश्यकता को महसूस किया, पर इसे साकार करने का साहस किया गया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में। और 10 दिसंबर 2020 को संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन की आधारशिला रखी गई। 2.5 वर्ष से भी कम समय में 65,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले इस भवन का लगभग 60,000 श्रमवीरों द्वारा 23 लाख मानव दिवस से भी अधिक सृजित रोजगार से निर्माण कार्य पूरा किया गया, जो अपने आप में कीर्तिमान है।
भारतीयों द्वारा भारतीयता के विचार से ओतप्रोत भारत के संसद भवन के निर्माण का शुभारंभ हमारी लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं के सबसे अहम पड़ाव में से एक है।
नए भारत के हर नागरिक की आकांक्षाओं और उज्जवल भविष्य को समर्पित संसद के नए भवन का निर्माण मौजूदा संसद भवन के प्रांगण में ही किया गया है। आने वाले समय में संसद के नए और मौजूदा भवन एक दूसरे के पूरक होंगे। इस भवन में प्रवेश के 6 द्वार हैं, जो भारतीय सभ्यता के अनुसार प्रकृति को अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करते हैं। मकर और हंस यानी जल को नमन, शार्दुल और गर्भ यानी नभ को नमस्कार, अश्व और गज यानी थल को प्रणाम। संसद के नए भवन का नया विराट लोकसभा कक्ष, जो राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर से प्रेरित है। इसका आकार मौजूदा लोकसभा से लगभग 2 गुना बड़ा है। नया राज्यसभा कक्ष राष्ट्रीय पुष्प कमल से प्रेरित है। जिसका आकार भी मौजूदा राज्यसभा कक्ष से लगभग 1.5 गुना बड़ा है। ये भवन देश की जनता को समर्पित है। इसलिए लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में जनता के स्वागत के लिए विशाल दर्शक दीर्घा का निर्माण किया गया है। अत्याधुनिक डिजिटल उपकरण दोनों सदनों की सुविधाओं को नया आयाम देते हैं। यहाँ सदन की कार्यवाही को विभिन्न भाषाओं में सुना और पढ़ा जा सकता है। सदस्यों के लिए बायोमेट्रिक की सुविधा है। वोटिंग के परिणाम और सदन की कार्यवाही के प्रसारण के लिए विशाल मल्टीमीडिया डिस्प्ले, ऑटोमेटिक कैमरा कंट्रोल और कमांड सेंटर का भी निर्माण किया गया है। ये नया स्मार्ट भवन पूरी तरह से पेपरलेस है। इस भवन के एक भाग में लोकसभा है, दूसरे में राज्यसभा। और इस भवन का केंद्र समर्पित है हर भारतीय को, जिनके लिए सेंट्रल फॉयर में बना है संविधान कक्ष, जहां वे भारत में लोकतंत्र के अतीत से वर्तमान की यात्रा का अनुभव कर सकते हैं। यहीं भारत के संविधान की डिजिटल प्रतिरूपी भी रखी गई है। इसी सेंट्रल फॉयर में ऊपर की त्रिकोणीय छत से सूर्य की किरणें ब्रह्मांड का भ्रमण करते हुए पेंडुलम क्लॉक पर गिरती हैं। ये किरणें बरगद के पेड़ को नहलाती हैं और सदस्यों के लिए निर्मित कक्ष, पुस्तकालय, भोजन कक्ष में फैल जाती हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के प्रतीक इस भवन के निर्माण में भारत के हर भाग ने अपनी भागीदारी निभाई है। कहीं महाराष्ट्र की सागौन की लकड़ी सजी है, उन्हीं से दोनों सदन में अशोक चक्र भी बना है। कहीं राजस्थान का शानदार स्टोन वर्क, कहीं उत्तर प्रदेश की कालीन बिछी है, कहीं त्रिपुरा की बैम्बू वुड फ्लोरिंग, वहीं सफेद मार्बल गुजरात से आया है। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना से प्रेरित सभी वर्गों, प्रांतों ने मिलकर बनाया है ये भवन। ये भवन इको फ्रेंडली होने के साथ साथ भूकंप रोधक भी है। 1700 से अधिक दरवाजे, खिड़कियां हैं। 3.5 किलोमीटर लंबे बिल्डिंग कॉरिडोर्स हैं। ये भवन विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत संगम है। एक तरफ यहां सुरक्षा और सुविधा के लिए स्मार्ट फीचर्स और स्मार्ट एक्सेस की व्यवस्था है, वहीं भारत की प्राचीन कलाओं का अद्भुत एकीकरण भी है।
तो नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण का गवाह बनेगा। पुराने संसद भवन में देश की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए काम हुआ, तो नए भवन में 21वीं सदी के भारत की आकांक्षाएं पूरी की जाएगी।
नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास को बढ़ाता, विकसित भारत के संकल्प को गति देता, ये है हम भारतीयों का संसद भवन।
आज का ये दिन महत्वपूर्ण है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक नया इतिहास रचा है। पूर्व की कई सरकारों ने नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता पर चर्चा की थी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इस पर विचार किया और नए भारत के निर्माण की अपनी दूरदर्शिता के साथ उन्होंने नए संसद भवन का निर्माण कराया, जो हमारी विरासत और परंपराओं को आधुनिकता से जोड़ती है।
साथियों, नए संसद भवन का निर्माण नूतन और पुरातन के सह अस्तित्व का उदाहरण है।
ये नई संरचना लगभग 59,000 श्रम वीरों के योगदान से बनाई गई है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने राष्ट्र की ओर से उनका आभार प्रकट किया है। 75 वर्ष पहले की स्वतंत्रता की भावना को पुनर्जीवित करते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने आज तमिलनाडु के अधीनमों से सेंगोल को स्वीकार किया है। सेंगोल राष्ट्र के लिए न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष शासन का स्मरण कराता है। सेंगोल तमिल शब्द से मई से लिया गया है, जिसका अर्थ है नीति परायणता। इसके शीर्ष पर न्याय के प्रतीक पवित्र नंदी अपनी अचल दृष्टि में विराजित हैं। ये वही सेंगोल है जिसे श्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने 14 अगस्त 1947 की रात को थिरुवावडथुरई आदीनम से एक अनुष्ठान के माध्यम से स्वीकार किया था, जिसका आयोजन भारतीय सभ्यता के अनुसार किया गया था। उसके बाद इस पवित्र सेंगोल को यथोचित सम्मान और स्थान न मिल सका।
जो मिलना चाहिए था। कहानी मुड़ती है तमिलनाडु के कांचीपुरम की ओर, जहां पूजनीय कांची मठ का आसन है। 15 अगस्त 1978 मठ के 68वें प्रमुख परम पावन श्री चंद्रशेखरेंद्र सरस्वती स्वामीगढ़, जो महापेरियवा अर्थात प्रबुद्ध ज्येष्ठ के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, वे सेंगोल वृतांत को स्मरण करते हुए अपने अनुयायी डॉक्टर आर सुब्रमण्यम से इसका वर्णन करते हैं, जिसे उन्होंने अपनी किताब में स्थान दिया है। महापेरियवा ने बताया कि स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर सेंगोल ने एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई थी। हमारे इतिहास की किताबों में यह तथ्य अवश्य होना चाहिए था, लेकिन गत कई वर्षों में कहीं भी इसका उल्लेख नहीं किया गया है। एक बार इस अद्भुत संस्मरण के सार्वजनिक होने पर तमिल मीडिया व प्रकाशनों ने इसे अपने संपादनों और वेबसाइटों में वरीयता दी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री एक परंपरागत प्रतीक की खोज में थे। तत्पश्चात सेंगोल ने उनका ध्यान आकर्षण किया। उन्होंने इसकी जांच करवाई, जिसका प्रमाण मीडिया विश्लेषणों और पुस्तकों में मिला। आखिरकार सेंगोल की खोज पूरी हुई। यह ऐतिहासिक सेंगोल इलाहाबाद संग्रहालय में मिला। ये चोला साम्राज्य से चली आ रही हमारी भारतीय सभ्यतागत प्रथा है। चोला सदियों तक हमारे उपमहाद्वीप के अग्रणी साम्राज्यों में से एक थे। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि सेंगोल के प्राप्तकर्ता के पास न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष रूप से शासन करने का आदेश होता है, जिसे तमिल में आणै कहा जाता है। इस विचार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री प्रभावित हुए। उनके अनुसार जनता के लिए चुने गए लोगों को इस आदेश को कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए। उन्होंने यह निश्चय किया कि इस अद्वितीय प्रतीक को अमृतकाल के प्रतिबिंब के रूप में अपनाया जाना चाहिए, ताकि राष्ट्र अनंत संभावनाओं से परिपूर्ण रहे। सेंगोल को आज सुबह संसद में उसके सुयोग्य स्थान पर स्थापित किया गया। यह सभी के लिए भारत सरकार के न्यायपूर्ण और निष्पक्ष शासन के अटूट संकल्प का स्मरण कराता है। इस दृढ़ता के साथ भारत विश्व गुरु के रूप में अपना यथोचित स्थान ग्रहण करने की ओर बढ़ रहा है।
मैं भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी एवं माननीय सभापति राज्यसभा श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी के शुभकामना संदेश पाठ के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं माननीय उपसभापति राज्यसभा श्री हरिवंश जी को। माननीय हरिवंश जी।
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति संदेश। भारतीय लोकतंत्र की अभूतपूर्व विकास यात्रा की इस महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक घड़ी और गौरव क्षण में पूरे देश को हार्दिक बधाई देते हुए मुझे अपार खुशी है। हमारा मौजूदा संसद भवन आजादी मिलने से आज दुनिया की एक बड़ी ताकत के रूप में भारत की पहचान बनने तक की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा का गवाह है। मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि इस अमृत काल के दौर में बना नया संसद भवन आगे भी हमारी तेज प्रगति का साक्षी रहेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने से लेकर जनता की मूलभूत सभी जरूरतों की पूर्ति तक, देशवासियों को सशक्त बनाने से लेकर समग्र गरीबी उन्मूलन तक, यह गौरवशाली भवन भावी दशकों के दौरान अनेक ऐतिहासिक पलों का अध्याय लिखेगा। नई संसद हमारी शाश्वत धाराओं का प्रतीक है। यह हमारी समृद्ध भारतीय वास्तुशिल्प, परंपरा एवं सांस्कृतिक विरासत के साथ प्रगति विकास के लिए आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को सर्वोत्तम तरीके से आत्मसात करने की हमारी क्षमता को भी प्रदर्शित करता है। वैश्विक कोविड महामारी से उत्पन्न चुनौतियां हमारे कर्मठ व प्रतिबद्ध श्रम शक्ति के अटल संकल्प को रोकने में विफल रहीं। यह भव्य देशज नई संसद गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति के हमारे राष्ट्रीय संकल्प का भी प्रतीक है। मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि हमारी संसद का नया भवन भारतीय मूल्यों संस्कारों का प्रकाश स्तंभ है। इसमें हमारे मुल्क की विविधता, देश के हर कोने से लाई गई कलाकृतियां व मूर्तियां हैं, जो भारतीय कला तथा संस्कृति की श्रेष्ठतम प्रदर्शनी के रूप में इसकी भव्यता में चार चांद लगाती हैं। संसद को लोकतंत्र का मंदिर कहा जाता है। यह वर्तमान और भावी पीढ़ियों की आकांक्षाओं, हसरतों की सुचारू पूर्ति सुनिश्चित करने के साथ ही सनातन परंपराओं तथा श्रेष्ठ लोकतांत्रिक मानकों के संरक्षक के रूप में भी काम करता है। संसद का यह भवन देश के कोने कोने के भिन्न भिन्न श्रेष्ठ विचारों को प्रतिबिंबित करेगा। इनके बीच राष्ट्रीय सहमति बनाने की दिशा में इसका अमूल्य योगदान होगा। मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि संसद का नया भवन नीतियों और विधानों के माध्यम से देश के हाशिए के लोगों को विशेष तरजीह देते हुए सभी देशवासियों की आवश्यकताओं और आकांक्षाओं का सक्रियता से समाधान सुनिश्चित करेगा। इस तरह भारत की बुनियादी प्रतिबद्धता को और सुदृढ़ करेगा। यह मुल्क लोकतंत्र का पालना है। दुनिया के सबसे पुराने और बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देश के रूप में भारत लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों और प्रक्रियाओं के वैश्विक फैलाव और संरक्षण में सहायक रहा है। मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि सम्मान, महिमा, विज्ञान, महान संस्कृति का प्रतीक संसद का नया भवन लोकतंत्र को जीवंत रखने एवं सुदृढ़ करने की दिशा में हमारे सतत प्रयासों को पुनः नई ऊर्जा और बल देगा और सफलता का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। यह कहते हुए मुझे अपार खुशी है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जो आजादी के बाद जन्म लेने वाले हमारे मुल्क के पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं, इस शानदार भवन का लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि मैं अक्सर कहता हूं और मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि संसद लोकतंत्र का मार्गदर्शक ध्रुव तारा यानी नॉर्थ स्टार है। संसद लोगों के जनादेश को प्रतिबिंबित करने वाला सबसे प्रामाणिक मंच है। किसी देश की नियति को दिशा देने में इसकी निर्णायक भूमिका असंदिग्ध है और यह प्रजातंत्र का मूल मंत्र और सार है। तकनीकी रूप से सशक्त संसद निश्चित रूप से संसद सदस्यों को राष्ट्र की नियति को आकार देने के लिए अपनी ऊर्जा और प्रतिभा को श्रेष्ठतम रूप से उजागर करने में सक्षम बनाएगी, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को प्रस्फुटित करना सुनिश्चित करेगी, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर के रूप में संसद की उदात्तता को बढ़ाएगी। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि नया भवन भविष्य की भावी चुनौतियों के बीच भारत का पथ प्रदर्शक बनेगा, हमारी साझा उमंगों, आकांक्षाओं और अभिलाषाओं को सार्थक और सशक्त दिशा देगा। हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। अंत में देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी आदरणीय श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का हस्ताक्षर, दिनांक 28 मई 2023 नई दिल्ली।
शुभकामना संदेश हेतु माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय का आभार। आज के इस ऐतिहासिक समारोह को अपनी मंगल कामनाओं से अभिसिंचित करने हेतु भारत की माननीय राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का प्रेरणादायी संदेश प्राप्त हुआ है। मैं माननीय उपसभापति राज्यसभा श्री हरिवंश जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के आशीर्वचन संदेश का पाठ करने की कृपा करें।
राष्ट्रपति भारत गणतंत्र संदेश संसद के नए भवन के उद्घाटन का यह महान अवसर भारतीय इतिहास में स्वर्णाक्षरों में दर्ज रहेगा। इस अवसर पर यह संदेश प्रेषित करते हुए मुझे अपार प्रसन्नता हो रही है। नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन हमारी विशाल और विविधतापूर्ण भारत भूमि के सबसे उत्तरी छोर से दक्षिणी सिरे तक, पूर्वी सीमा से पश्चिमी तट रेखा तक रहने वाले सभी देशवासियों के लिए गौरव व अतुलनीय आनंद का अवसर है। भारत की संसद का हमारी सामूहिक चेतना में एक विशिष्ट स्थान है। संसद हमारी समृद्ध लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं का प्रकाश स्तंभ है। लोकतांत्रिक विमर्श के प्रति श्रद्धा भाव हमारी सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक परंपराओं का मूल सत्व है, जिसके आधार पर स्वस्थ वाद विवाद, अर्थपूर्ण संवाद तथा विचारों के आदान प्रदान की सुचारू पद्धतियां सदियों से हमारे देश में फलती फूलती रही हैं। अपनी सहज लोकतांत्रिक जन भावना के बल पर हमारे देश ने जन भागीदारी का निरंतर विस्तार किया है और समाज के सबसे गरीब वर्गों को सशक्त बनाया है। साथ ही एक ऐसे वातावरण का सृजन किया है जो सभी व्यक्तियों को, चाहे उनके जीवन की शुरुआत अभावों और चुनौतियों के बीच क्यों न हुई हो, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में नेतृत्व के शिखर तक पहुंचने में सक्षम बनाता है। बीते 7 दशकों के दौरान हमारी संसद अनेक परिवर्तनकारी विधायी प्रयासों की धूरी रही है। संसद ने ऐसे कई बदलाव किए हैं जिनसे हमारे करोड़ों देशवासियों के जीवन को संवारना संभव हो सका है। नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन हमारी लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा में एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान हो रहा यह महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन हमारी लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं के संरक्षण और विस्तार के प्रति हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का जीवंत प्रमाण है। यह हमारे देशवासियों की सामूहिक आशाओं व आकांक्षाओं से आलोकित उज्जवल भविष्य की दिशा में हमारे राष्ट्र को अग्रसर करने की ऊर्जा प्रदान करता है। हमारे संविधान के शिल्पकारों ने एक ऐसे राष्ट्र की परिकल्पना की थी जिसका स्वरूप लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति से चुने गए प्रतिनिधियों से बनी संसद के विधायी विवेक के आधार पर निर्मित होगा। इसलिए मुझे इस बात पर गहरा संतोष है कि संसद के विश्वास के प्रतीक प्रधानमंत्री इस भवन का उद्घाटन कर रहे हैं। इस विश्वास के साथ कि नए संसद भवन का अनावरण हम सभी के बीच एकता और राष्ट्रीय गौरव की भावना को और अधिक मजबूत बनाएगा। मैं उन लोगों की हृदय से सराहना करती हूं जिन्होंने हमारे महान लोकतंत्र के जीवंत प्रतीक इस भवन का निर्माण कार्य संपन्न करने के लिए दिन रात अथक परिश्रम किया। इनके अनथक प्रयासों की स्मृति देशवासियों के मनोमस्तिष्क में सदैव अंकित रहेगी। मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामना है कि नवनिर्मित संसद भवन भारतीय लोकतंत्र की महान परंपराओं और आदर्शों के अनुरूप नए प्रतिमान स्थापित करे। अंत में महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का हस्ताक्षर है। 26 मई 2023 नई दिल्ली।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया का शुभकामना संदेश हेतु आभार। भारतवर्ष लोकतंत्र की जननी है। हर भारतवासी युग युगांतर से हमारी समृद्ध लोकतांत्रिक विरासत का संवाहक रहा है। प्रत्येक भारतीय नागरिक के मानस पटल पर भारत की संसद इन शाश्वत एवं जीवंत आस्थाओं का स्पंदन केंद्र के रूप में अंकित है। भारत की संसद की सशक्त धुरी के रूप में लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष की भूमिका सर्वमान्य है। मैं लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री ओम बिरला जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि वे कृपया इस सभा को संबोधित करने की कृपा करें। माननीय अध्यक्ष लोकसभा श्री ओम बिरला जी। नमस्कार। भारत की लोकतांत्रिक आस्था के प्रतीक हमारी संसद के इस नवनिर्मित भवन में के लोकार्पण समारोह में भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, राज्यसभा के उपसभापति डॉक्टर हरवंश जी, गणमान्य अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। आजादी के अमृत काल में संपूर्ण राष्ट्र आज इस महत्वपूर्ण और ऐतिहासिक पल का साक्षी बन रहा है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को साधुवाद देता हूं, जिनके दृढ़ संकल्प और प्रेरक मार्गदर्शन से संसद का यह नया भवन 2.5 वर्ष से भी कम अवधि में बनकर तैयार हुआ। मैं उन हजारों श्रमिक भाई बहनों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी निरंतर श्रम साधना और कठिन परिश्रम से ये भागीरथ प्रयास पूरा हुआ। कोविड महामारी के कठिन समय में हमारे श्रमजीवियों ने अपने कर्तव्यों के प्रति अद्भुत समर्पण दिखाया, जिसके कारण राष्ट्र का यह सामूहिक संकल्प सिद्ध हुआ। जनप्रतिनिधि जनहित और जनता का सेवा भाव के रूप में काम करते हैं। पिछले 7 दशकों से संसद के अंदर हमारे विद्वान नेताओं और सांसदों की उत्कृष्ट चर्चा और संवाद से जनता की समस्याओं का समाधान किया गया और महत्वपूर्ण कानून भी बनाए, जिससे लोगों के सामाजिक आर्थिक जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन हुआ। हमारा लोकतंत्र और अधिक सशक्त हुआ। इस अवसर पर मैं उन सब का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। लोकसभा में मेरे पूर्ववर्ती अध्यक्ष ने सदन की गरिमा और प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाने में समर्पित भाव से योगदान दिया, उनका भी मैं साधुवाद व्यक्त करता हूं। भारत विश्व का प्राचीनतम लोकतंत्र है। संपूर्ण विश्व में लोकतंत्र की जननी के रूप में हमारी पहचान है। संसदीय लोकतंत्र की इस यात्रा में हमने सदनों की अच्छी परंपराएं और परिपाटियां स्थापित की है। हमारी निर्वाचन प्रक्रिया के कुशल, पारदर्शी एवं विश्वसनीय प्रबंधन के कारण लोगों का विश्वास लोकतंत्र के प्रति और बढ़ा है। इस अमृत काल में भारत की प्रतिष्ठा विश्व में बढ़ी है, सम्मान बढ़ा है। आज लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों के साथ साथ वैश्विक चुनौतियों के समाधान के लिए विश्व भारत की ओर देखता है। भारत की संसद लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था का सर्वोच्च केंद्र है। लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं में जनता की बढ़ती भागीदारी इस सत्य को रेखांकित करती है। लोकतंत्र हमारे इतिहास की बहुमूल्य धरोहर है। लोकतंत्र हमारे वर्तमान की ताकत है। लोकतंत्र हमारे स्वर्णिम भविष्य का आधार है। हमारी संसद घरेलू और वैश्विक चुनौतियों को अवसर में बदलने का सामर्थ्य रखती है। विविधता में एकता भारत की शक्ति है। ये शक्ति संसद में भी दृष्टिगत होती है, जहां क्षेत्रीय तथा विचारधाराओं की भिन्नता के बावजूद सांसदगण
राष्ट्र हित के विषयों पर एक स्वर में अपनी बात को रखते हैं। यही हमारी लोकतंत्र की ताकत है। भारत की संसद इस प्राचीन राष्ट्र की गौरवपूर्ण लोकतंत्र विरासत की कस्टोडियन है। हमारा वर्तमान संसद भवन भारत की स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति तथा संविधान निर्माण से लेकर अनेक ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं का साक्षी रहा है। इसलिए अपनी इस अनमोल धरोहर को संभाल कर रखना भी हमारा दायित्व है। पिछले वर्षों में पक्ष विपक्ष के मान्य सदस्यों ने कई अवसरों पर संसद के नए भवन के निर्माण की आवश्यकताओं को महसूस किया था। इसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में राज्यसभा और लोकसभा दोनों सदनों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से संसद का नया भवन बनाने का आग्रह किया। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का पुनः आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने माननीय सदस्यों की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हुए इस आग्रह को तत्काल स्वीकार किया और इतने कम समय में इसको साकार भी कर दिया। हमारे इतिहास की एक महत्वपूर्ण धरोहर सेंगोल को अध्यक्ष पीठ के समीप स्थापित कर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ऐतिहासिक परंपराओं के सम्मान एवं न्यायपूर्ण एवं निष्पक्ष शासन के प्रति अपने संकल्प को दोहराया है। ये नवनिर्मित भवन हमारी समृद्ध संस्कृति, प्राचीन विरासत एवं आधुनिक आकांक्षाओं का अद्भुत संगम है। नए भवन में माननीय सदस्यगण नई तकनीकी प्रौद्योगिकी का उपयोग करके अपनी कार्यकुशलता को बढ़ा पाएंगे। नए वातावरण में नए विचारों का सर्जन होगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। हमारे नए भवन में ऊर्जा संरक्षण, जल संरक्षण, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी, पर्यावरण अनुकूलता की विशिष्टता का समागम है। यह भवन वास्तुशिल्प, कला व संस्कृति का अद्भुत उदाहरण है। इसमें संपूर्ण भारत की उत्कृष्ट व विविधतापूर्ण सांस्कृतिक विरासत के दर्शन होंगे। इस भवन में प्रत्येक भारतीयों को अपने अपने राज्य की संस्कृति की झलक भी दिखेगी। इसलिए मेरा माननीय सांसद मित्रों से अनुरोध है, हम संसद में जब नए भवन में प्रवेश करें तो नए संकल्प के साथ प्रवेश करें। हम लोकतंत्र की अच्छी परंपराओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हम संसदीय अनुशासन, मर्यादा और गरिमा के नए मानदंड स्थापित करें ताकि विश्व की लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं के लिए भारत की लोकतांत्रिक संस्था आदर्श बन सके। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है, नए वातावरण में हम सब मिलकर अधिक ऊर्जा के साथ रचनात्मक व सकारात्मक चर्चा के माध्यम से एक श्रेष्ठ और विकसित भारत का निर्माण कर सकेंगे। आप सबका पुनः बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन।
धन्यवाद। लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज के इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर भारत के डाक विभाग ने स्मारक डाक टिकट जारी करने का निर्णय लिया है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे स्मारक डाक टिकट जारी करने की कृपा करें। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से पुनः अनुरोध करूंगा कि इस अवसर पर भारत सरकार के वित्त मंत्रालय द्वारा तैयार किए गए विशेष सिक्के को भी जारी करने का कष्ट करें। सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों को अवगत करा दूं कि 75 रुपए का यह स्मारक सिक्का भारत सरकार के कोलकाता टकसाल ने चांदी, तांबा, निकेल एवं जिंक धातुओं के मिश्रण से तैयार किया है। धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष लोकसभा एवं माननीय उपसभापति राज्यसभा। संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के प्रेरणा स्रोत एवं मार्गदर्शक और जिन्होंने पूरे विश्व में भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाया है, ऐसे भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री परम श्रद्धेय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को सुनने के लिए हम सभी आतुर हैं। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्रता पूर्वक निवेदन करूंगा कि वे इस सभा को अपने विचारों से अनुग्रहित करने की कृपा करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
लोकसभा के स्पीकर आदरणीय श्री ओम बिरला जी, राज्यसभा के उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी, माननीय सांसदगण, सभी वरिष्ठ जनप्रतिनिधि, विशिष्ट अतिथि, अन्य सभी महानुभाव और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हर देश की विकास यात्रा में कुछ पल ऐसे आते हैं जो हमेशा के लिए अमर हो जाते हैं। कुछ तारीखें समय के ललाट पर इतिहास का अमिट हस्ताक्षर बन जाती है। आज 28 मई 2023 का ये दिन ऐसा ही शुभ अवसर है। देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष होने पर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। इस अमृत महोत्सव में भारत के लोगों ने अपने लोकतंत्र को संसद के इस नए भवन का उपहार दिया है। आज सुबह ही संसद भवन परिसर में सर्वपंथ प्रार्थना हुई है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है। ये नया संसद भवन योजना को यथार्थ से, नीति को निर्माण से, इच्छा शक्ति को क्रिया शक्ति से, संकल्प को सिद्धि से जोड़ने वाली अहम कड़ी साबित होगा। ये नया भवन हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के सपनों को साकार करने का माध्यम बनेगा। ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा। ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा। ये नया भवन नूतन और पुरातन के सह अस्तित्व का भी आदर्श है। साथियों, नए रास्तों पर चलकर ही नए प्रतिमान गढ़े जाते हैं। आज नया भारत नए लक्ष्य तय कर रहा है, नए रास्ते गढ़ रहा है, नया जोश है, नया उमंग है, नया सफर है, नई सोच है, दिशा नई है, दृष्टि नई है, संकल्प नया है, विश्वास नया है। और आज फिर एक बार पूरा विश्व भारत को, भारत के संकल्प की दृढ़ता को, भारतवासियों की प्रखरता को, भारतीय जनशक्ति की जिजीविषा को आदर और उम्मीद के भाव से देख रहा है। जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो विश्व आगे बढ़ता है। संसद का ये नया भवन भारत के विकास से विश्व के विकास का भी आह्वान करेगा। साथियों, आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर कुछ देर पहले संसद की इस नई इमारत में पवित्र सेंगोल की भी स्थापना हुई है। महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था। राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था। तमिलनाडु से विशेष तौर पर आए हुए आदिनम के संत आज सुबह संसद भवन में हमें आशीर्वाद देने उपस्थित हुए थे। मैं उन्हें पुनः श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। उनके ही मार्गदर्शन में लोकसभा में ये पवित्र सेंगोल स्थापित हुआ है। पिछले दिनों मीडिया में इसके इतिहास से जुड़ी बहुत सारी जानकारी उजागर हुई है। मैं इसके विस्तार में नहीं जाना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं। जब भी इस संसद भवन में कार्यवाही शुरू होगी, ये सेंगोल हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। साथियों, भारत एक लोकतांत्रिक राष्ट्र ही नहीं बल्कि लोकतंत्र की जननी भी है, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी भी है। भारत आज वैश्विक लोकतंत्र का भी बहुत बड़ा आधार है। लोकतंत्र हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक व्यवस्था नहीं, एक संस्कार है, एक विचार है, एक परंपरा है। हमारे वेद हमें सभाओं और समितियों के लोकतांत्रिक आदर्श सिखाते हैं। महाभारत जैसे ग्रंथों में गणों और गणतंत्रों की व्यवस्था का उल्लेख मिलता है। हमने वैशाली जैसे गणतंत्रों को जीकर दिखाया है। हमने भगवान बसवेश्वर के अनुभव मंटपा को अपना गौरव माना है। तमिलनाडु में मिला 900 ईस्वी का शिलालेख आज भी हर किसी को हैरान कर देता है। हमारा लोकतंत्र ही हमारी प्रेरणा है। हमारा संविधान ही हमारा संकल्प है। इस प्रेरणा, इस संकल्प की सबसे श्रेष्ठ प्रतिनिधि अगर कोई है तो ये हमारी संसद है। और ये संसद देश की जिस समृद्ध संस्कृति का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है, उसका उद्घोष करती है। शेते निपद्यमानस्य, शेते निपद्यमानस्य चराति चर्त भगः चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति। कहने का तात्पर्य, जो रुक जाता है उसका भाग्य भी रुक जाता है, लेकिन जो चलता रहता है उसी का भाग्य आगे बढ़ता है, बुलंदियों को छूता है। और इसलिए चलते रहो, चलते रहो। गुलामी के बाद हमारे भारत ने बहुत कुछ खोकर अपनी नई यात्रा शुरू की थी। वो यात्रा कितने ही उतार चढ़ावों से होते हुए, कितनी ही चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुकी है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल विरासत को सहेजते हुए विकास के नए आयाम गढ़ने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल देश को नई दिशा देने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल अनंत सपनों को, असंख्य आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने का अमृत काल है। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है मुक्त मातृभूमि को, मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन प्राण चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा, मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। और इसलिए भारत के भविष्य को उज्जवल बनाने वाली इस कार्यस्थली को भी उतना ही नवीन होना चाहिए, आधुनिक होना चाहिए। साथियों, एक समय था जब भारत दुनिया के सबसे समृद्ध और वैभवशाली राष्ट्रों में गिना जाता था। भारत के नगरों से लेकर महलों तक, भारत के मंदिरों से लेकर मूर्तियों तक, भारत का वास्तु भारत की विशेषज्ञता का उद्घोष करता था। सिंधु सभ्यता के नगर नियोजन से लेकर मौर्यकालीन स्तंभों और स्तूपों तक, चोल शासकों के बनाए भव्य मंदिरों से लेकर जलाशयों और बड़े बांधों तक, भारत का कौशल विश्व भर से आने वाले यात्रियों को हैरान कर देता था। लेकिन सैकड़ों साल की गुलामी ने हमसे हमारा ये गौरव छीन लिया। एक ऐसा भी समय आ गया जब हम दूसरे देशों में हुए निर्माण को देखकर मुग्ध होने लग गए। 21वीं सदी का नया भारत बुलंद हौसले से भरा हुआ भारत अब गुलामी की उस सोच को पीछे छोड़ रहा है। आज भारत प्राचीन कला की उस गौरवशाली धारा को एक बार फिर अपनी तरफ मोड़ रहा है और संसद की ये नई इमारत इस प्रयास का जीवंत प्रतीक बनी है। आज नए संसद भवन को देखकर हर भारतीय गौरव से भरा हुआ है। इस भवन में विरासत भी है, वास्तु भी है, इसमें कला भी है, कौशल भी है, इसमें संस्कृति भी है और संविधान के स्वर भी है। आप देख रहे हैं कि लोकसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा, यहां भी देखिए, यहां भी देखिए, राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर पर आधारित है। राज्यसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा राष्ट्रीय फूल कमल पर आधारित है और संसद के प्रांगण में हमारा राष्ट्रीय वृक्ष बरगद भी है। हमारे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की जो विविधता है, इस नए भवन ने उन सबको समाहित किया है। इसमें राजस्थान से लाए गए ग्रेनाइट और बलुआ पत्थर लगाए गए हैं। ये जो लकड़ी का काम आप देख रहे हैं ना, वो महाराष्ट्र से आई है। यूपी में भदोही के कारीगरों ने इसके लिए अपने हाथ से कालीनों को बुना है। एक तरह से इस भवन के कण कण में हमें एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना के दर्शन। साथियों, संसद के पुराने भवन में सभी के लिए अपने कार्यों को पूरा करना कितना मुश्किल हो रहा था, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी समस्याएं थी, बैठने की जगह से जुड़ी चुनौती थी। इसलिए ही बीते 1.5-2 दशकों से ये चर्चा लगातार हो रही थी कि देश को एक नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता है। और हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि आने वाले समय में सीटों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, सांसदों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, वो लोग कहां बैठते हैं? और इसलिए ये समय की मांग थी कि संसद की नई इमारत का निर्माण किया जाए। और मुझे खुशी है कि भव्य इमारत आधुनिक सुविधाओं से पूरी तरह लैस है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इस समय भी इस हॉल में सूरज का प्रकाश सीधे आ रहा है, बिजली कम से कम खर्च हो, हर तरफ लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले गैजेट्स हो, इन सभी का इसमें पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। साथियों, आज सुबह ही मैं इस संसद भवन को बनाने वाले श्रमिकों के एक समूह से मिला हूं। इस संसद भवन ने करीब 60,000 श्रमिकों को रोजगार देने का भी काम किया है। उन्होंने इस नई इमारत के लिए अपना पसीना बहाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि इनके श्रम को समर्पित एक डिजिटल गैलरी भी संसद में बनाई गई है और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। आज हमें संसद की नई इमारत के निर्माण का गर्व है, तो मुझे पिछले 9 साल में गरीबों के 4 करोड़ घर बनने का भी संतोष है। आज जब हम इस भव्य इमारत को देखकर अपना सर ऊंचा कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे पिछले 9 साल में बने 11 करोड़ शौचालयों का भी संतोष है, जिन्होंने महिलाओं की गरिमा की रक्षा की, उनका स्वर ऊंचा कर दिया। आज जब हम इस संसद भवन में सुविधाओं की बात कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे संतोष है कि पिछले 9 साल में हमने गांवों को जोड़ने के लिए 4 लाख किलोमीटर से भी ज्यादा सड़कों का निर्माण किया। आज जब हम इस इको फ्रेंडली इमारत को देखकर खुश है, तो मुझे संतोष है कि हमने पानी की एक एक बूंद बचाने के लिए 50,000 से ज्यादा अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण किया है। आज जब हम इस नए संसद भवन की लोकसभा और राज्यसभा को देखकर उत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मुझे संतोष है कि हमने देश में 30,000 से ज्यादा नए पंचायत भवन भी बनाए हैं। पंचायत भवन से लेकर संसद भवन तक हमारी निष्ठा एक ही है, हमारी प्रेरणा एक रही। देश का विकास, देश के लोगों का विकास। साथियों, आपको ध्यान होगा 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। हर देश के इतिहास में ऐसा समय आता है जब देश की चेतना नए सिरे से जागृत होती है। भारत में आजादी के 25 साल पहले, 47 के पहले 25 साल याद कीजिए, आजादी के 25 साल पहले ऐसा ही समय आया था। गांधी जी के असहयोग आंदोलन ने पूरे देश को एक विश्वास से भर दिया था। गांधी जी ने स्वराज के संकल्प से हर भारतवासी को जोड़ दिया था। ये वो दौर था जब हर भारतीय आजादी के लिए जी जान से जुट गया था। इसका नतीजा हमने 1947 में भारत की आजादी के तौर पर देखा। आजादी का ये अमृत काल भी भारत के इतिहास का ऐसा ही पड़ाव है। आज से 25 साल बाद भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष पूरे करेगा। हमारे पास भी 25 वर्ष का अमृत कालखंड है। इन 25 वर्षों में हमें मिलकर भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा है, लक्ष्य कठिन भी है, लेकिन हर देशवासी को आज इसके लिए जी जान से जुटना ही है। नए प्रण लेने हैं, नए संकल्प लेने हैं, नई गति पकड़नी है। और इतिहास गवाह है कि हम भारतीयों का विश्वास सिर्फ भारत तक ही सीमित नहीं रहता। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई ने दुनिया के बहुत सारे देशों में उस समय एक नई चेतना जागृत कर दी थी। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई से भारत तो आजाद हुआ ही, साथ ही कई देश आजादी की राह पर चल पड़े। भारत के विश्वास ने दूसरे देशों के विश्वास को सहारा दिया था। और इसलिए भारत जैसा विविधता से भरा देश, इतनी बड़ी आबादी वाला देश, इतनी सारी चुनौतियों से लड़ने वाला देश जब एक विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ता है तो इससे दुनिया के अनेक देशों को प्रेरणा भी मिलती है। भारत की हर सफलता आने वाले दिनों में दुनिया के अलग अलग भूभाग में अलग अलग देशों की सफलता के रूप में प्रेरणा का कारण बनने वाली है। आज यदि भारत तेजी से गरीबी दूर करता है तो ये कई देशों को गरीबी से बाहर आने की प्रेरणा भी देता है। विकसित होने का संकल्प कई और देशों का संबल बनेगा। इसलिए भारत की जिम्मेदारी और बड़ी हो जाती है। और साथियों, सफलता की पहली शर्त सफल होने का विश्वास ही होती है। ये नया संसद भवन इस विश्वास को नई बुलंदी देने वाला है। ये विकसित भारत के निर्माण में हम सभी के लिए नई प्रेरणा बनेगा। ये संसद भवन हर भारतीय के कर्तव्य भाव को जागृत करेगा। मुझे विश्वास है इस संसद में जो जनप्रतिनिधि बैठेंगे वे नई प्रेरणा के साथ लोकतंत्र को नई दिशा देने का प्रयास करेंगे। हमें नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से आगे बढ़ना होगा। इदम राष्ट्राय इदम न मम। हमें कर्तव्य पथ को सर्वोपरि रखना होगा। कर्तव्यमेव कर्तव्यम, अकर्तव्यम न कर्तव्यम। हमें अपने व्यवहार से उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करना होगा। यद यदाचरति श्रेष्ठः तद्देव इतरो जनः। हमें निरंतर खुद में सुधार करते रहना होगा। उद्धरेत आत्मना आत्मानानम। हमें अपने नए रास्ते खुद बनाने होंगे। अपदीवो भव। हमें खुद को खपाना होगा, तपाना होगा। तपसो ही परम नास्ति तपसा बिंदते महत। हमें लोक कल्याण को ही अपना जीवन मंत्र बनाना होगा। लोकहितम मम करणीयम। जब संसद के इस नए भवन में हम अपने दायित्वों का ईमानदारी से निर्वहन करेंगे तो देशवासियों को भी नई प्रेरणा मिलेगी। साथियों, दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र को यह नई संसद एक नई ऊर्जा और नई मजबूती प्रदान करेगी। हमारे श्रमिकों ने अपने पसीने से इस संसद भवन को इतना भव्य बना दिया है। अब हम सभी सांसदों का दायित्व है कि इसे अपने समर्पण से और ज्यादा दिव्य बनाएंगे। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हम सभी 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का संकल्प ही इस नई संसद की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली सदियों को सजाने संवारने वाला है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा। गरीब, दलित, पिछड़ा, आदिवासी, दिव्यांग, समाज के हर वंचित परिवार के सशक्तिकरण का, वंचितों को वरीयता का रास्ता यहीं से गुजरता है। इस नए संसद भवन की हर ईंट, हर दीवार, इसका कण कण गरीब के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित है। अगले 25 वर्षों में संसद के इस नए भवन में बनने वाले नए कानून भारत को विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून भारत को गरीबी से बाहर निकालने में मदद करेंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून देश के युवाओं के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए नए अवसरों का निर्माण करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है संसद का यह नया भवन नए भारत के सृजन का आधार बनेगा। एक समृद्ध, सशक्त और विकसित भारत नीति, न्याय, सत्य, मर्यादा और कर्तव्य पथ पर और सशक्त होकर चलने वाला भारत। मैं समस्त भारतवासियों को नए संसद भवन की फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। गणमान्य अतिथिगण, भारत की संसद के नवनिर्मित भवन के लोकार्पण का कार्यक्रम अब यहीं समाप्त होता है। आप सभी को इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर पधारने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi there spoke for close to 40 minutes, 35 minutes to be precise, and spoke of today being a historic moment, that moment in India's history. And now, as he walks down that special stage, he's greeting members of parliament. There are several top diplomats and ambassadors who are also present here. He descends to the well of the house. Rahul Srivastav, what was the most remarkable aspect of what the Prime Minister said? This is that historic moment 25 years before India's independence, where everyone was galvanized by Mahatma Gandhi's non-cooperation movement to fight for freedom. Now is the time in Azadi Ka Amrit Saal to make the next 25 years glorious.
You know, a historic moment, start of a historic event with a new parliament, and Prime Minister has booked his place in history. That's one very telling point. You know, as an impartial viewer, we have to say that his name is etched on this historic moment. Beyond that, I think a speech which I think underlined by that poetry he recited, कि नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए, and for नवीन प्राण a new building. So he wants the building, as he said, a mix of old, a transition from old to new, a blend of the two, and I think some 8 or 9 times he talked about duty in terms of progress, samarpan, and also Garib Kalyan. I think the messaging is very clear. He is creating a moment that this is a rise of a new India, and this new parliament has to address the aspirations of 140 crore people in the country, and also build an India of the future in the next year by the time India is 100 years old. I think an speech for inspiration and dedication to duty.
Remain dedicated to
and
duty.
Very importantly, no political overtones.
Yes, and we have the best team of reporters on ground. Mosmi Singh, India Today's Mosmi Singh is standing by, will join us in just a moment. Also with me is Ardnarishwan Muralidharan, who's a Vedic scholar. Sir, the Prime Minister quoted extensively from the past to talk about building very strong roots for a strong nation. So while you have the Ashok Chakra of the Mauryan Empire, you also have the Dharma Dand, the Sengol of the Chola Empire, north and south together to take India forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You put it in a very brilliant way. Actually, this is a speech which will really remain etched in the history for a long time to come. The Prime Minister, in fact, has built the bridges on all the directions of the country. Not only that, he has actually inspired us to take our roots, to actually, strengthen our roots so that India can grow taller, stronger, and bigger in the world's this thing. And the trees of this growth can only come if you are going to nourish the roots. And he has, in fact, beautifully summarized this through his various quotes, which of course are really astounding. I mean, it's a very fantastic speech. We all stand inspired by this really.
Okay.
Very importantly,
yes.
Lord Irwin reading out the message from the King of England at that time had said that the Parliament building is to guide India to fashion her future well. It was a new nation being born at that time. We were not independent, but there was talk about India shaping its future well. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is embedded in the message is in the next 25 years, India moving from a developing nation to a developed nation, where he says that the guiding principles will be Niti, Nyaya, Satya and Maryada. I think that's where it encompasses use of nearly 6 Sanskrit shlokas in it.
Yes. And now he's walking through this new parliament building. He's seen Lok Sabha. He addressed the nation from the Lok Sabha, addressed members of parliament. He's again with officials and those workers who were involved in the construction of the parliament and those who will serve there. Rahul, this is one aspect about him. The Prime Minister, of course, with his Council of Ministers in these pictures, it seems.
Yes.
He's with the Council of Ministers here, Rahul.
That's a photo opportunity. That's a photo happening. It was.
And then with parliament officials. He's always with those, who are at the backroom boys and girls.
At the big moment, don't forget the small. That last denominator should always remain in the frame. Because that's what he is. You see, the direct connect. You see, when he was in Gujarat, he had schemes in which ordinary grievances will reach the Chief Minister. He will undertake them directly. Pragati, so many of the schemes, his Man Ki Baat, 101st episode today.
Yes.
Each time, if you see, there is a very strong undertone that the Prime Minister is establishing a direct connect. And I think that's what he's trying to address. So despite all the political criticism, the President not being there, Vice President not being there, the opposition boycotting it, what has he done in this speech? He has created a connect to the last denominator. I think that is perhaps what a politician does eventually. But I think, yes.
And the point that he's making, Rahul, that you were mentioning about Lord Irwin of foreigners who were talking about how India should do well. The Prime Minister in Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, as he puts it, talks about if India does well, the world will do well. Yes. So India leads the world. India would be the engine for the world to move forward in the times to come, is his hope and his dream.
You see, Gaurav, that's a very interesting point to raise. At the time when COVID pandemic hit and demonetization and several other things prior to that, critics have said that India's failures actually led to a worsening as far as the global economy is concerned. And today, India is the new hope as far as the world economy is concerned. Yes, definitely. So, see, again, that inspiration, he is trying to infuse it. He's telling the people, work hard, work dedicated manner, look at a prospective India. A very nice line he said, Safalta ki pehli shart, सफलता का पर विश्वास है कि हम सफल हो जाएंगे. That, what does it tell you? Do work harder. You can achieve better times and perhaps be the global engine. Yes. Instead of being the double engine and 4 engine and others in India, you can be the engine of the global growth. And in that, what happens? The final analysis, it is the Indians who benefit.
Absolutely. मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन प्राण चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए. That's the point that he's making. So it's new energy that's required, Muralidharanji, to take the country forward. That's the point he's making. This is Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, as he puts it. For this Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, you need new energy to spur the nation forward, which would then spur the world.
Absolutely. In fact, the spurring of the world, I can proudly say I'm part of this mission called Jal Jeevan Mission, in which, over a period of last 3.5 years, we have done around 12 crores of tap connections in the whole country.
Yes.
From the point of around 16-17% in 2019, we have now reached up to 62%, which are around 9 crore taps given in this 3 months period. And I can tell you, I have traveled length and breadth of this country. Many of my team members have traveled length and breadth of the countries. And we have been, everyone in our office, they come and go only in the morning to evening. It's all work, work, work. And in fact, this journey has in fact started 3.5 years before.
Okay.
And this mission is perhaps one of the greatest examples for the world. And it sets out its own standards for the words to follow.
And I want to bring in my colleague Mosby Singh for more on this. Rahul Gautam also joins us in a moment. Mosby, the Prime Minister, he's talking about the era, the 2.5 years that it took to build this parliament, that it gave job to 60,000 people. He met them, but he said while this was happening, while a new parliament was coming, 4 crore homes were built in the past 9 years, 11 crore toilets were built, and 4 lakh kilometers of roads were built. From panchayat to parliament, he's talking about his government's growth journey also.
Absolutely, in that very inspiring speech that the Prime Minister gave, in fact, you know, as the BJP leaders would see it, the Prime Minister elaborated on the Modi government's achievements, even as he spoke about the parliament being a symbol of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Gaurav, Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. So here, Prime Minister, you know, connecting the dots from laying down the foundation stone of this parliament building, right in the middle of the COVID pandemic, where Shramjeevis toiled day in and day out to deliver this parliament in record time. On the other hand, development work was happening in various nook and corners of the country, from housing to the economy to road construction, everything for the progress of the country. And now the Prime Minister went on to elaborate that how we don't need to look at other countries for development, because India in itself is actually a big symbol. And let's try and speak to some of the MPs who are coming out, Gaurav. They would be moving out from the new parliament building anytime now, and we'll try and get you the first reactions. But I would see Prime Minister's speech as trying to send in a message to the countrymen that here's a government that is talking about deliverables, what we have given to you, and what the brand Modi actually stands for. And he's said it very loud and very clear.
He said, okay, loud and clear, that's what he's talking about. We'll wait for you to talk to the new MPs. Rahul, there's another point that the Prime Minister raised, and in the past 2 days, he's raised this at least twice. Yesterday, when he was interacting with the Adhinams, the saints who had come in from Tamil Nadu, he sought their blessings once again, thanked them for their blessings. But what did he say? He's talking about India being the growth engine at the time of the Indus Valley civilization, Sindhu Ghati ki Sabhyata, to the Mauryan Empire, to the Cholas, then talks about that Lamba Kalkhand, or that long duration where Indians were no longer free people, there were invaders who came in, and then is linking that Chola period or the pre-invasion period to post-independence period. That this is when this nation is starting to rise again and is extremely self-confident. So he's using this Sengol as the bridge between the Chola Empire, the pre-invasion empire, to modern India.
Well, I think, Gaurav, the Prime Minister is trying to list the various timelines, wherein the country grew, right from the ancient to the medieval and to this ancient to this modern era. So clearly it seems that he's trying to fuse, all these three eras, and at the same time he is giving respect to the glorious traditions, not just of southern part of the country, but also of the Indus Valley civilization, which he calls at Sindhu Ghati Sabhyata. So clearly he's trying to connect the dots. How India is not a young nation. It is not a nation that was born, in 1947. It is a nation that has history of, of over 5,000 years. And how this Sengol is certainly going to be a symbol of a just rule. It is going to be a symbol of sovereignty of this country. In fact, also, in fact, he said that the Sengol, when it will be placed inside the Lok Sabha chamber, it is going to give, aspirations and going to influence the policy makers to draft policy for the welfare of the people. So clearly he is trying to connect these things. On one hand, he's invoking the rich, traditions, the prestige of the country. In fact, he also said that, for a couple of 100 years, there was a foreign rule that actually tried to stole our prestige. But it is time for us to restore it. And therefore, he spoke extensively about Sengol. It seems that a Prime Minister is trying to, create a balance between the ancient value system of the country. At the same time, he is speaking about a modern era where the country is going to grow. We all know that how the central government for the past 3-4 days has been saying that this is India's moment. India has finally arrived, and therefore you see Prime Minister also speaking on the same lines that this is the moment of India. And clearly it seems that at the same time when he is invoking the rich traditions and the glorious history of our past, at the same time also speaking about that how we are going to usher in a new era, how we are going to achieve more, what are going to deliver in coming years. So clearly it seems that it's a fusion of modern ideas. At the same time he's giving due importance to ancient value system as well.
Because Rahul and Mr. Muralidhar, and Rahul, to you first, unless you have very strong roots, you don't build a very strong tree, you don't build a big tree. That's the Prime Minister's effort when he talks about India being the mother of democracies, not some who may say we actually became a nation or a democracy only in 1947.
Gaurav, I think the speech had a lot of element about resolve. You know, the MPs need to resolve, they need to be just, people need to work. That Atmanirbhar element, that this is the moment. This is the moment that 25 years before independence was a time when Gandhi's Asahयोग Andolan and Swaraj Andolan catapulted India's freedom struggle, and we arrived at freedom from the colonial yoke. He is saying that today we are in that similar period, that if we do X, Y, Z, what I'm telling you, then we move to a period where we are a developed nation. It is the fulfillment of aspirations first, because any economy which is a developed economy has generally reached a certain level of a platform where almost everybody has the basics and then a sense of prosperity beyond it. I think one interesting feature of it is that Atmanirbhar element, the emphasis on Atmanirbhar, that it is this opportunity, you use it well by enacting good laws in Parliament in this new building, then you get here. I think connecting the dues for various segments of the society extremely intricately as far as speech is concerned. But I think one very interesting is, despite the criticism on the Sengol, the Prime Minister took time to explain that ये सौभाग्य है कि इसकी हम गरिमा को लौटा सके. That it was left ignored.
But explain that. Why is this Sengol so important that it has to be in Lok Sabha and next to the Speaker?
Gaurav, I think the BJP has been looking for these kind of symbols. I'll tell you something very interesting. Lot of dignitaries, when they used to come, they were gifted Taj Mahal, the small marble pieces of Taj Mahal, mementos and others. Prime Minister Narendra Modi started picking up various elements from the history when foreign dignitaries come as gifts. Something from Shanti Niketan, a beautifully bound copy of Gita became a mainstay as far as the government gifts to foreign dignitaries happen. If you see the slew of those meetings, you will always find something very strongly connected to some grassroots region in India as far as these gifts are concerned. I think these symbols are being picked, a lot of them. Say, for example, even Savarkar today. You know, it's part of that BJP's large nationalistic, Hindutva image, where Savarkar fits in very well. Sengol does fit in, because if it was part of transition of power, I think India should have known about it.
Okay.
It should not have come as a 2023 May surprise for people that there was something like this which was there.
What were foreign magazines that died, apart from the Time magazine, and you know, we read the Time magazine article, but what have other magazines written about it? I mean, was this some kind of a private ceremony, or was this something?
No, it was not a private ceremony when it happened on the streets, Gaurav. There was a procession. There was a procession in which the emissaries from Tajur, they went there. So it cannot be. There were people playing musical instruments after every 100 yards, sitting down for 15 minutes and playing them. It can't be a private ceremony. What Mountbatten did with Jawaharlal Nehru on that day, is that a private ceremony? Is that a private ceremony? And to be, as the news reports are suggesting, that this Sengol becomes part of a personal collection and is kept in Allahabad, gifted by Nehru. I think Nehru could have been interested in not having a legacy of that kind, in which a Hindu symbol with Nandi and others became a public thing. I think Nehru was very cautious of that image. I can count at least 10 instances When Rajendra Prasad wanted to go and inaugurate the Somnath temple, he didn't want the idea. He refused to provide funds for the Somnath temple construction. Rightly so, maybe, that a government of a secular nation or a country which does not want to indulge in religious symbolism should not be doing it. So Nehru could have possibly done it. But the BJP thinks there is something to it. I think if you look at the ceremony today, it is replete with, if you see the inauguration, the foundation stone laying in 2022, if you see the inauguration of the emblem on top of it, and today, I think it is loaded in Hindu symbolism.
It's loaded in symbolism. Mosmi,
a lot of symbols are there. The Bhavan, the Puja, him lying Sashtang, a lot of those things are there.
So there was the Sarva Dharm Sabha, whether it's Islam or Sikhi
that
or
was prayers.
Jainism.
They were prayers.
Those
they were
prayers
not.
there.
They were not rituals.
Yes.
Rituals were Hindu. There is a distinction.
Interesting. Mosme, I want to quickly bring you into this conversation once again. Members of Parliament who are coming out of Parliament and those who chose to stay away, and you've been interacting with all of them. What's the buzz that you're picking up, Mosmi?
See, I can make out, Gaurav, the members who are coming out, the BJP members, they are absolutely, enthused, spirited. They believe that this is a landmark milestone that has been achieved, and they are, in fact, smiling, and there's a spring in their step. So, really, and they're all stopping to give their first reaction, and the first word that comes to their mind when they speak out is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So yet again, this is underlining the brand of BJP, the trump card of BJP, in fact, the stalwart of BJP, establishing that the BJP stands for a nationalistic party, a patriotic party that takes the past along as it moves to the future. Remember, Prime Minister in his Man Ki Baat, when he was speaking to those youngsters, very carefully picked up, speaking about the youth program that the BJP is going on with, spoke about please do blog, do you go on social media. So this is a Prime Minister who's got all the traditions, cultures and the sanskar of the Indian society. The ethos represents the ethos of the Indian society, and it's a mix of the future as well, who's talking about modern technology, who's talking about a parliament that's got the latest state-of-the-art equipments. So that's the brand that BJP is presenting yet again in the run-up to the 2024 elections. And that's why I say, Gaurav, the Ram Mandir, the parliament and the entire stretch in the next 8 months, BJP will be doing everything to reinforce its brand.
Fair enough, and I will come back to you for more on this, Mosmi. The Prime Minister emphasizing about India's strong democratic roots, using words like Ganarajya, the fact that he's saying that even the holy Vedas mention India being a democracy. Mahabharata talks about Gan and Rajya. All of this strong democratic traditions of India. Much more on the story on the other side of a quick break, as I leave you with these images of India's new temple of democracy being dedicated to the people of India.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
ये भवन सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं, ये ठिकाना है 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों का। ये प्रतीक है उनकी आशाओं का। ये हस्ताक्षर है उनके स्वाभिमान का। ये जयघोष है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जनतंत्र का। ये मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का। इसकी नींव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भाव है। इसकी ईंट ईंट दुनिया से हमारा संवाद है। इसकी दीवारें हमारी आस्था से अटूट हैं। इसकी छत हमारी एकता का मूर्त रूप है। ये दिखाता है कि इंडिया कितना यंग है। ये बताता है हमारी चाहतों में कितना दम है। ये जश्न है हमारे गौरवमयी इतिहास का। ये पर्व है एक नए आगाज का। इसके उद्घाटन पर पूरे देश में त्योहार जैसा हर्ष है। मेरा संसद भवन मेरा गर्व है। जय हिंद।
नया संसद भवन देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समर्पित किया, लेकिन विपक्षी दल अपनी ओछी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं, देश उनको कभी क्षमा करने वाला नहीं। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जिस तरह से संसद भवन की तस्वीर के साथ ताबूत की फोटो लगाकर देश का अपमान करने का काम किया, संसद का अपमान करने का काम किया। 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में इसी ताबूत में बिहार की जनता आरजेडी को डाल देगी, क्योंकि उसको ताबूत ज्यादा पसंद है, देश को संसद ज्यादा पसंद है।
अपोजिशन अननेसेसरी अपोज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब खुद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और लोकसभा स्पीकर इन्होंने ही इसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन डाला था और वही आज खुद होके वो लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं। तो इस कार्यक्रम में अपोजिशन करने के लिए, क्योंकि 2024 का इलेक्शंस नज़दीक आ रहा है, तो अननेसेसरी लोगों को इस इशू पे अपोजिशन भड़का रहा है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. new parliament says Namaste India. Historic Sengol gets a rebirth in new Lok Sabha. The seat of India's next growth story. Where our representatives must build a better India. For this stunning new edifice, India thanks every worker, laborer, engineer, your sweat and blood for India's future. New Parliament for New India.
A new temple for the world's oldest democracy, the world's most vibrant, thriving democracy. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as he dedicated the new temple of democracy to the nation, spoke of taking a new resolve for a developed India. He spoke for about 35 minutes in Lok Sabha in the new parliament building and spoke of the nation taking a new resolve. This is India's moment. He gave a dream, a challenge that India's growth will spur the world's growth story. I'm Gaurav Sawant, and over the course of the next 1 hour, we get to the latest. But as always, let's get started with the headlines. A new dawn for India's democracy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the new parliament, installs the historic Sengol inside Lok Sabha, calls new parliament the cradle of empowerment.
यहाँ निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा।
Ugly politics over the new parliament and Adhinam sears. RJD likens the new parliament to a coffin. Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya calls Adhinam a radical Brahman sect. BJP hits back. Opposition sulks over new parliament, but superstars step in. Shah Rukh Khan hails India's new parliament. India's top superstars see what the opposition cannot. 20 opposition parties boycott the parliament inauguration. 25 political parties attend.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार है।
RRR superstar Ram Charan announces his first production, a movie on Veer Savarkar, film to shed light on Savarkar's role in India's freedom struggle. Wrestlers continue their dangal for justice. Khaps, farm leaders join the wrestlers' march to the new parliament. Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia detained. Section 144 enforced.
धगाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े फाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है।
The 2023 season comes a full circle. Chennai take on Gujarat in the grand finale. Gujarat will have to get the better of four-time champions Chennai Super Kings as they look to defend their crown. The nation gets the new temple of democracy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new parliament in the presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and the Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha Harivansh Narayan Singh. Dignitaries including several top diplomats from several foreign countries attended the inauguration ceremony. Former Prime Minister H.D. Deve Gowda was present. Former Speaker of Lok Sabha Sumitra Mahajan was present, claiming that the new parliament building will be a witness to Atmanirbhar Bharat becoming a developed country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the technological aspects that the new parliament building is equipped with. He underlined the significance, the importance, the historic civilizational importance of the Sengol, the Dharm Dand. He said that the Sengol was a symbol of transfer of power. The Prime Minister said the glory and the importance of the Dharm Dand of the Sengol had finally been restored.
मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन पान चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। आज हमें संसद की नई इमारत के निर्माण का गर्व है, तो मुझे पिछले 9 साल में गरीबों के 4 करोड़ घर बनने का भी संतोष है। आज जब हम इस नए संसद भवन की लोकसभा और राज्यसभा को देखकर उत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मुझे संतोष है कि हमने देश में 30,000 से ज्यादा नए पंचायत भवन भी बनाए हैं। यानी पंचायत भवन से लेकर संसद भवन तक हमारी निष्ठा एक ही है, हमारी प्रेरणा एक रही। देश का विकास, देश के लोगों का विकास।
So the oldest democracy gets a new temple of democracy. Joining me on the broadcast is Priyanka Kakkar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. With me is also Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP. Rahul Srivastav stays with me on the broadcast, as does Ardnarishwaran Muralidharan, a Vedic scholar. But Priyanka Kakkar, to you first. Should the opposition have been a party and participated in this inauguration of the new temple of democracy?
Gauravji, good afternoon to everyone. I think it is very clear that the Prime Minister, through his past conduct by not answering, say, a single question in the Parliament, or by saying overturning the judgment of the Supreme Court in Delhi through an illegal ordinance, or say muting, suspending, muting the mic, or suspending, or even disqualifying MPs. And, I don't think the opposition made a very invalid demand. We wanted that the first citizen of the country, that the leader, the supreme commander of the armed forces of India should have inaugurated the parliament, let alone inauguration. She was not even invited. So I think this was a great mauka for the Pradhan Mantri to ensure that sabka saath, sabka vikas, but instead he chose mera saath, mera vikas. It was not an illegitimate demand. I take strong objection to you stating that the opposition is sulking. You said that in your introductory remark, Gaurav ji. It is about this also is happening today as we speak in the country about the inauguration of a new parliament. These are not healthy signs of democracy. The speech was high on rhetoric, definitely. It seemed like a introduction to the 2024 elections where you could make certain alleged achievements of your own party, which nobody else could dispute at the moment at that forum.
Well, had they been there, they would have disputed it. Did they give the BJP a walkover if you were to choose that comparison? But fair enough, nobody's muted here, nobody's mic is shut off here. But one by one, Charu Pragya, the opposition says, in a democracy, take everyone along. Reach out to the opposition. In their instance, they were saying, why not the first citizen, could have led this inauguration? Charu Pragya.
Good afternoon, and I'm so delighted to be on your show today, Gaurav, because I think today is a day of celebration. Today is a day of speaking of national pride, talking about India's beautiful heritage, how we have been a thriving democracy with such a humongous population, and I don't want to indulge in negativity no matter what the opposition wants us to do. The fact is that the parliament belongs to all of us, the ruling party and all the opposition parties together, and if they choose to stay away from these grand celebrations, that's entirely their own personal choice. There are a lot of things that happen on every single day, but that doesn't mean that you become so petty-minded that you stay away from a day as beautiful as this one. Honestly, Gaurav, I have my eyes glued to TV, and before we started speaking, I have been seeing on the visuals on India Today. As an Indian, I feel immensely proud. I think there is an air of spirituality, there is an air of responsibility, and I think even watching this, for us as young citizens of this country, aspiring leaders of this country, there is so much that we are learning from this, and there is so much that we take back. And at a time like this, when the opposition says the worst criticism that they can come up with is inauguration kisne kiya, I think that's a win-win for BJP, because they can come up with
that's a win-win for BJP? Okay, let me get Rahul Srivastav quickly. Rahul, when the opposition chooses to stay away, in a match, you may not like your opponent, but you have to fight. If you stay away from the fight, you've given your opponent a walkover. Is that what the opposition has ended up doing today?
Gaurav, beyond the fact that yes, could it have been better? Yes, it could have definitely been better. The president, the vice president, entire opposition. I think as a citizen, I will say I would have liked the entire political class to come together. If they have not, it's their faults. But 20 years from now, 50 years from now, what will be the story, the narrative? 12th of February 1921, Duke of Connaught laid the foundation stone. 18th January 1927, Lord Irwin inaugurated the old building. And 28th of May 2023, Narendra Modi inaugurated the Parliament building. Opposition boycott is a side story today, will become a footnote, not even a footnote tomorrow.
It will not even remain a footnote in history.
Gaurav, how many people do you remember in 1927 were not there in that building? Is anybody talking about it? You're talking about Lord Irwin and Motilal Nehru, who was present. Now opposition could have. See, I think the bigger point is, you have got a new building. What do you do of it?
Absolutely.
What are these people going to do? One small point which I'll say. For example, do we need to look into it that Parliament used to sit for 150 odd days at one time? now 60 to 70. Less bills are going to standing committee. Ordinances are being passed more.
Okay.
You also have finance bill budget being passed without a debate.
And
I
that's
think
why the
Parliament
opposition and the government really need to work together in a less hostile environment. But today I want to stay on the symbolism and the new building. I have author Amish Tripathi joining me from London for more on this. Amish, many thanks for joining us here on India Today. You saw this entire ceremony. What's your first reaction? What do you take away from this, from what you saw at the new Parliament building?
This is a very significant moment for India's Republic. As has often been said, we are a young nation, a young republic, but we are a very ancient civilization. And symbology is extremely important for how communities come together. As Edmund Burke had said, human beings are symbol-producing animals. And every community, every nation coheres around symbols. I'm in the UK right now. Western civilization is built around Greco-Roman and then Judeo-Christian symbology. So symbols of our ancient civilization, when they get reconnected to the Indian Republic, it makes our nation that much stronger. The Sengol is a very ancient tradition. In the north, it's called the Rajdanda. Rajdanda has been referred to in the Shanti Parva of Mahabharata, in Chanakya's Acharya Chanakya's Arthashastra, in Thirukural of Thiruvalluvar, and it symbolizes how an Indian state should be run. That it should be run on the precepts of dharma. And as I'm sure you're aware, dharma is above religion. It is beyond religion.
Yes.
Often, dharma is erroneously translated as religion. Actually, the correct word for religion is panth. Dharma is above religion, and dharma is for the good of all. So the Rajdanda, the Sengol, represents how a state should be run. The Parliament significantly improves our infrastructure for democracy. So both from the perspective of efficiency and symbology, I think this is a very significant moment.
You say it's significant. You know, you spoke of dharma and the path of righteousness. What the Rajdand or the Dharm Dand is supposed to tell the king in earlier times, and our parliament with the Sengol being installed at Lok Sabha next to the speaker. But what does this entire ceremony mean in terms of our civilizational heritage and our civilizational knowledge?
As I said earlier, the Sengol is, it is believed that Lord Shiva himself manifests on the Sengol or the Rajdanda, which is why on top of the Sengol is Lord Nandi, who is Lord Shiva's foremost devotee. But many also say that symbolizes the bull of Dharma. As I'm sure aware, Dharma is represented by a bull in our ancient traditions.
Yes.
Gautam Buddha has been referred to as a bull in Buddhist text. Lord Vishnu is also said to manifest as a bull, at times. So it actually is an all-encompassing symbol, and it represents how a state should be run. And we as a people have decided to vest the power to run our state in the Indian Parliament. So therefore, it is appropriate that the Sengol be in the Indian Parliament, because that's where the sovereign power of the Indian state lies.
Absolutely. Amish, what do you then make of this entire controversy about the Rajdand or the Sengol being relegated to a museum in Prayagraj as a golden walking stick? And Prime Minister Narendra Modi just a short while back indicated that it's finally being restored to its rightful place.
Look, I'm not going to get into the controversy of it. I never really comment on politics. One can focus on that, but I would choose to focus more on the positive aspects and on the uniting aspects. If you see the ceremony today, of course, the Sengol was treated with respect as it should, and has been placed with pride, at in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha. You will notice that when the speaker speaks, the primary speaker speaks, the Sengol is is there above the left shoulder of the speaker. But the ceremony is also included multi-faith prayers. It was, I think, 10-15 years later, when we look back at this moment, we'll see it as a very uniting and civilizationally important moment for the Indian Republic.
Interesting you say that it's civilizationally a very important moment for our republic. What do you then make of the opposition choosing to stay away? Have they virtually given a walkover to the government? Should they have stayed? Should they have stayed even if to oppose while being there?
I never really comment on politics, and look, the way I see it is, Indian politicians, as rightly, focus on the next election. So Indian politicians should, focus on the next few years. But those of us who, who look at a societal perspective, could look at perhaps a different and a more longer term view. This is not to criticize the political class at all. In fact, I have huge respect for the Indian political class. Running a complex, rebellious country like India is not easy. I would choose not to get into the controversies, the political controversies on this. From a long-term civilizational perspective, however, this is a very significant and positive moment.
You're calling this a positive moment. There were some reports, if we were to go back to 1947, 14th of August 1947, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was wearing the pitambari. He was, holy ash was rubbed on him. He was handed over the Sengol. The Adhinam says that the Sengol was first given to Lord Mountbatten, taken from him, then given to Pandit Nehru. It symbolized transfer of power, and Rajaji, also guided this move. We are now told that there is no historical evidence of Lord Mountbatten being given that Sengol and taken back and then given to Pandit Nehru. What do you make of that part of the current controversy?
From what I know and what was published in the Time magazine as well in that time, the Adhinam of a mutt in Tamil Nadu did do the Sengol ceremony with Prime Minister Nehru on the advice of Rajaji. At least that's what the public data seems to signify. The Adhinams of the mutt have clarified that themselves as well. I think we should focus on the fact that it's very positive that this the symbology is being revived. And you will notice, I think, an important point that while the Sengol, and it is a Tamil term for the Rajdanda, while it has come from Tamil Nadu, the Adhinams who carried out the ceremony were from Tamil Nadu. But no one in North India, West India, East India is protesting that this is not our symbol. Everyone knows that this is our uniting India-wide symbol, and I see that as a very positive way of approaching things.
That's a very interesting perspective, that you're giving on this, that North India, South India, I mean, culturally, and we're all the same. That's a very, very pertinent point. The fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also referred to the Indus Valley civilization, how we were a very modern, civilization at that point of time, or the Mauryan Empire, how India was spurring the world until the invasion started. He spoke of the Cholas, then the invasions. When you talk of the Sengol, when you talk of this Rajdand, is it linking that era to the modern post-independent era, to link progress then to the progress or the aspiration to be a developed nation now?
Yeah, and I think it has been very nicely put. I forget who said that. That society is a contract between those who are dead and those who are yet to be born, to carried out by those who are living. That's what a society is. It's our deep connection to our ancestors and our deep care for our descendants who are yet to be born. Because the moment we cut off from our ancestors, or the moment we stop caring for our descendants and live selfishly, thinking only about ourselves, as sadly some Western societies are living, you will notice that society starts breaking down. Extreme selfishness may seem like a good idea for you yourself, but actually you will notice in practice it doesn't work. Societies work only when we are connected to our past and care deeply about the future. Because remember, society is something that exists beyond just petty human lives. So, of course, I do believe that the past must be connected to the future through our present. That's a very definition of a society.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Amish, as always, for joining me here on India Today. Amish Tripathi there telling us about the civilizational link and why it's so important. Mr. Muralidharan, before we take a break, I quickly want your reaction. Is this then that civilizational link that is being drawn from ancient India to modern India to be a developed first world country?
Absolutely. In fact, just three quotes from the Tirukkural, which even PM quotes many a time. It says one place, it says again about the Sengol only. Kuditari kolechu mannan aditari nirkum ulagu. If the government is going to be citizen friendly, the citizens are going to be friendly with the government. Then iyalpugalil kolechu mannavan nattaviyalum vilaivum tokku. If the government is going to be run to the path of righteousness, okay, then even the nature is going to favor the government. Irai kakkum vayyagam ellam avanai murai kakkum muttachin. It means that if the government is going to protect its subject, the Sengol, as a representative of Dharma thing, will protect the king himself. So, by placing it near to this Lok Sabha speaker's thing, the Sengol every time will tell the people that they are there to serve the people, and at the same time, if they are going to serve them, people are going to be with them. And as you correctly said, it is going to be the bridge between the India that was developed then, and it is going to be the developed down to the next Amrit Kal.
Fair enough.
Last but not the least, it is going to be the sort of, Dulhan ke mate be bindiya, by placing it near to the next Lok Sabha speaker seat.
I will let that be the last word on the show. For joining me here on this India Today special, Rahul Srivastav and Mr. Muralidharan, many thanks. We're slipping into a quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
राज्यसभा के स्पीकर आदरणीय श्री ओम बिरला जी, राज्यसभा के उपसभापति श्री हरिवंश जी, माननीय सांसदगण, सभी वरिष्ठ जनप्रतिनिधि, विशिष्ट अतिथि, अन्य सभी महानुभाव और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हर देश की विकास यात्रा में कुछ पल ऐसे आते हैं जो हमेशा के लिए अमर हो जाते हैं। कुछ तारीखें समय के ललाट पर आज 28 मई 2023 का ये दिन ऐसा ही शुभ अवसर है। देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष होने पर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। इस अमृत महोत्सव में भारत के लोगों ने अपने लोकतंत्र को संसद के इस नए भवन का उपहार दिया है। आज सुबह ही संसद भवन परिसर में सर्वपंथ प्रार्थना हुई है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है। ये नया संसद भवन योजना को यथार्थ से, नीति को निर्माण से, इच्छा शक्ति को क्रिया शक्ति से, संकल्प को सिद्धि से जोड़ने वाली अहम कड़ी साबित होगा। ये नया भवन हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के सपनों को साकार करने का माध्यम बनेगा। ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा। ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा। ये नया भवन नूतन और पुरातन के सह अस्तित्व का भी आदर्श है। संसद का ये नया भवन भारत के विकास से विश्व के विकास का भी आह्वान करेगा। साथियों, आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर कुछ देर पहले संसद की इस नई इमारत में पवित्र सेंगोल की भी स्थापना हुई है। महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था। राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था। तमिलनाडु से विशेष तौर पर आए हुए आदिनम के संत आज सुबह संसद भवन में हमें आशीर्वाद देने उपस्थित हुए थे। मैं उन्हें पुनः श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। उनके ही मार्गदर्शन में लोकसभा में ये पवित्र सेंगोल स्थापित हुआ है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं। जब भी इस संसद भवन में कार्यवाही शुरू होगी, ये सेंगोल हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। भारत आज वैश्विक लोकतंत्र का भी बहुत बड़ा आधार है। लोकतंत्र हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक व्यवस्था नहीं, एक संस्कार है, एक विचार है, एक परंपरा है। हमारा लोकतंत्र ही हमारी प्रेरणा है। हमारा संविधान ही हमारा संकल्प है। इस प्रेरणा, इस संकल्प की सबसे श्रेष्ठ प्रतिनिधि अगर कोई है तो ये हमारी संसद है। और ये संसद देश की जिस समृद्ध संस्कृति का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है, उसका उद्घोष करती है। शेते निपद्यमानस्य, शेते निपस्य मानस्य चराति चर्त भगः चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति। कहने का तात्पर्य, जो रुक जाता है उसका भाग्य भी रुक जाता है, लेकिन जो चलता रहता है उसी का भाग्य आगे बढ़ता है, बुलंदियों को छूता है। और इसलिए चलते रहो, चलते रहो। गुलामी के बाद हमारे भारत ने बहुत कुछ खोकर अपनी नई यात्रा शुरू की थी। वो यात्रा कितने ही उतार चढ़ावों से होते हुए, कितनी ही चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुकी है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल विरासत को सहेजते हुए विकास के नए आयाम गढ़ने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल देश को नई दिशा देने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल अनंत सपनों को असंख्य आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने का अमृत काल है। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन पान चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। और इसलिए भारत के भविष्य को उज्जवल बनाने वाली इस कार्यस्थली को भी उतना ही नवीन होना चाहिए, आधुनिक होना चाहिए। आज नए संसद भवन को देखकर हर भारतीय गौरव से भरा हुआ है। इस भवन में विरासत भी है, वास्तु भी है, इसमें कला भी है, कौशल भी है, इसमें संस्कृति भी है और संविधान के स्वर भी है। आप देख रहे हैं कि लोकसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा, यहां भी देखिए, यहां भी देखिए, राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर पर आधारित है। राज्यसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा राष्ट्रीय फूल कमल पर आधारित है और संसद के प्रांगण में हमारा राष्ट्रीय वृक्ष बरगद भी है। हमारे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की जो विविधता है, इस नए भवन ने उन सबको समाहित किया है। इसमें राजस्थान से लाए गए ग्रेनाइट और बलुआ पत्थर लगाए गए हैं। ये जो लकड़ी का काम आप देख रहे हैं ना, वो महाराष्ट्र से आई है। यूपी में भदोही के कारीगरों ने इसके लिए अपने हाथ से कालीनों को बुना है। एक तरह से इस भवन के कण कण में हमें एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना के दर्शन होते हैं। साथियों, संसद के पुराने भवन में सभी के लिए अपने कार्यों को पूरा करना कितना मुश्किल हो रहा था, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी समस्याएं थी, बैठने की जगह से जुड़ी चुनौती थी। इसलिए ही बीते 1.5-2 दशकों से ये चर्चा लगातार हो रही थी कि देश को एक नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता है। और हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि आने वाले समय में सीटों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, सांसदों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, वो लोग कहां बैठते हैं? और इसलिए ये समय की मांग थी कि संसद की नई इमारत का निर्माण किया जाए। और मुझे खुशी है कि भव्य इमारत आधुनिक सुविधाओं से पूरी तरह लैस है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इस समय भी इस हॉल में सूरज का प्रकाश सीधे आ रहा है, बिजली कम से कम खर्च हो, हर तरफ लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले गैजेट्स हों, इन सभी का इसमें पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। साथियों, आज सुबह ही मैं इस संसद भवन को बनाने वाले श्रमिकों के एक समूह से मिला हूं। इस संसद भवन ने करीब 60,000 श्रमिकों को रोजगार देने का भी काम किया है। उन्होंने इस नई इमारत के लिए अपना पसीना बहाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि इनके श्रम को समर्पित एक डिजिटल गैलरी भी संसद में बनाई गई है और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। साथियों, आपको ध्यान होगा 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। हर देश के इतिहास में ऐसा समय आता है जब देश की चेतना नए सिरे से जागृत होती है। भारत में आजादी के 25 साल पहले, 47 के पहले 25 साल याद कीजिए, आजादी के 25 साल पहले ऐसा ही समय आया था। गांधी जी के असहयोग आंदोलन ने पूरे देश को एक विश्वास से भर दिया था। गांधी जी ने स्वराज के संकल्प से हर भारतवासी को जोड़ दिया था। ये वो दौर था जब हर भारतीय आजादी के लिए जी जान से जुट गया था। इसका नतीजा हमने 1947 में भारत की आजादी के तौर पर देखा। आजादी का ये अमृतकाल भी भारत के इतिहास का ऐसा ही पड़ाव है। आज से 25 साल बाद भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष पूरे करेगा। हमारे पास भी 25 वर्ष का अमृत कालखंड है। इन 25 वर्षों में हमें मिलकर भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा है, लक्ष्य कठिन भी है, लेकिन हर देशवासी को आज इसके लिए जी जान से जुटना ही है। नए प्रण लेने हैं, नए संकल्प लेने हैं, नई गति पकड़नी है। और इतिहास गवाह है कि हम भारतीयों का विश्वास सिर्फ भारत तक ही सीमित नहीं रहता। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई ने दुनिया के बहुत सारे देशों में उस समय एक नई चेतना जागृत कर दी थी। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई से भारत तो आजाद हुआ ही, साथ ही कई देश आजादी की राह पर चल पड़े। भारत के विश्वास ने दूसरे देशों के विश्वास को सहारा दिया था। और इसलिए भारत जैसा विविधता से भरा देश, इतनी बड़ी आबादी वाला देश, इतनी सारी चुनौतियों से लड़ने वाला देश जब एक विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ता है तो इससे दुनिया के अनेक देशों को प्रेरणा भी मिलती है। भारत की हर सफलता आने वाले दिनों में दुनिया के अलग अलग भूभाग में अलग अलग देशों की सफलता के रूप में प्रेरणा का कारण बनने वाली है। आज यदि भारत तेजी से गरीबी दूर करता है तो ये कई देशों को गरीबी से बाहर आने की प्रेरणा भी देता है। भारत का विकसित होने का संकल्प कई और देशों का संबल बनेगा। इसलिए भारत की जिम्मेदारी और बड़ी हो जाती है। और साथियों, सफलता की पहली शर्त सफल होने का विश्वास ही होती है। ये नया संसद भवन इस विश्वास को नई बुलंदी देने वाला है। ये विकसित भारत के निर्माण में हम सभी के लिए नई प्रेरणा बनेगा। ये संसद भवन हर भारतीय के कर्तव्य भाव को जागृत करेगा। मुझे विश्वास है इस संसद में जो जनप्रतिनिधि बैठेंगे वे नई प्रेरणा के साथ लोकतंत्र को नई दिशा देने का प्रयास करेंगे। जब संसद के इस नए भवन में हम अपने दायित्वों का ईमानदारी से निर्वहन करेंगे तो देशवासियों को भी नई प्रेरणा मिलेगी। साथियों, दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र को यह नई संसद एक नई ऊर्जा और नई मजबूती प्रदान करेगी। हमारे श्रमिकों ने अपने पसीने से इस संसद भवन को इतना भव्य बना दिया है। अब हम सभी सांसदों का दायित्व है कि इसे अपने समर्पण से और ज्यादा दिव्य बनाएंगे। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हम सभी 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का संकल्प ही इस नई संसद की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली सदियों को सजाने संवारने वाला है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा। गरीब, दलित, पिछड़ा, आदिवासी, दिव्यांग समाज के हर वंचित परिवार के सशक्तिकरण का, वंचितों को वरीयता का रास्ता यहीं से गुजरता है। इस नए संसद भवन की हर ईंट, हर दीवार, इसका कण कण गरीब के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित है। अगले 25 वर्षों में संसद के इस नए भवन में बनने वाले नए कानून भारत को विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून भारत को गरीबी से बाहर निकालने में मदद करेंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून देश के युवाओं के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए नए अवसरों का निर्माण करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है संसद का यह नया भवन नए भारत के सृजन का आधार बनेगा। एक समृद्ध, सशक्त और विकसित भारत नीति, न्याय, सत्य, मर्यादा और कर्तव्य पथ पर और सशक्त होकर चलने वाला भारत। मैं समस्त भारतवासियों को नए संसद भवन की फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
It is a matter of great pride and honor for our country and each one of us. It is not a matter of controversy. Keeping all our differences aside, let's come together as a nation and celebrate this festival of democracy. Let us all witness this historic and proud moment that celebrates India and its democracy.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India.
Months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander. 888 seats. Almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious.
You are watching India Today.
Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. New Parliament says Namaste India. Historic Sengol gets a rebirth in new Lok Sabha. The seat of India's next growth story. Where our representatives must build a better India. for this stunning new edifice. India thanks every worker, laborer, engineer, your sweat and blood for India's future. New Parliament for New India.
Very good afternoon, viewers, and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin the broadcast with the top headlines. Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Naya Sansad, installs historic Sengol inside new Lok Sabha, calls Parliament a cradle of empowerment.
होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा।
Agni politics over Naya Sansad and Adhinam sears. RJD likens new parliament to coffin. SP calls Adhinam radical sect. 20 opposition parties boycott Sansad launch. BJP lashes out. RRR star Ram Charan announces a movie on Veer Savarkar on his 140th birthday. Film to shed light on Savarkar's role in India's freedom struggle. Wrestlers continue dangle for justice. Cup's farm leaders joined wrestlers' march to the new parliament. Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia detained. Section 144 imposed.
धगाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है.
The 2023 season comes to a full circle as Chennai's take on Gujarat as the grand finale. Gujarat will have to get the better of four-time champions Chennai as they look to defend their crown. Breaking news coming in. Political showdown over Naya Sansad. Pawar slams religious ceremony in the new parliament. Pawar slams launch, says India moving backwards. Pawar says Jawaharlal Nehru had scientific mindset. He further goes on to ask, why was President Murmu not called? That's the latest.
ही संकल्पना आणि आता चाललंय याचं दलित सांगतो. पुन्हा एकदा आपण देशावर काही वर्ष पाठीमागे नेतोय का काय अशी चिंता होतात. विज्ञान याच्यातील किती तरतूद करता येत नाही आणि जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी आधुनिक विज्ञानावर आधारित समाज तयार करण्याच्या संबंधीची भूमिका सतत मांडली. आज त्या ठिकाणी जे चाललंय हे त्याच्या नेमकं उलट चाललेलं आहे.
Joshi joining us live from Mumbai. Sahil, a very strong statement coming in from Sharad Pawar over there. One, he slams the religious ceremony. Second, he has taken, he's asked a very pertinent question as far as President Murmu is concerned. I'm throwing straight across to you to the entire political controversy now.
Well, Chaiti, Sharad Pawar has raised two questions. He said that he watched the ceremony in the morning for a couple of hours, and he actually jibed, saying that he felt better that he was not present there. He gave an example of the first Prime Minister, Pandit Nehru, and said that Jawaharlal Nehru had envisioned a society which has a scientific mindset, rather than that what, according to Sharad Pawar, what he saw today in the Parliament. He felt like that the country is moving backwards. It's being taken backwards. He also made a point saying that he himself is a Rajya Sabha member. Please understand, Sharad Pawar has been member of the Parliament. either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha since almost last 30 odd years. He said that he's a member of Rajya Sabha, and the head of Rajya Sabha is the chairman of Rajya Sabha is the vice president, and he was not present there, whereas the ceremony was attended by only the Lok Sabha speaker. The ceremony should have been attended also by the vice president as well. More importantly, he says that any parliament session begins with the presidential address, and the president herself was not called for this particular ceremony. It's something one should look at. But most importantly, he had a problem with the way the rituals were functioned in the parliament today when the new parliament house was opened by the prime minister. He says that such kind of rituals are actually taking the country backwards, and it's going exactly against what the prime minister Pandit Nehru had envisioned about the Indian society, and that's what he had said specifically. And he said that that is the reason why the opposition parties did not attend this particular ceremony. Chaiti.
Sahil Joshi joining us with the latest political showdown. Sahil will continue to come back to you for more on this. As India gets the new parliament today, politics over it continues. Hours after Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new parliament building, Rashtriya Janata Dal took to Twitter, liking the shape of the new parliament with that of a coffin. However, clarifying the tweet by his party, RJD leader Shakti Singh Yadav said the coffin in the tweet is a representation of democracy being buried, which the country is never going to accept. Moreover, insulting the Shaivite sects of Tamil Nadu who were invited to the inauguration ceremony, Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya called the Adhinamsyas radical Brahmins of the South. Congress too accused the government of not allowing the president of fulfilling her constitutional duties. Meanwhile, the comments have drawn a fierce criticism from the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. Replying to RJD's tweet, BJP said that while the parliament shows the future of the country, the coffin shows RJD's future.
जैसे आपने कहा, ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है और आज के जरूरत के आवश्यकता के अनुसार ये निर्माण हुआ है, लेकिन जिस मंदिर को ऐसे अपशब्दों से बात कर रहे हैं, लोग उनको ठीक तरह से उत्तर देगा.
RJD on its Twitter handle, they put a picture of a new parliament building. So this new building symbolizes the future of India, Bharat ka bhavishya. And another picture of coffin in which a dead man's body is being put inside. It symbolizes the future of RJD. So those people who compare new building with coffin, they will meet the same fate what a coffin symbolizes. So it is very ridiculous that on such an auspicious day, there may be difference of opinion. You may boycott, but comparing new building on which the government of India spent more than 1,000 crore, and it is a taxpayers' money. And after this inauguration, are RJD people going to boycott the entire building till this building is there? They will not attend any session of parliament in this building. So it is very ridiculous. और ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक.
So your ally, Rashtriya Janata Dal, RJD, they put out a tweet from their official Twitter handle. In fact, they equated parliament, the structure of parliament, the architecture of parliament, with a coffin. Now, BJP is saying that this shows our parliament in a very bad light, and RJD and opposition camp must give an apology for this.
Every party has a view on the floor. I can't comment on parties' views, but we are very, very clear that parliament as an institution can go together with the ruling establishment and the opposition parties. Without 12 chief ministers of India present there is no 12 chief ministers. 20 opposition parties, MPs are not present. Whether we call it as a full parliament, it's incomplete parliament. It is not a complete parliament. It is incomplete parliament. It is one-sided. It is man ki baat only you can go. It is not jan ki baat, or it is not barabari ka baat.
Maushami is now being joined by Pramod Tiwari. Maushami, I'm throwing straight across to you for the latest that you're bringing for us.
So we are joined by Pramod Tiwari, the deputy leader of the Congress party in the Rajya Sabha, and message by the Prime Minister also about the Sengol and the transfer of power, an elaborate ceremony. How do you see it? Because the BJP is saying that the opposition missed a big opportunity to celebrate the spirit of India.
मुझे सिर्फ एक बात कहनी है, कार्यक्रम यही होता, ऐसे ही होता, सब कुछ यही होता, लेकिन संविधान की मर्यादा के अनुकूल होता। जब संसद भवन का उद्घाटन हो रहा तो संसद की मुखिया से कराना चाहिए था। जब संविधान की जहां बनता है उसका उद्घाटन महामहिम राष्ट्रपति से कराना चाहिए।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि आप बाल की खाल उधेड़ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे राष्ट्रपति करे या इस तरह से मामला, आप कोई ना कोई आपको मीन मेक निकालनी।
देखिए, हमारा काम है, हम विपक्ष हैं, कहीं अगर संविधान की मर्यादा भंग हो रही हो, कहीं परंपराएं तोड़ी जा रही हो, कहीं एक संवैधानिक पद का अपमान किया जा रहा हो, तो विधायक के रूप में फिर हमारा दायित्व नहीं पूरा होगा अगर हम अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वाह नहीं करेंगे।
But did you watch it on TV? Did you watch it on TV, प्रमोद जी?
मैं फिर एक चीज कहूँ, मैं लगातार आज दिन भर आप लोगों के साथ ही रहा, तमाम बातें देखी, नहीं देखी, टीवी चलता भी रहा, नहीं भी मैं टीवी पे रहा, बात वो नहीं है। बात सीधे एक है कि जब संविधान की जो मुखिया हैं, संसद की मुखिया हैं, भारत की प्रथम नागरिक हैं, तो क्या सिर्फ आप उनको इसलिए नहीं करोगे कि वो एक आदिवासी महिला है?
ये नया संसद भवन देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समर्पित किया, लेकिन विपक्षी दल अपनी ओछी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं, देश उनको कभी क्षमा करने वाला नहीं। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जिस तरह से संसद भवन की तस्वीर के साथ ताबूत की फोटो लगाकर देश का अपमान करने का काम किया है, संसद का अपमान करने का काम किया है। 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में इसी ताबूत में बिहार की जनता आरजेडी को डाल देगी, क्योंकि उसको ताबूत ज्यादा पसंद है, देश को संसद ज्यादा पसंद है।
लोकसभा देश की जनता को जवाबदेह है, तो इसलिए ये बेहतर होता कि लोकसभा के स्पीकर उसका इनॉग्रेशन करते, मगर प्रधानमंत्री को हर जगह दिखाना है कि वही सब कर रहे हैं, दूसरा कोई कर ही नहीं सकता। और 2014 से पहले तो भारत में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, अभी हो रहा है। हर चीज़ में ये बता देना कि एक ही इंडिविजुअल है और दूसरा नहीं है, ये तो पार्लियामेंट की कलेक्टिव मिनिस्टर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के भी खिलाफ हुई है।
राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के द्वारा जो ये ट्वीट कर फोटो दिखाया गया है और पूछा गया है ये क्या है, इसका मतलब है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र में आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार इतिहास को दफन करने में लगी हुई है, इतिहास को बदलने का काम हो रहा है, इतिहास मिटाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसी को लेकर के इस तरह की तस्वीरें सांकेतिक रूप से दिखाई गई है और पूछा गया है क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में सिर्फ भाजपाइयों का अधिकार है, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का भगवाकरण होगा, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में विपक्ष की कोई अहमियत नहीं होगी। इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की ओर से आईना दिखाया गया है, सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से आप इतिहास को दफन करने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये किसी कीमत पर इस देश को मंजूर नहीं हो सकता है।
India gets a new parliament. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the new parliament in the presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Rajya Sabha Deputy Speaker Harivansh. Dignitaries, including diplomats of several countries, opposition leaders, attended the inauguration ceremony, claiming that the new parliament will witness India becoming Atmanirbhar and developed. Prime Minister Modi also highlighted technological features that the new parliament building is equipped with. He also underlined the importance of Sengol, claiming that Sengol is a symbol of transfer of power. Prime Minister said the glory and respect of Sengol has been restored.
दिशा नहीं है, दृष्टि नहीं। मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन प्राण चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। आज हमें संसद की नई इमारत के निर्माण का गर्व है, तो मुझे पिछले 9 साल में गरीबों के 4 करोड़ घर बनने का भी संतोष है। आज जब हम इस नए संसद भवन की लोकसभा और राज्यसभा को देखकर उत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मुझे संतोष है कि हमने देश में 30,000 से ज्यादा नए पंचायत भवन भी बनाए हैं। यानी पंचायत भवन से लेकर संसद भवन तक हमारी निष्ठा एक ही है, हमारी प्रेरणा एक रही। देश का विकास, देश के लोगों का विकास।
As India gets the new parliament, the golden scepter Sengol was installed inside the new parliament building. The Sengol was consecrated amidst Vedic chanting by the Adhinams before the installation in the new parliament building. Prime Minister Modi also prostrated before the symbolic Sengol. Prime Minister received blessings from seers of different Adhinams from Tamil Nadu after the installation of the Sengol in the new parliament near the chair of the Lok Sabha Speaker in Delhi. Sengol, which was received by the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to represent transfer of power from the British, was kept in a museum in Allahabad, and it was installed in the new parliament building. The Prime Minister welcomed the return of the Sengol to its rightful pride of place and also took a jibe at those who neglected Sengol after using it for the freedom ritual in 1947, referring to Sengol's relegation to Nehru's walking stick status in Nehru Museum.
आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर कुछ देर पहले संसद की इस नई इमारत में पवित्र सेंगोल की भी स्थापना हुई है। महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था। राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके। जब भी इस संसद भवन में कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, ये सेंगोल हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा।
Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, wrestlers continue their dangal for justice. Cups farm leaders join wrestlers' march to the new parliament.
You are watching India Today.
लोकसभा देश की जनता को जवाबदेह है, तो इसलिए ये बेहतर होता कि लोकसभा के स्पीकर उसका इनॉग्रेशन करते, मगर प्रधानमंत्री को हर जगह दिखाना है कि वही सब कर रहे हैं, दूसरा कोई कर ही नहीं सकता। और 2014 से पहले तो भारत में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, अभी हो रहा है। हर चीज़ में ये बता देना कि एक ही इंडिविजुअल है और दूसरा नहीं है, ये तो पार्लियामेंट की कलेक्टिव मिनिस्टर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के भी खिलाफ हुई है। Watching India Today.
We've got breaking news coming in. Mamta Priyanka slammed wrestlers' detention. Mamta says autocratic forces quelling dissent. Priyanka says government mercilessly muzzling voices. Sakshi, Vinesh, Bajrang detained by the cops. Wrestlers detained as they march towards the new parliament. Latest coming in, the opposition slams the centre for all of this, and Mamta says there are autocratic forces quelling dissent in our country. Priyanka Gandhi also lashes out. Shreya is joining us live. Shreya, there is a lot of backlash on the detention of these wrestlers. The wrestlers, mind you, are the pride of our nation, and to look into even just see them go through something of this nature is heartbreaking, to say the least. What does the police have to say? Why was their detention done?
Well, you know, if I can quote the Special Commissioner Law and Order, Dipendra Pathak, his words were that the action by the wrestlers to protest at a day when the parliament was being inaugurating is a Desh Virodhi act. That was the exact word from Delhi Police's Special Commissioner. He said that they are also taking a stock of the situation, and if there is legal action that needs to be initiated, because the wrestlers, according to Delhi Police, has broken the law and order. They have violated Section 144, which was prevailing in that particular area. Now, talking about the kind of manner they were treated, in fact, there are voices that are now coming out that the wrestlers, who are the pride of the nation, they are the ones who got collars for the country. They were literally dragged, ruffled up. I was there. We saw the way Sakshi Malik was actually treated by Delhi Police officials. But clearly, Delhi Police feels that there was violation of law and order, is why such an action was required. For the benefit of doubt, also, it's needed to remind our viewers that the same Delhi Police just a few days back had assisted the wrestlers when they had done a candle march till India Gate. So we'll have to wait and watch then when these protesters who have been detained will be released and what action they will face. But it's also another thing that we need to mention, that the enclosure where the wrestlers were protesting have also been cleared off right now. So So whether they will again be allowed to go back is also a big question now.
All right, thanks for joining us right there, Shreya. The wrestlers' protest goes out of control. Protesting wrestlers clashed with the cops at Jantar Mantar. Protesters jumped over the police barricades to march towards the new parliament building. Several wrestlers were detained, including Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia. Khap Panchayats of various states have called for a Mahila Samman Mahapanchayat near the new parliament building in support of protesting wrestlers. They were, however, stopped by the cops. Keeping in mind the situation, heavy police force has been deployed at the Delhi border to stop Khap leaders from entering the national capital. The AAP government in Delhi has denied the request of Delhi police to turn MCD schools into a temporary prison.
बहुत ज्यादा जबरदस्ती हुई है जी आराम तो चलने लग रहे थे जबरदस्ती की छुड़ाया गया है
साक्षी आप लोगों को उम्मीद थी इस तरह से होगा
नहीं थी हम सोचे शांतिपूर्वक जाएंगे पर शांतिपूर्वक जाके आगे से धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे गिरा दिया गया मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करे हम कोई भी इंसान नहीं करते बिल्कुल चुपचाप जाने लग रहे थे आगे
साक्षी को उठा लिया है पुलिस प्रशासन ने डिटेन कर लिया साक्षी को और ऊपर से उसको पद्म श्री भी दे रखा है पद्म श्री की गरिमा नहीं रखी लोगों ने जो मेडल मिले हैं जो मेडल मिले जो अवार्ड मिले उनकी गरिमा नहीं रखी
बाढ़ मारे नौसे लिए गए तो दरिंदा बैठा उसने क्यों नहीं गिरफ्तार करते आप लोग क्यों अपील नहीं करते
But that's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today, and don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. I'm coming to you from Abu Dhabi Ice Island. As you can see, IIFA 2023 has concluded. Best Actor, Actress, Director and Picture were given away. Here are all the highlights.
IIFA Awards 2023 concluded with the main event held at Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi. The star-studded extravaganza lived up to its expectations, and how. While performances kept the audiences hooked, some incredible talent took the golden trophy back home. Alia Bhatt continues to be the #1 actress, and her brilliant performance in Gangubai Kathiawadi reserved that place for her.
ठान लिया गंगू ने हमारे बच्चों को इनको शिक्षा का हक दिलाकर ही रहूंगी और समाज में इंसान की तरह जीने का हक मैं लेकर ही रहूंगी.
While Hrithik Roshan was adjudged the Best Actor Male for his role in Vikram Vedha. Shantanu Maheshwari's acting chops impressed the fraternity as he bagged the Best Debut Male for his role in Alia Bhatt starrer Gangubai Kathiawadi. However, he wasn't the only one taking the Best Actor Debut award home, and he tied with late actor Irfan Khan's son Babil Khan for his brilliant performance in Kala.
He's very good at replacing people.
While two male actors impressed the audience with their maiden performance, Khushali Kumar shined in the female category for her debut in Dhoka Round the Corner. Yet again, proving age is just a number, Anil Kapoor left his competitors behind to win the best performance in the supporting role for Jug Jug Jio.
ये बीवियां शादी के बाद इतनी बोरिंग क्यों हो जाती है?
पापा आपने मेरी मुंह की बात छीन ली है।
अरे ये बीवियां मुंह से निवाला छीन ले, तू बात की बात कर रहा है।
While in the same category, Moni Roy's performance in Brahmastra ensured a victory for her amongst the female nominations. Best Story Original was conferred to Jasmeet K. Reen for Darlings, while the Best Film Award went to Drishyam 2. And R. Madhavan's rocketry, The Nambi Effect, bagged him the Best Director Award. While these were the annual awards that were announced during the IIFA Awards 2023, some special awards were also handed over for their outstanding achievements over the years. Manish Malhotra received an honor for his contribution to fashion in films. He also spoke about how he felt about this honor. Ritesh Deshmukh and Genelia were acknowledged for their contribution to regional cinema. Kamal Haasan, on the other hand, is surely a living legend. And when it comes to cinema, he really has given a lot to the industry. And he was honored with the Outstanding Achievement in Indian Cinema Award. He too had shared his views on the same before the main event.
I'm quite nervous, embarrassed, because I always feel whenever I get an award that I'm yet to deserve it. It's come a little early, and I'll work to deserve it.
Kamal Haasan also shared how his film Indian was the game changer for everyone.
Indian changed the life of Mr. Shankar, me, and many actors, cinematographers who worked in the film, the music director. For all of us, it changed the game for us.
Well, the anticipations became reality, and the IIFA weekend truly ended with this year's deserving artists taking back reward for their craft. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Day 3 at IIFA 2023 also saw some electrifying performances with Salman Khan leading the pack. Take a look.
IIFA Awards was one phenomenal night. Abhishek Bachchan and Vicky Kaushal turned hosts. While Salman Khan taking the center stage as the star performer was the much anticipated moment of this year's IIFA. The superstar shook a leg on his peppy dance numbers, while he was also joined by the Norwegian dance crew Quick Style. The 90s kids especially would feel ecstatic to watch Salman Khan dancing to the tunes of Joote Do Paise Lo. Varun Dhawan too raised the energy bar high with his power-packed performance. After he got off the stage, he even spoke to India Today about his performance.
Abu Dhabi, I love Abu Dhabi, and like I said, the crowd was amazing to be there. It was great to perform on stage after so long.
Kriti Sanon was mesmerizing as she performed for the crowd. When it comes to dancing, nobody can match up to the steps that Nora Fatehi does. And this time too, it was no different. Even Jacqueline Fernandez put on her dancing shoes to deliver this energetic performance on Jumme Ki Raat Hai. Rakul Preet also kept the audience hooked with her dancing as a debutante performer. However, it was fireworks when Hrithik performed on the stage and he grooved to his iconic number, Ek Pal Ka Jeena. As this was his first IIFA after the outbreak of COVID-19, his excitement knew no bounds to be back.
It's been many years since the pandemic hit. I haven't been in a room full of these many people. So it's great. It's going to be fun.
It's really cool, and also I love the end of the act, which is a very special one.
All in all, IIFA Awards ended with energetic performances, cheering and lots of memories. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Kamal Hassan, who was felicitated at IIFA 2023, addressed media ahead of the main event, and he spoke about a lot of issues including Kerala story controversy and much more. Listen in.
I have expressed my views. I've sent a letter to the PM, and that's my view. I would like to elaborate. You can always read it on the net. I don't think democracy is the only way to go about this, but that's about the best way we've come across after all these years of floundering. And we must understand the democracy as it was understood in Greece, then in Rome, then in England, America, and now India are different varieties of the same idea. They've made tweakings of it, but our constitution is one of the robust constitutions of the world, and we shouldn't tamper with it. Propagandist films I'm against, because it's not enough if you write true story at the bottom as the logo. It has to really be true, and that is not true. Both are made, ma'am. Both are made. Because I could not have done what all I've done without the help of makers who made me into an actor. The way they taught me how to speak, emote, stand, and even taught me how to be less embarrassed in front of a camera to begin with. All that, all actors are made. The greatest ones are made. They're not born. Frankly, I started off earning 250 rupees per gig as a dance assistant. And what I'm getting now is more than a reward. It's what Bhakts call var. That's what I'm enjoying. So if I say that I don't work for reward, that will be a lie. If I say that I don't care for awards, that's also a lie. I care for both. And I can't sell my awards, but I can spend my money.
Manish Malhotra, who showcased his collection on day 2 at IIFA Rocks, was also felicitated for his remarkable contribution in fashion and cinema. I also caught up with him on the green carpet. Take a look.
Older, but wiser. And I think the 30 years have been so busy that I've not even realized it's 30 years. And it feels like 3 years. But the thing is that I always feel, why don't I get nostalgic, or why don't I have tears in my eyes? Because 5 years ago I was, I got this 25 years of working in cinema and with clothes. But I think the fact that I wake up every morning and rush to work, and there is so much to work, every day feels like a new day. So 30 years just seemed like 3 years. It was based on 1940s and 50s and whole theatrical. But I think Salman Khan made it all like so fabulous, and I'm so ever grateful. The whole collection, like I mentioned, was all about the 50s, red carpet, theatrical, drama, the whole classic drama of the 50s. So I really enjoyed doing it, and all monochromatic, black and whites, and yeah, it was fun.
I also caught up with several celebrities in the last 3 days of my coverage from Abu Dhabi Yas Island at IIFA 2023. Here's a glimpse at it. With me, the dancing queen, Nora Fatehi. Welcome to India Digital Television, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Nora, you're dancing this time at IIFA 2023. How excited or nervous are you?
Oh, I'm both. Mixed emotions. Excited, nervous. I've been rehearsing so much, trying to make sure that I nail this one. It's a different one for me this time, so I really hope the audience will like it.
What is your checklist before you go onto the stage?
Oh, whoa. First of all, I need to eat. Make sure I eat. Make sure I've got great people around me. We have to bust a couple of jokes, laugh, just get into a good zone. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just positive vibes.
In Bollywood, if you have anybody.
Dance off. Oh, let's do a dance off with Hrithik Roshan. That'd be fun.
Wow, yeah. He's coming to IIFA.
He is? Well, I wouldn't mind a dance off with Prabhu Deva, sir. That would be crazy. Yeah.
I have with me Sara Ali Khan on the green carpet at IIFA 2023. How is the feeling that you've come here and your co-actor is hosting the show?
It's great. I'm feeling suddenly a little lonely because Kapil is missing. Kapil is Vicky in my film on the 2nd of June. So he was lovely enough to do most of this carpet with me, even though he did it yesterday. But now he's been summoned to host, so he's no more a dost.
Sarah, you just walked the Cannes red carpet. How was the feeling, and what 3 things that you learned there?
I think that I learned that every country has their own culture, of course we know this, but seeing it being celebrated, I was with actors from Saudi Arabia, I was with an actor from Egypt, I was with an actor from Lebanon, an actor from Paris, I even met Leonardo DiCaprio. And I think that ultimately, despite all our national differences in terms of just regions, the passion that we all feel is the same. And truly it shows me how cinema transcends all kinds of nationalistic boundaries.
If you had to walk the green carpet with one Hollywood star, who would it be?
I think right now Vicky Kaushal is the only thing I will say, even though I know you said Hollywood. But Ryan Gosling. मैं हमेशा ऐसे करती हूँ, मैं सही जवाब देके and मैं बोल ही देती हूँ.
What are you wearing today?
I am wearing a sari because I'm hatke. So it's a hatke sari by Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla.
One thing that you cannot step out without from home?
Nothing really. I'm a very avid traveler. So I mean, like, I enjoy Kedarnath as much as I enjoy Cannes, as much as I enjoy Kolkata as much as I enjoy Abu Dhabi, and funny thing, I've been to all of these in the span of 20 days. So I don't think ऐसी कोई एक चीज़ है जो हर जगह गई है except me. Maybe sunblock.
Who's the inspiration behind your styling?
Nobody, it's me. To be very honest, it's me, and Mama has just raised me in a way. I think style was a very important factor in her life, and I was just raised around her being stylish and styling my father. So I don't think about anybody else. I just think about what I would like to wear, and I wear it.
Babil, what was her first reaction when she saw you on screen?
I was very nervous about her reaction because she used to critique Baba like hell. Like Baba used to think, "Aaj to bahut hi acha actor hu main." And Mama used to be like, "Baith jao," you know. And Mama used to really like instruct him on where he has to go in terms of his craft. So I was really nervous. And she's, you know, it's not easy for her to say that you did a good job because she didn't say that. But she said that for your first film without any acting training, you did a good job. And I think that was enough for me to stay motivated to do a better and better job.
While several celebrities from the music industry rocked the stage with their performance on day 2, the main highlight of the evening was when Salman Khan and Vicky Kaushal hugged it out. Take a look.
What a better way to kickstart the IIFA weekend. The performances, Manish Malhotra's fashion showcase, and the glamour and glitz at the green carpet. But one thing that surpassed it all was this hot topic of Salman Khan and Vicky Kaushal fiasco. Yes, a day prior to IIFA Rocks, during the pre-event, this one clip circulated online and went viral in no time. In the video, it looked like Bollywood superstar Salman Khan ignored Vicky Kaushal as the latter tried to approach him. However, to clear the air, the two actors hugged it out on the green carpet of IIFA Rocks. Speaking on the matter, Vicky Kaushal said how this whole scenario was taken out of context.
कई बार आप बहुत बातें बढ़ जाती हैं, बहुत उस बारे में unnecessarily chatter होता है, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं है. The things don't actually are as they seem sometimes on the video. There's no point in talking about that.
Well, there cannot be a better news than this for netizens who earlier called Salman's gesture as rude. Coming to their style, both the actors looked dapper in their all-black look, while Vicky did opt for a printed blazer. The main IIFA Awards will also see Salman Khan take the center stage as a performer, while Vicky Kaushal will turn host for the first time and will be joined by Abhishek Bachchan. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Day 2 was an out-and-out musical concert with celebrities including Baat, Sukhbir and even Sunidhi Chauhan taking to the center stage to perform. Take a look.
IIFA Rocks took place on day 2 of the IIFA extravaganza. The night witnessed the shower of stars on the green carpet. From superstar Salman Khan to host Farah Khan and Rajkumar Rao, and even Nora Fatehi and Jacqueline Fernandez showed up in style. While the night was filled with fun elements, here are some key highlights. The main highlight had to be this dreamy showcase by Manish Malhotra, and more so because Salman Khan joined forces to create an unforgettable fashion moment. Not just Salman, but even Nora Fatehi walked the ramp for the ace fashion designer in an elaborate blue gown with an embellished bodice. The night kick-started with the grand arrival of Farah Khan and Rajkumar Rao, the host of IIFA Rocks, as they entered the stage in a car. The duo looked dashing in their black and red outfits. That's not all. Farah even entertained the crowd with her performance. Bollywood is known for its timeless music, and IIFA Rock's Green Carpet 2 would have been incomplete without these singers humming the lines from their favorite tracks.
ओ तेरे आगे तो चांद लगे फर्जी ओ तू ये माने या ना माने तेरी मर्जी ओ बिल्ली बिल्ली अख गोरिए
आई रही जोर लगा के नाचो रही है रात बाकी बात बाकी होना है जो हो जाने दो.
When it's Bollywood's biggest night, one can expect grandeur and energetic performances to light up the stage. And the performers made sure to put up a good show for the audience. From Baat singing and the Norwegian dance crew Quick Style joining him on stage, and not to miss Nora's dance moves as she too accompanied them on stage. Nuclear's music too echoed in the room, while Sunidhi kept everyone hooked with her Sami performance. Before the main awards night, IIFA Rocks honoured the technicians who work behind the scenes to bring the films into existence. This year too, the technical awards were conferred with Gangubai Kathiawadi and Bhool Bhulaiya 2 bagging the most number of awards.
IIFA Rocks turned out to be a musical concert with Sunidhi Chauhan, Badshah, Amit Trivedi and even Sukhbir Singh performing. But while all of this was just a part of the evening, what turned out to be the highlight of the day was Salman Khan and Vicky Kaushal hugging it out on the green carpet. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off from IIFA Rocks. That's a wrap on our IIFA coverage from Abu Dhabi Yas Island. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
ये भवन सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं, ये ठिकाना है 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों का। ये प्रतीक है उनकी आशाओं का। ये हस्ताक्षर है उनके स्वाभिमान का। ये जयघोष है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जनतंत्र का। ये मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का। इसकी नींव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भाव है। इसकी ईंट ईंट दुनिया से हमारा संवाद है। इसकी दीवारें हमारी आस्था से अटूट हैं। इसकी छत हमारी एकता का मूर्त रूप है। ये दिखाता है कि इंडिया कितना यंग है। ये बताता है हमारी चाहतों में कितना दम है। ये जश्न है हमारे गौरवमयी इतिहास का। ये पर्व है एक नए आगाज का। इसके उद्घाटन पर पूरे देश में त्योहार जैसा हर्ष है। मेरा संसद भवन मेरा गर्व है। जय हिंद।
नया संसद भवन देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समर्पित किया, लेकिन विपक्षी दल अपनी ओछी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं, देश उनको कभी क्षमा करने वाला नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जिस तरह से संसद भवन की तस्वीर के साथ ताबूत की फोटो लगाकर देश का अपमान करने का काम किया, संसद का अपमान करने का काम किया है। 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में इसी ताबूत में बिहार की जनता आरजेडी को डाल देगी, क्योंकि उसको ताबूत ज्यादा पसंद है, देश को संसद ज्यादा पसंद है।
अपोजिशन अननेसेसरी अपोज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब खुद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और लोकसभा स्पीकर इन्होंने ही इसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन डाला था और वही आज खुद होके वो लोकार्पण कर रहे हैं, तो इस कार्यक्रम में अपोजिशन करने के लिए, क्योंकि 2024 का इलेक्शंस नज़दीक आ रहा है, तो अननेसेसरी लोगों को इस इशू पे अपोजिशन भड़का रहा है।
Sorry.
Watching India Today.
ತುಂಜಲು ತುಲ್ಜಲೀಲಾದ போடினோ நெஞ்சகம் நெய்து நினைவில் நாள்தோறும் நமோ நம சங்கர பார்வதிभ्याम् गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापम् गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागम् नारायण प्रियमनंग मदापहारम् वाराणसी पुरपतिं भज विश्वनाथम् श्री काशी विश्वेश्वराय नमः। आरोग्यं पद्मबन्धुर्वितरतु नितरां सम्पदं श्वेतरश्मिः भूलाभं भूमिपुत्रः सकलगुणयुतां वाग्विभूतिं च सौम्यः सौभाग्यं देवमन्त्रे रिपुभयशमनं भार्गवः शौर्यमार्किः दीर्घायुस्सैंहिकेयो विपुलतरजषः केतुराचन्द्रतारम्।
Very good evening and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Naya Sansad, installs historic Sengol inside new Lok Sabha, calls new parliament a cradle of empowerment.
यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा।
Ugly politics over Naya Sansad and Adhinam sears. RJD likens new parliament to coffin. Samajwadi Party calls Adhinam's radical sect. 20 opposition parties boycott Sansad launch. BJP lashes out. RRR star Ram Charan announces movie on V D Savarkar on his 140th birthday. Film to shed light on Savarkar's role in India's freedom struggle. Wrestlers continue their dangle for justice. CUP's farm leaders join wrestlers' march to the new parliament. Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia detained. Section 144 enforced in the national capital.
धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े फाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है।
The 2023 season comes to a full circle as Chennai take on Gujarat in grand finale. Gujarat will have to get the better of four-time champions Chennai as they look to defend the crown. Breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi chairs crucial BJP meeting. BJP meeting to chalk out roadmap for 2024 polls. Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah and JP Nadda attend this particular meeting. There you go. Latest coming in from BJP headquarters. Aishwarya joining us live with the details. Aishwarya, what's on the agenda as far as chalking out roadmap is concerned for 2024 polls?
Well, let me tell you, this very crucial meeting that at the moment is underway, which is being chaired by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The focal point at the moment is good governance. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be speaking about. He will be taking stock of all those things that have been done over the past 9 years and also where each state at the moment stands for. There can be, but we are not very sure, some discussion on 2024's big elections. There will obviously some discussion on the 3 upcoming elections which will take place at the end of the year. But the focal point at the moment will be good governance. The schemes of the government over the last 9 years, how well those schemes are doing, what are the new schemes that different states can come up with, all those things will be discussed in great detail in this meeting.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Continue to be with us. We are coming back to you. India getting a new parliament is the next story we are focusing on. And well, India is getting a new avatar of the parliament building. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the new parliament in the presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Rajya Sabha Deputy Speaker Harivansh. Dignitaries, including diplomats of several countries, opposition leaders, attended this inauguration ceremony. Claiming that the new parliament will witness India becoming Atmanirbhar and develop, Prime Minister Modi also highlighted the technological features that the new parliament building is equipped with. He also underlined the importance of Sengol, claiming that Sengol is a symbol of transfer of power. Prime Minister said the glory and respect of Sengol has been restored.
नई सोच है, दिशा नहीं है, दृष्टि। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन प्राण चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। आज हमें संसद की नई इमारत के निर्माण का गर्व है, तो मुझे पिछले 9 साल में गरीबों के 4 करोड़ घर बनने का भी संतोष है। आज जब हम इस नए संसद भवन की लोकसभा और राज्यसभा को देखकर उत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मुझे संतोष है कि हमने देश में 30,000 से ज्यादा नए पंचायत भवन भी बनाए हैं। यानी पंचायत भवन से लेकर संसद भवन तक हमारी निष्ठा एक ही है, हमारी प्रेरणा एक रही। देश का विकास, देश के लोगों का विकास।
And as India gets the new parliament today, politics continues. Hours after Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the new parliament building, Rashtriya Janata Dal took to Twitter likening the shape of the new parliament to a coffin. However, clarifying the tweet by the party, RJD leader Shakti Singh Yadav said the coffin in the tweet is a representation of democracy being buried, which the country will never accept. Moreover, insulting the Shaivite sects of Tamil Nadu who were invited to the inauguration ceremony, Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya called the Adhinam seers radical Brahmins of the South. Congress too accused the government of not allowing the president of fulfilling her constitutional duties. Meanwhile, comments have drawn a fierce criticism from ruling BJP. Replying to RJD, BJP said while the parliament shows the future of the country, the coffin shows RJD's future.
जैसे आपने कहा, लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है और आज के जरूरत के आवश्यकता के अनुसार ये निर्माण हुआ है, लेकिन जिस मंदिर को ऐसे अपशब्दों से बात कर रहे लोग, उनको ठीक तरह से उत्तर देगा।
आधुनिक भारताची संकल्पना जी जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी मांडली, ती संकल्पना आणि आता पार्लमेंटमध्ये चाललंय याचं दलील असण्याचं अंतर आहे। पुन्हा एकदा आपण देशावर काही वर्ष पाठीमागे नेतोय का याची चिंता होतात। विज्ञान याच्यातील किती तरतूद करता येत नाही आणि जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी आधुनिक विज्ञानावर आधारित समाज तयार करण्याच्या संबंधीची भूमिका सतत मांडली। आज त्या ठिकाणी जे चाललंय हे त्याच्या नेमकं उलट चाललेलं आहे।
RJD on its Twitter handle, they put a picture of a new parliament building. So this new building symbolizes the future of India, Bharat ka bhavishya. And another picture of coffin in which a dead man's body is being put inside. It symbolizes the future of RJD. So those people who compare new building with coffin, they will meet the same fate what a coffin symbolizes. So it is very ridiculous that on such an auspicious day, there may be difference of opinion. You may boycott, but comparing new building on which the government of India spent more than 1,000 crore, and it is a taxpayers' money. And after this inauguration, are RJD people going to boycott the entire building till this building is there? They will not attend any session of parliament in this building. So it is very ridiculous. और ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक है।
Message by the Prime Minister also about the Sengol and the transfer of power, an elaborate ceremony. How do you see it? Because the BJP is saying that the opposition missed a big opportunity to celebrate the spirit of India.
मुझे सिर्फ एक बात कहनी है, कार्यक्रम यही होता, ऐसे ही होता, सब कुछ यही होता, लेकिन संविधान की मर्यादा के अनुकूल होता। जब संसद भवन का उद्घाटन हो रहा तो संसद की मुखिया से कराना चाहिए था। जब संविधान की जहां बनता है उसका उद्घाटन महामहिम राष्ट्रपति से कराना चाहिए।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि आप बाल की खाल उधेड़ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे राष्ट्रपति करे या इस तरह से मामला, आप कोई ना कोई आपको मीन मेक निकालिए।
देखिए, हमारा काम है, हम विपक्ष हैं। कहीं अगर संविधान की मर्यादा भंग हो रही हो, कहीं परंपराएं तोड़ी जा रही हो, कहीं एक संवैधानिक पद का अपमान किया जा रहा हो, तो विधायक के रूप में फिर हमारा दायित्व नहीं पूरा होगा अगर हम अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वाह नहीं करें।
So your ally, Rashtriya Janata Dal, RJD, they put out a tweet from their official Twitter handle. In fact, they equated parliament, the structure of parliament, the architecture of parliament, with a coffin. Now, BJP is saying that, this shows our parliament in a very bad light, and RJD and, opposition camp has given an apology for this.
Every party has a view on the floor. I can't comment on parties' views. But we are very, very clear that parliament as an institution can go together with the ruling establishment and the opposition parties. Without 12 chief ministers of India present there is no 12 chief ministers. 20 opposition parties, MPs are not present. Whether we call it as a full parliament, it's incomplete parliament. It is not a complete parliament. It is incomplete parliament. It is one-sided. It is man ki baat only you can go. It is not jan ki baat or it is not barabari ka baat.
ये नया संसद भवन देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समर्पित किया, लेकिन विपक्षी दल अपनी ओछी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं, देश उनको कभी क्षमा करने वाला नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जिस तरह से संसद भवन की तस्वीर के साथ ताबूत की फोटो लगाकर देश का अपमान करने का काम किया है, संसद का अपमान करने का काम किया है। 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में इसी ताबूत में बिहार की जनता आरजेडी को डाल देगी, क्योंकि उसको ताबूत ज्यादा पसंद है, देश को संसद ज्यादा पसंद है।
लोकसभा देश की जनता को जवाबदेह है, तो इसलिए ये बेहतर होता है कि लोकसभा के स्पीकर उसका इनॉग्रेशन करते, मगर प्रधानमंत्री को हर जगह दिखाना है कि वही सब कर रहे हैं, दूसरा कोई कर ही नहीं सकता। और 2014 से पहले तो भारत में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, अभी हो रहा है। हर चीज़ में ये बता देना कि एक ही इंडिविजुअल है और दूसरा नहीं है, ये तो पार्लियामेंट की कलेक्टिव मिनिस्टर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के भी खिलाफ हुई है।
राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के द्वारा जो ये ट्वीट कर फोटो दिखाया गया है और पूछा गया है ये क्या है, इसका मतलब है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र में आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार इतिहास को दफन करने में लगी हुई है, इतिहास को बदलने का काम हो रहा है, इतिहास मिटाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसी को लेकर के इस तरह की तस्वीरें सांकेतिक रूप से दिखाई गई है और पूछा गया है क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में सिर्फ भाजपाइयों का अधिकार है, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का भगवाकरण होगा, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में विपक्ष की कोई अहमियत नहीं होगी। इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की ओर से आईना दिखाया गया है, सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से आप इतिहास को दफन करने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये किसी कीमत पर इस देश को मंजूर नहीं हो सकता है।
राष्ट्रीय जनता दल का भारत की संसद की तुलना एक ताबूत के साथ करना यह बताता है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल भारत के लोकतंत्र पर, भारत में जनता के द्वारा निर्वाचित स्थान पर कोई विश्वास नहीं करता है। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने भारत के संसद की तुलना इतने निचले स्तर पर की है।
As India gets the new parliament, the golden scepter Sengol was installed inside the new parliament building. The Sengol was consecrated amongst Vedic chanting by Adinams before the installation in the parliament building. Prime Minister also prostrated before the symbolic Sengol. Prime Minister received blessings from seers of different Adinams from Tamil Nadu after the installation of Sengol in the parliament building near chair of Lok Sabha. Sengol that was received by first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to represent transfer of power from the British was kept in a museum in Prayagraj and was installed in the new building. Prime Minister welcomed the return of Sengol to its rightful place and also took a jibe with those who neglected Sengol after using it for freedom ritual in 1947, referring to Sengol's relegation to Nehru's walking stick status in Nehru Museum.
7वीं शतक में रहा।
आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर कुछ देर पहले संसद की इस नई इमारत में पवित्र सेंगोल की भी स्थापना हुई है। साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था। राजा जी और आदीनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं। जब भी इस संसद भवन में कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, ये सेंगोल हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा।
Up until Wednesday, most of India had not even heard of the Sengol, a symbol of sovereignty and transfer of power in the times of the Chola Empire, has now been revived. Here's a look at the journey of Sengol, the Rajdand, from the time of Cholas to the time it was handed over to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, to its relegation to the Anand Bhavan Museum in Prayagraj as a golden walking stick, to finally now in India's new parliament.
Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny. And now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
This landmark tryst carries a backstory. A backstory rarely told. A backstory that dates back to the Chola Empire, a Tamil dynasty that originated in the Kaveri Valley and ruled the region for over 500 years until the 13th century. Just before the Union Jack came down and 300 years of British rule ended. The transfer of power was emblematically encapsulated in a Tamil ceremony. Priests from prominent Tamil mutts carried a 5-foot scepter, sprinkled it with holy water, and handed it to Pandit Nehru at his Delhi home at sunset on August 14th. This wasn't an ordinary symbol of sovereignty, called Sengol, derived from the Sanskrit word shank or a conch, surmounted by a carving of Nandi, Shiva's sacred bull. The golden staff, made by craftsmen in what was then called Madras, was modelled after the wand that the Chola kings would hand to their successors. The choice wasn't random. It was the outcome of deep thoughts and research. Pandit Nehru turned to freedom fighter C. Rajagopalachari for suggestions regarding a symbol for the transfer of power from the British to the Indians. Rajagopalachari found the answer in history. He contacted a leading mutt down south to create the Sengol of the Chola tradition. Its seer then commissioned the job to the famous Vumidi Bangaru jewelers.
The scepter was done by my great-grandfather and my grandfather. So, I mean, even just to make the replica itself is like such a proud moment for us. I could have imagined how it would have felt for them, because they actually symbolized the transfer of power. And it's a great honor for my family to have been able to make this and give it to our government at that day.
The Sengol was rebuilt in 30 days.
It was not lost. I think it went down memory lane. So we didn't know where it was. Thanks to, I think, the media Ananda Vigadan, it was revived. It was known. And then one of our family clan took the effort of backtracking it and seeing it in Allahabad, sending people there and going through the whole process.
Revived from the Chola region, handed to independent India's first Prime Minister. Mislabeled in a museum as Pandit Nehru's walking stick. The historic Sengol story has come a full circle in 2023. Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Modi parliamentarians paid tribute to V D Savarkar in the new parliament. On the occasion of the birth anniversary of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, Prime Minister Modi dedicated the newly constructed building to the nation today. Prime Minister Modi, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and other parliamentarians paid tributes to V D Savarkar in the new parliament. Several BJP leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah, lauded Savarkar's patriotism, sacrifice and dedication. This has stirred a major political uproar, as the Congress has said the date is a complete insult to the country's founding fathers. Meanwhile, global actor Ram Charan has also announced that he's going to be producing a new movie titled The India House, which is based on the life of Veer Savarkar on the freedom fighters' 140th birth anniversary.
Fine. Does the pitiful plight of our people not rend your hearts in torment? Or you, or not in your heart yet blood more fiery than lightning? Come.
आज 28 मई को महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर सावरकर जी की जयंती है। उनके त्याग, साहस और संकल्प शक्ति से जुड़ी गाथाएं आज भी हम सबको प्रेरित करती हैं।
Slipping into a break, when we return, wrestlers continue their dangle for justice. Cups farm leaders join wrestlers' march to the new parliament. This and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. The wrestlers' protest has gone out of control. Protesting wrestlers clashed with cops at Jantar Mantar. Protesters even jumped over the police barricades to march towards the new parliament building. Several wrestlers were detained, including Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia. Khap panchayats of various states have called for a Mahila Samman Mahapanchayat near the new parliament building in support of the protesting wrestlers. They are, however, being stopped by the cops, keeping in mind the situation. Heavy police force has been deployed at Delhi border to stop the Khap leaders from entering the national capital. The Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi has denied the request of Delhi police to turn MCD school into a temporary prison.
पुलिस बहुत ज्यादा जबरदस्ती हुई है जी आराम से चलने लग रहे थे जबरदस्ती की सड़ाया गया है कति
साक्षी आप लोगों को उम्मीद थी इस तरह से होगा
नहीं थी हम सोचे शांतिपूर्वक जाएंगे पर शांतिपूर्वक जाके आगे से धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे गिरा दिया गया मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करे हम कोई भी इंसान नहीं करते बिल्कुल चुपचाप जाने लग रहे थे आगे
साक्षी को उठा लिया है पुलिस प्रशासन ने, डिटेन कर लिया साक्षी को। दिनेश आप भी तो बोलिए, और ऊपर से उसको पद्म श्री भी दे रखा है। पद्म श्री की गरिमा नहीं रखी लोगों ने, गरिमा नहीं रखी। जो मेडल मिले हैं, जो मेडल मिले, जो अवार्ड मिले, उनकी गरिमा नहीं रखी।
बाढ़ मारे नौकरी लिए गए तो दरिंदा बैठे, उसने क्यों नहीं गिरफ्तार करते? आप लोग क्यों अपील नहीं करते?
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today and don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download the India Today app.
You are watching India Today.
राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के द्वारा जो ये ट्वीट कर फोटो दिखाया गया है और पूछा गया है ये क्या है, इसका मतलब है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र में आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार इतिहास को दफन करने में लगी हुई है, इतिहास को बदलने का काम हो रहा है, इतिहास मिटाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसी को लेकर के इस तरह की तस्वीरें सांकेतिक रूप से दिखाई गई है और पूछा गया है क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में सिर्फ भाजपाइयों का अधिकार है? लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का भगवाकरण होगा? लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में विपक्ष की कोई अहमियत नहीं होगी? इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की ओर से आईना दिखाया गया है, सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से आप इतिहास को दफन करने का काम कर रहे हैं। ये किसी कीमत पर इस देश को मंजूर नहीं हो सकता है।
एक राजनीतिक दल इतनी घटिया मानसिकता पर उतर आए, एक शुभ दिन जो देश के गौरव का दिन है, एक नया संसद भवन पूरे देश को समर्पित किया जा रहा है और उसकी तुलना एक मृत व्यक्ति को जिस बक्से में रखा जाता है, जो कॉफिन जिसको कहा जाता है, उसका चित्र उन्होंने आज ट्वीट किया है। ऐसे लोगों पर तो देशद्रोह का मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाना चाहिए।
The World Health Organization has finally raised the red flags on artificial sweeteners, saying that they certainly will not help you in your long-term weight loss goals. Instead, they could cause diabetes and also cardiovascular diseases. All right, we get it. It is just too much information to process. And that's the reason why Health 360 is digging deep. We research extremely hard to discuss and understand what really is this red flag on artificial sweeteners all about. It's a big trending topic. Everybody is talking about artificial sweeteners, and Health 360 is now telling you the truth about fake sugars. I'm Sneha Mordani. So what really has the World Health Organization said, causing so much confusion and panic around artificial sweeteners? Why has the world body then said that aspartame, sucralose, stevia found in thousands of products aren't really good for us? What is the data that they really have relied on? This report is going to give you an idea.
Popping sugar-free gums containing aspartame or stevia for your beverages, sugar-free juices, protein bars, chocolates, and a whole range of products thinking they will help you, you then really need a rethink. a whole range of non-sugar sweeteners usually consumed by many diabetics and non-diabetics and seen as healthy alternatives to sugar are not to be consumed by non-diabetics and to be consumed by diabetics in a regulated way, the WHO has said. Non-sugar sweeteners, splena, stevia, aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame K, advantame, cyclamates, neotame, all of them should not be used by non-diabetics, says the World Health Organization. The WHO's review of the available research found groups who regularly consume non-sugar sweeteners had an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Non-sugar sweeteners, which include all kind of sweeteners, which are non-caloric, which don't give you calories, but like aspartame or like stevia or other, there are so many, which companies claim that there is no added sugar on them. So people just go by those promotional campaigns and buy those products, thinking that it will not harm. Now the evidence comes that in the long term they can do harm.
Artificial sweeteners are found in processed foods. For example, the sweetener called erythritol activates platelets, the blood cells which cause clots when they clump together. Such clusters block blood flow in different parts of the body, since its presence or levels are not revealed on packages of processed foods.
Some people feel that I have already not consumed sugar, so I can eat more of the other stuff. So like that, it actually encourages more food without any restriction, because people feel that it is something helpful, it is good for fitness. Some people, some celebrities do advertise non-sugar sweeteners as a source of fitness.
Should people then go back to eating sugars? Doctors clearly advise against that as well.
There should be a warning of sugar, number one, and sugar substitutes, number two, because both are not good. And all this can be had from the diet without actually needing to take sugar as a add-on to milk or coffee or tea or desserts. So sugar is not important at all for body, because we all have stored energy stores. So the warning should pertain to not only the additives like sugar free, but also the warning should pertain to how much sugar can one person have in a day. And that also comes indirectly from foods, not only just a teaspoon of sugar. And I'm totally against white sugar. I think white sugar is processed to a degree that it's actually very, very harmful to us.
Since these sweeteners can sneak into your food table and disrupt metabolic health, should there not be regulation?
For our country, the Food Safety Authority can regulate. That's the mandate of the Food Safety Authority, to ensure that people of India consume safe food. Now, since it has been proved harmful, so I think nothing should stop the Food Safety and Standards Authority.
What is found often is that sugar-free products have no or inconsequential warning signs on their product labels, like sugar-free chewing gums that even children consume. The worry is who is checking. India's Food Regulatory Authority has approved all artificial sweeteners that the WHO is advising against. So has the US FDA. With systemic reviews and tons of research and data pointing in the direction of these not being good, should it not prompt India to regulate this huge market? That looks like the way forward. With Sneha Mordani in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Of all the artificial sweeteners or non-sugar substitutes, aspartame somehow seems to have earned a terrible reputation. There's a lot of data and research that points in the direction of this artificial sweetener not being very good for us. It actually is the most commonly used artificial sweetener found in a range of products. Your diet colas, your sugar-free chewing gums, and a lot more. Why has the US FDA then not banned aspartame? Here's more.
Remember the last diet cola you had? Or that nutrition bar you consumed? Both of them have something in common. It's an ingredient that poses a serious threat to your health: aspartame. Aspartame is now seen as the worst artificial sweetener. But where do you escape it? It is most common non-sugar sweetener used in at least 5,000 products. Aspartame is also marketed as NutraSweet, Equal, Sugar Twin and Amino Sweet. The use of non-nutritive sweeteners such as aspartame as food additives has increased over the past 3 decades as a result of dietary recommendations with the blessings of the FDA. Aspartame was approved by the FDA in 1981, 1983 and 1996 for various consumer sweetener uses and foods. In 1983, the FDA approved the use of aspartame in carbonated beverages, and in 1996, it was approved for use as a general-purpose sweetener.
What is confusing for the general public is that while on the one hand, some studies report the use of aspartame to be safe, and these are mostly studies which are sponsored by the industry, some independent studies link aspartame to a long list of health problems.
What led to approval was funded research by the manufacturer. Certainly, a lobby worked hard all these years to make sales all along without citing the possible health threats that the product's been posing this entire time. Even though in 1987, a research series by Gregory Gordon not only warned against the health hazards, but also cautioned on the revolving door relationship between FDA officials and the food industry.
What industry does is they sneak into or they manage to get into the policy making bodies. So where they do not allow, so because of the point of difference between the public health people and the food industry, they do not allow the policy to be made and using the economic angle only. That, you know, the country will make this so much employment, the country will have this taxes or whatever. So this is something which is misleading.
Recent reporting based on internal industry documents revealed how beverage companies pay third-party messengers, including doctors and scientists, to promote their products and shift the blame when the science ties their products to serious health problems. So what are these health risks associated with aspartame, a key ingredient for all non-sugar products? Dozens of independent studies conducted over decades have linked aspartame to a long list of health problems, including cancer, cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's disease, headaches and brain damage, kidney malfunction, and most importantly, weight gain and obesity. The list is even longer than any one of us could have imagined.
There's an unsettling story behind FDA's approval of aspartame, which led us all to believe that it's even safer than sugar. Now, many leading brands in India still continue to use aspartame as a main ingredient, even after so many researches against it. With camera person Deepak, this is Simranjit Kaur for India Today.
Medical experts have gone to the extent of saying that the World Health Organization's advisory is actually very confusing in nature. Some of them have said that stevia is good for you. Why is the World Health Organization then advising against it? Also, some have gone to the extent of saying that if it is so bad, why aren't food regulatory authorities world over banning these products or advising against it? There was a whole lot of confusion, and we are here to clear that for you.
Stevia, an artificial sweetener, is a plant derivative. Why is it being advised against? Is that the question on top of your mind? Well, that certainly is the question that many experts are asking.
Stevia being derived from a plant has generally been considered to be safer than the synthetic sweeteners. In fact, some studies show that stevia can help improve glucose tolerance. There are some studies which have shown that stevia can help lower blood sugar as well as blood pressure. So people who are consuming medications for diabetes or hypertension or are on diuretics must consult a professional or a doctor before consuming stevia, and they must also regularly monitor their levels.
It is to be noted that stevia falls in the category of sweeteners advised against by the World Body. But monk fruit extracts, which hardly is used in India, does not. Some experts say a blanket advisory was the need of the hour. Others do not agree.
Guideline has very clearly defined what is a non-sugar sweetener, and stevia is a part of it. So we cannot single out stevia. So there, as I said earlier, there are many non-sugar sweeteners. We very commonly used are aspartame and saccharin and now stevia, sucralose. All are part of the guideline. The evidence is studied for all of them. So stevia is equally harmful, I would say.
Some experts say some amount of confusion has been created with the new guidelines from the World Health Organization.
Stevia is a natural plant, right? It tastes like sugar but doesn't spike your glucose or insulin. So it's a safer alternative. As I said, it doesn't absorb in the body. It's secreted unchanged in the urine. So stevia doesn't really affect your body except that it gives you that taste of sugar that you need. But if you, if we were to see stevia versus sugar, stevia will always win.
While some concerns around aspartame and other artificial sweeteners are justified, nutritionists worry it might mislead. Minimizing sugar intake and not using added sugars, getting processed foods out of the house and not putting it in your body but into the bin is what is really needed. In New Delhi with Sneha Modani, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news around artificial sweeteners on the other side.
Summers are devastating for stray animals. The scorching heat wave means animals living on the street struggle for water. Karma Foundation is on a mission to make life easy for stray animals.
This water bowl challenge is also one of such initiatives where we know during the scorching heats of summer has to provide the basic requirement for the health of the pet, which is water, and hence we are actually donating the water bowls.
These water bowls are a big relief for stray animals living under the open sky in sweltering weather. Karma Foundation has requested people to join their movement by placing a bowl of water outside their home or workplace. Bureau Report, India Today.
Diet colas are bad for you. Diet sodas are bad for you. It causes insulin confusion and can cause weight gain. You heard that right. Diet colas may actually cause weight gain. So if you've been drinking diet sodas and thinking that your regular soda or colas are bad for you and these are good, then you need to think again. You need to stop using both of these products. We'll tell you why.
Hey, have you managed to eliminate regular sodas from your life? Well, congratulations then. But wait, Are you switching to diet soda in order to accomplish your fitness goals? Well, that's not a good thing then. Why? Well, let us tell you how healthy diet soda actually is.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continue to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit-infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's big box, big business and an ever-growing market for artificial sweeteners. We've done an analysis.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates, and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brijesh Vashisht, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, I don't like my coffee if it isn't a little sweet. I am diabetic. What should I do? Should I stop taking artificial sweeteners? What then should be the alternatives for me? These are some very frequently asked questions, and we're answering them for you in our next report.
I am diabetic. Should I stop consuming artificial sweeteners? I am non-diabetic, but I don't like to consume sugar. I'm okay with my stevia. Should I continue? Can I replace my sugar with honey? Are dates healthy? Are these questions on top of your mind? Has the WHO guideline on artificial sweeteners confused you? Then listen in to what experts say. Substitute for diabetes. What substitute you think a diabetic person should use for sugar? Different sugar alternatives may be healthy for different people. Natural sweeteners are generally a good choice for seniors who don't have diabetes. But artificial sweeteners do have unexpected health risks depending on someone's current health concerns and comorbidities. Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar. However, it is important to be mindful of portion sizes.
Good research, which is randomized controlled trials with dates, have shown that they do not have much effect as far as sugars are concerned in short term and in intermediate term, 3 to 6 months time. So a limited amount of dates is as a breakfast or as a snack we can allow in a patient who has a good control of diabetes and patient who is not very obese, and we will tell them that if you restrict to this particular quantity, nothing will happen to your sugar, and that probably nothing will happen to your weight as well.
How I can limit my sugar and what alternatives we have. How safe are natural substitutes of sugar? Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar and are often considered healthier options due to their natural composition and potential additional nutritional benefits. But can honey and dates manage blood sugar levels and replace artificial sweeteners?
Both have high sugar, and artificial sweeteners are not good for us anyway. But then if someone's watching their diet and if somebody's diabetic, for them honey and dates both can spike the sugar. So moderation is the key. Maybe you can change the sugar to palm sugar and do really raw honey because it's got at least the probiotics in it. For diabetics, the sugar is not really needed because a lot of glucose comes from the food itself. So sugar is not really needed, but yes, there is a palate of everyone where they need sugar. I would say a safe alternative will be monk fruit or palm sugar. Those are quite safe because they don't have high glucose spiking potential. Rest, then all the other sugars are the same, and artificial sweeteners, I'm totally against them.
Follow these steps to reduce sugar in your diet on a daily basis. Choose to drink water, calorie-free beverages or low-fat milk instead of sugary sodas and drinks. Choose whole fruits instead of processed desserts. When you do drink fruit juice, make sure it's 100% juice with no added sugar. Add fruits to cereal instead of buying sweetened cereal or adding table sugar. Use fresh fruit to sweeten plain yogurt instead of eating sweetened yogurt with added sugars in it. Choose unsweetened products such as unsweetened apple sauce, nut milks or nut butters.
Artificial sweeteners can be a short-term way for some people to lessen their use of sugar and weight management. But it can't be done on a long-term basis. Instead, do what I do for my weight management. So, when I feel like having a pastry, a processed food item rich in refined sugar, I choose to have dates instead, which is rich in fiber, healthy, but make sure to consume in moderation. With camera person Deepak Bisht, Sabaikram for India Today.
Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. To tell our viewers, Health 360 is now online. It's Health 360 Plus on all of India Today's digital platforms, and we go live. So do remember to tune in every Friday at 5 p.m. on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube and Facebook. Also, do not forget to like, subscribe and share. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe, be well.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines. Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Naya Sansad, installs historic Sengol inside new Lok Sabha, calls Parliament a cradle of empowerment.
यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा।
Ugly politics over Naya Sansad and Adhinam Sears. RJD likens new parliament to coffin. Samajwadi Party calls Adhinam radical sect. 20 opposition parties boycott Sansad launch. BJP lashes out. RRR star Ram Charan announces movie on Veer Savarkar on his 140th birthday. Film to shed light on Savarkar's role in India's freedom struggle. Wrestlers continue dangle for justice. CUP's farm leaders joined wrestlers' march to new parliament. Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia detained. Section 144 enforced in the capital. The 2023 season comes to a full circle as Chennai take on Gujarat in the grand finale. Gujarat will have to get the better of four-time champions Chennai as they look to defend their crown. As India gets the new parliament, here's a look at all that unfolded, in the historic inauguration. Prime Minister Modi released 75 rupees coin as a special commemorative postage stamp and to mark the inauguration of new parliament building. The symbolic Sengol consecration ceremony took place inside the newly made Sansad premises before it was handed over to Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi prostrated before Sengol before taking it inside the Lok Sabha. Remember, Sengol is a historic scepter from Tamil Nadu that was received by the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to represent transfer of power from the British. Sengol was handed over to Prime Minister by the Seers. Prime Minister Modi also received blessings from Seers of different Adhinams from Tamil Nadu in the new parliament building. The Prime Minister walked into grand new Lok Sabha chambers with the historic Sengol. The Sengol was installed near the chair of Lok Sabha Speaker in the new building by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the new parliament in presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Rajya Sabha Deputy Speaker Harivansh. The Prime Minister has installed the historic Sengol near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair. Here is all you need to know.
Futuristic, state-of-the-art, apt for new India's new dreams. The brand new parliament unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Brainchild of Prime Minister Modi, the new Sansad was hailed by him as a reflection of the aspiration of new India and a testament to the dawn of a self-reliant nation.
ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा। ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा।
सभी आदियों को नमस्कार कर रहे हैं।
Early on Sunday morning, the Prime Minister had held a consecration ritual for the Sengol inside the new parliament and installed it near the Speaker's table inside the new Lok Sabha.
महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था।
The historic event was attended by former President Ramnath Kovind, Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy, Yogi Adityanath, Eknath Shinde and nephew Rio.
apart from foreign envoys, parliamentarians and people from different walks of life. Modi said, as India surges ahead, the new parliament will also contribute to the world's progress.
ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है।
राष्ट्रपति भारत गणतंत्र संदेश।
Rajya Sabha Deputy Chairman Harivansh read out message from President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar.
स्वर्णाक्षरों में दर्ज रहेगा। मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामना है कि नवनिर्मित संसद भवन भारतीय लोकतंत्र की महान परंपराओं और आदर्शों के अनुरूप नए प्रतिमान स्थापित करे।
The Congress and 19 opposition parties boycotted the unveiling of the parliament. The opposition alleged Modi unveiling the parliament is an insult to the president. BJP accuses the opposition bloc of being blinded by hate against Modi. Despite the political war, the unveiling of the new parliament comes as the biggest day of Indian democracy. With Rahul Gautam and Maushmi Singh in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
As India gets the new parliament today, politics continues. Hours after Prime Minister inaugurated the new parliament building, the Rashtriya Janata Dal took to Twitter likening the shape of the new parliament with that of a coffin. Clarifying the tweet, RJD leader Shakti Singh Yadav said the coffin in the tweet is representation of democracy being buried that the country will never accept. Insulting the Shaivite sects of Tamil Nadu were invited to inauguration ceremony. Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya called Adhinamsyas radical Brahmins of the South. Congress accused the government of not allowing the president to fulfill her constitutional duties. Meanwhile, comments have drawn fierce criticism from ruling BJP. Replying to RJD's tweet, BJP said, while the parliament shows the future of the country, the coffin shows RJD's future.
जैसे आपने कहा ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है और आज के जरूरत के आवश्यकता के अनुसार ये निर्माण हुआ है, लेकिन जिस मंदिर को ऐसे अपशब्दों से बात कर रहे लोग उनको ठीक तरह से उत्तर देगा।
आधुनिक भारताची संकल्पना जी जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी मांडली, ती संकल्पना आणि आता चाललंय याचं जमीन असण्याचं अंतर आहे। पुन्हा एकदा आपण देशावर काही वर्ष पाठीमागे नेतोय का काय अशी चिंता होताना विज्ञान याच्यातील किती तरतूद करता येत नाही आणि जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी आधुनिक विज्ञानावर आधारित समाज तयार करण्याच्या संबंधीची भूमिका सतत मांडली। आज त्या ठिकाणी जे चाललंय हे त्याच्या नेमकं उलट चाललेलं आहे।
Message by the Prime Minister also about the Sengol and the transfer of power, an elaborate ceremony. How do you see it? Because the BJP is saying that the opposition missed a big opportunity to celebrate the spirit of India.
मुझे सिर्फ एक बात कहनी है, कार्यक्रम यही होता, ऐसे ही होता, सब कुछ यही होता, लेकिन संविधान की मर्यादा के अनुकूल होता। जब संसद भवन का उद्घाटन हो रहा तो संसद की मुखिया से कराना चाहिए था। जब संविधान की जहां बनता है उसका उद्घाटन महामहिम राष्ट्रपति से कराना चाहिए।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि आप बाल की खाल उधेड़ रहे हैं, यहाँ पे राष्ट्रपति करे या इस तरह से मामला आप कोई ना कोई आपको मीन मेक निकालिए।
देखिए हमारा काम है, हम विपक्ष हैं, कहीं अगर संविधान की मर्यादा भंग हो रही हो, कहीं परंपराएं तोड़ी जा रही हो, कहीं एक संवैधानिक पद का अपमान किया जा रहा हो, तो विधायक के रूप में फिर हमारा दायित्व तो नहीं पूरा होगा अगर हम अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वाह नहीं करेंगे।
नया संसद भवन देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समर्पित किया, लेकिन विपक्षी दल अपनी ओछी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं देश उनको कभी क्षमा करने वाला नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जिस तरह से संसद भवन की तस्वीर के साथ ताबूत की फोटो लगाकर देश का अपमान करने का काम किया है, संसद का अपमान करने का काम किया है। 2024 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में इसी ताबूत में बिहार की जनता आरजेडी को डाल देगी, क्योंकि उसको ताबूत ज्यादा पसंद है, देश को संसद ज्यादा पसंद है।
लोकसभा देश की जनता को जवाबदेह है, तो इसलिए ये बेहतर होता है कि लोकसभा के स्पीकर उसका इनॉग्रेशन करते, मगर प्रधानमंत्री को हर जगह दिखाना है कि वही सब कर रहे हैं, दूसरा कोई कर ही नहीं सकता। और 2014 से पहले तो भारत में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, अभी हो रहा है। हर चीज़ में ये बता देना कि एक ही इंडिविजुअल है और दूसरा नहीं है, ये तो पार्लियामेंट की कलेक्टिव मिनिस्टर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के भी खिलाफ हुई है।
राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के द्वारा जो ये ट्वीट कर फोटो दिखाया गया है और पूछा गया है ये क्या है, इसका मतलब है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र में आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार इतिहास को दफन करने में लगी हुई है, इतिहास को बदलने का काम हो रहा है, इतिहास मिटाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसी को लेकर के इस तरह की तस्वीरें सांकेतिक रूप से दिखाई गई है और पूछा गया है क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में सिर्फ भाजपाइयों का अधिकार है, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का भगवाकरण होगा, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में विपक्ष की कोई अहमियत नहीं होगी। इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की ओर से आईना दिखाया गया है, सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से आप इतिहास को दफन करने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये किसी कीमत पर इस देश को मंजूर नहीं हो सकता है।
The opposition sulks over new parliament. Superstars have stepped forward. Listen in.
भारत का नया संसद भवन, हमारी उम्मीदों का नया घर, हमारे संविधान को संभालने वालों के लिए एक ऐसा घर जहां 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी एक परिवार हैं। ये नया घर इतना बड़ा हो कि इसमें देश के हर प्रांत, प्रदेश, गांव, शहर, कोने कोने के लिए जगह बन सके। इस घर की बाहें इतनी चौड़ी हों कि देश की हर जाति प्रजाति, हर धर्म को प्यार कर सके। इसकी नजर इतनी गहरी हो कि देश के हर एक नागरिक को देख सके, जान सके, उनकी समस्याओं को पहचान सके। यहां सत्यमेव जयते का नारा स्लोगन नहीं, विश्वास हो। यहां अशोक चक्र का हाथी, घोड़ा, शेर और खंबा लोगो नहीं, हमारा इतिहास हो। It is said that a parliament is to the nation what the soul is to the body. My sincerest prayers that the soul of democracy remains robust in its new home and continues to foster liberty, fraternity, and equality for ages to come. May this new abode of democracy build a new age that is renowned for its scientific temper and empathy for all. A new parliament for a new India, but with the same age-old dream, the glory of India, of our nation. Jai Hind.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम अक्षय कुमार है और हर उस इंसान की तरह जिसे भारत और उसके तरक्की पे गर्व है, मुझे इस नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग की तस्वीरें देख के एक अलग ही खुशी मिल रही है। मुझे याद है दिल्ली में जब मैं रहता था और अपने माता पिता के साथ इंडिया गेट और उसके आसपास घूमने जाता था, तो ज्यादातर बिल्डिंगें अंग्रेजों की बनाई हुई दिखती थी। Today, on seeing this brand new building, my heart is filled with pride. The Indian Parliament is the temple of democracy. ये एक नए भारत की पहचान है। ऐसा हिंदुस्तान जो न सिर्फ कल्चर और हेरिटेज में सबसे आगे रहा है, पर अब अपने प्रोग्रेस से, तरक्की से सारी दुनिया से आगे बढ़ रहा है। जब आप इस पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग को देखें तो जरूर याद रखिएगा कि हमारा देश कहां था और कहां आगे निकल गया है। Today is a moment of glory. It is a moment of pride. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for making this day possible. God bless India with more and more progress in the years to come. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Prime Minister Modi installed historic Sengol near Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament building on Sunday. As many as 21 Dharmapuram Adhinam seers from Chennai handed over Sengol to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a detailed report.
नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं.
The holy Sengol finding its pride of place in Lok Sabha. With Vedic chants, puja and havan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi participating himself.
भोलाभं भूमिपुत्रः सकलगुणयुतां वाग्विभूतिं च सौम्यः सौभाग्यं देवमन्त्रे रिपुभयशमनं भार्गवः शौर्यमार्गिः.
On Sunday, India witnessed the historic return of the Sengol to the seat of power, this time Lok Sabha. Dressed in traditional attire, Prime Minister Narendra Modi performed the Ganpati Havan along with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla ahead of the inauguration of the new Parliament building. Prime Minister Narendra Modi then did a Sashtang Dandavat, prostrated himself before the Sengol, which symbolized transfer of power from the British to India. Priests of Shaivite mutts, Adhinams from Tamil Nadu, the original owners of the Sengol, presented the Dharma Dand to Prime Minister Narendra Modi after the rituals.
नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं.
The 5 feet long, 2-inch wide spectre was later installed near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament House by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Prime Minister also sought the blessings of the 21 Adhinams from Tamil Nadu who presented him the Sengol.
राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था.
The Prime Minister took a jibe at those who neglected the Sengol after using it for the freedom ritual in 1947, referring to the Sengol's relegation as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's golden walking stick at the Anand Bhavan Museum at Prayagraj.
ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं.
The Congress, meanwhile, rubbished the use of Sengol as a symbol of transfer of power, calling the claim bogus.
BJP's issues are that they are running from the real issues and they want a diversion. After the Karnataka defeat, they wanted a diversion and therefore they are mingling with all this kind of dates on a one day and making it into a different tune they want.
Samajwadi Party attacked the government, slamming the invite to the Tamil Nadu Adhinam seers, calling it pampering of radical Brahmin sects from Tamil Nadu.
भाजपा की सरकार लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनी गई है. वर्तमान में भारत लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य है. लोकतंत्र में राजतंत्र के प्रतीक का आवश्यकता कहां से आ गई? इसका मतलब है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विश्वास लोकतंत्र में नहीं है, राजतंत्र में है। इसीलिए राजतंत्र के प्रतीक राजदंड सेंगोल को खोज करके लाई है।
देखिए, स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी जब से चुनाव हारे हैं तब से आप देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह के कई तरह के इस तरह से गलत बयान, कभी रामायण पर, कभी श्री राम पर, मैंने इस तरह के बयान देते रहते हैं। वो चुनाव हारने के बाद जो है उनका दिमाग असंतुलित हो चुका है। इस
The Sengol will now symbolize justice, righteousness and ethical governance, standing silently to witness the new parliament shaping India's future. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping to a break. When we return, wrestlers continue their dangle for justice. Cups, farm leaders join wrestlers' march to the new parliament. This is more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in after COP chaos clouds dangle for justice. The Congress intensifies attack on the BJP. Congress says BJP disrespects precedent and India's daughter. Congress says those who brought glory are now being dragged. Wrestlers dragged like criminals. Congress's latest attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party, latest coming in the midst of all the drama you see in the national capital where the wrestlers are being disrespected. They've been detained and now the reaction is coming in from the opposition. Listen it.
इस देश में एक तानाशाह ने अपने राज तिलक का स्वांग रचा और आने वाला समय इसका साक्षी रहेगा कि जब एक तानाशाह अपना राज तिलक कर रहा था तब हमारे देश की सबसे होनहार बेटियां इस तरह से घसीटी जा रही थी, मारी जा रही थी, डंडों से पीटी जा रही थी। बेटियों का बलात्कारी उस सदन में मौजूद था। बेटियों का बलात्कारी उस सदन में मौजूद था उसका सम्मान हो रहा था, और इस देश की बेटियों के ऊपर पुलिस टूट पड़ी थी। इनके छातियों पे मेडल रहता है, इनकी पीठ से वो पटकनी देती हैं। उन छातियों पर आज बूट थे, पीठ पर डंडे थे, और पुलिस उनको ऐसे खींच रही थी कि कोई वो दुर्दांत आतंकवादी हो।
There you go, Supriya Srinath of the Congress Party attacking the Bharatiya Janata Party after the COP chaos clouds dangle for justice. The Congress has intensified the attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party. They've said the BJP disrespects the President of India and India's daughter. Those who brought glory are being dragged. Wrestlers dragged like criminals, unquote. That is the latest coming in from the Congress Party. Rahul Gautam joining us for the latest. Rahul, at a time like this, the opposition needs to step up, and that is exactly what the Congress is doing at the moment. Do we have a reaction from the BJP on this?
Well, the Congress Party has clearly linked today's incident that happened at Jantar Mantar with women's prestige. In fact, the Congress Party, and I'm quoting the leaders here, they are saying that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was busy in a coronation ceremony, at that point of time, disturbing images came from Jantar Mantar at a time when our female wrestlers who brought laurels and medals for the country, they were roughened up, they were manhandled, and this clearly shows the anti-women mindset of the BJP. In fact, they're also saying that the best thing that BJP can do on a day when they're inaugurating this new building is to sack Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, the man who's in the eye of the storm, who has been accused of sexual assault. In fact, they said that a high-level inquiry under the leadership of a Supreme Court judge maybe should be initiated at the earliest, so that these women wrestlers could get justice. So it seems that the Congress Party is saying that the desperate pleas of these protesting women wrestlers are not getting any answers from the BJP, and this clearly shows that how the government of the day is only busy about making tall claims about women empowerment and women's security, at a time when they are making these pleas and seeking justice. The government is nowhere to be seen.
Okay, Rahul, we'll come back to you for more on this. With that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today. Don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Let's give you a sense of the kind of fruits that you should be eating during this time. Watermelon is a fruit commonly found in India in summers. It can prevent dehydration and help in cooling the body. Cucumbers contain a high amount of water. High in fiber, it can help relieve constipation. It's a fantastic summer companion. Curd, an excellent dairy product that can be included in your diet in various forms. Citrus fruits, rich in vitamin C and help in hydration. They act as a cooling agent. They include oranges, lemons, limes, grapefruit, and other citrus fruits. Coconut water. Indian summers are synonymous with our regular nariyal pani. It hydrates your body, balances the temperature, generates electrolytes, and helps in cooling. Buttermilk contains probiotics, vitamins, and minerals that helps your body cool in hot temperatures. Lemon juice, rich in vitamin C, can help lower body temperature. It moisturizes and oxygenates the body, helps in improving the energy levels.
मैं सभी देशवासियों को भारतीय लोकतंत्र के इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है। ये नया संसद भवन योजना को यथार्थ से, नीति को निर्माण से, इच्छा शक्ति को क्रिया शक्ति से, संकल्प को सिद्धि से जोड़ने वाली अहम कड़ी साबित होगा। ये नया भवन हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के सपनों को साकार करने का माध्यम बनेगा। ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा। ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा। ये नया भवन नूतन और पुरातन के सह अस्तित्व का भी आदर्श है। संसद का ये नया भवन भारत के विकास से विश्व के विकास का भी आह्वान करेगा। साथियों, आज इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर कुछ देर पहले संसद की इस नई इमारत में पवित्र सेंगोल की भी स्थापना हुई है। महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था। राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था। तमिलनाडु से विशेष तौर पर आए हुए आदिनम के संत आज सुबह संसद भवन में हमें आशीर्वाद देने उपस्थित हुए थे। मैं उन्हें पुनः श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। उनके ही मार्गदर्शन में लोकसभा में ये पवित्र सेंगोल स्थापित हुआ है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं। जब भी इस संसद भवन में कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, ये सेंगोल हम सभी को प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। भारत आज वैश्विक लोकतंत्र का भी बहुत बड़ा आधार है। लोकतंत्र हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक व्यवस्था नहीं, एक संस्कार है, एक विचार है, एक परंपरा है। हमारा लोकतंत्र ही हमारी प्रेरणा है, हमारा संविधान ही हमारा संकल्प है। इस प्रेरणा, इस संकल्प की सबसे श्रेष्ठ प्रतिनिधि अगर कोई है तो ये हमारी संसद है। और ये संसद देश की जिस समृद्ध संस्कृति का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है, उसका उद्घोष करती है। शेते निपद्यमानस्य, शेते निपद्यमानस्य चराति चर्त भगः, चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति। कहने का तात्पर्य, जो रुक जाता है उसका भाग्य भी रुक जाता है, लेकिन जो चलता रहता है उसी का भाग्य आगे बढ़ता है, बुलंदियों को छूता है। और इसलिए चलते रहो, चलते रहो। गुलामी के बाद हमारे भारत ने बहुत कुछ खोकर अपनी नई यात्रा शुरू की थी। वो यात्रा कितने ही उतार चढ़ावों से होते हुए, कितनी ही चुनौतियों को पार करते हुए आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुकी है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल विरासत को सहेजते हुए विकास के नए आयाम गढ़ने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल देश को नई दिशा देने का अमृत काल है। आजादी का ये अमृत काल अनंत सपनों को, असंख्य आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने का अमृत काल है। इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है, इस अमृत काल का आह्वान है मुक्त मातृभूमि को, मुक्त मातृभूमि को नवीन प्राण चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। मुक्त गीत हो रहा, मुक्त गीत हो रहा नवीन राग चाहिए, नवीन पर्व के लिए नवीन प्राण चाहिए। और इसलिए भारत के भविष्य को उज्जवल बनाने वाली इस कार्यस्थली को भी उतना ही नवीन होना चाहिए, आधुनिक होना चाहिए। आज नए संसद भवन को देखकर हर भारतीय गौरव से भरा हुआ है। इस भवन में विरासत भी है, वास्तु भी है, इसमें कला भी है, कौशल भी है, इसमें संस्कृति भी है और संविधान के स्वर भी है। आप देख रहे हैं कि लोकसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा, यहां भी देखिए, यहां भी देखिए, राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर पर आधारित है। राज्यसभा का आंतरिक हिस्सा राष्ट्रीय फूल कमल पर आधारित है। और संसद के प्रांगण में हमारा राष्ट्रीय वृक्ष बरगद भी है। हमारे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की जो विविधता है, इस नए भवन ने उन सबको समाहित किया है। इसमें राजस्थान से लाए गए ग्रेनाइट और बलुआ पत्थर लगाए गए हैं। ये जो लकड़ी का काम आप देख रहे हैं ना, वो महाराष्ट्र से आई है। यूपी में भदोही के कारीगरों ने इसके लिए अपने हाथ से कालीनों को बुना है। एक तरह से इस भवन के कण कण में हमें एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना के दर्शन हुए। साथियों, संसद के पुराने भवन में सभी के लिए अपने कार्यों को पूरा करना कितना मुश्किल हो रहा था, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी समस्याएं थी, बैठने की जगह से जुड़ी चुनौती थी। इसलिए ही बीते 1.5-2 दशकों से ये चर्चा लगातार हो रही थी कि देश को एक नए संसद भवन की आवश्यकता है। और हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि आने वाले समय में सीटों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, सांसदों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, वो लोग कहां बैठते हैं? और इसलिए ये समय की मांग थी कि संसद की नई इमारत का निर्माण किया जाए। और मुझे खुशी है कि भव्य इमारत आधुनिक सुविधाओं से पूरी तरह लैस है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इस समय भी इस हॉल में सूरज का प्रकाश सीधे आ रहा है। बिजली कम से कम खर्च हो, हर तरफ लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले गैजेट्स हों, इन सभी का इसमें पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। साथियों, आज सुबह ही मैं इस संसद भवन को बनाने वाले श्रमिकों के एक समूह से मिला हूं। इस संसद भवन ने करीब 60,000 श्रमिकों को रोजगार देने का भी काम किया है। उन्होंने इस नई इमारत के लिए अपना पसीना बहाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि इनके श्रम को समर्पित एक डिजिटल गैलरी भी संसद में बनाई गई है और विश्व में शायद ये पहली बार हुआ होगा। संसद के निर्माण में अब उनका योगदान भी अमर हो गया है। साथियों, कोई भी एक्सपर्ट अगर पिछले 9 वर्षों का आकलन करे तो पाएगा कि ये 9 साल भारत में नव निर्माण के रहे हैं, गरीब कल्याण के रहे हैं। साथियों, आपको ध्यान होगा 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से मैंने कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। हर देश के इतिहास में ऐसा समय आता है जब देश की चेतना नए सिरे से जागृत होती है। भारत में आजादी के 25 साल पहले, 47 के पहले 25 साल याद कीजिए, आजादी के 25 साल पहले ऐसा ही समय आया था गांधी जी के असहयोग आंदोलन ने पूरे देश को एक विश्वास से भर दिया था। गांधी जी ने स्वराज के संकल्प से हर भारतवासी को जोड़ दिया था। ये वो दौर था जब हर भारतीय आजादी के लिए जी जान से जुट गया था। इसका नतीजा हमने 1947 में भारत की आजादी के तौर पर देखा। आजादी का ये अमृतकाल भी भारत के इतिहास का ऐसा ही पड़ाव है। आज से 25 साल बाद भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष पूरे करेगा। हमारे पास भी 25 वर्ष का अमृत कालखंड है। इन 25 वर्षों में हमें मिलकर भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा है, लक्ष्य कठिन भी है, लेकिन हर देशवासी को आज इसके लिए जी जान से जुटना ही है। नए प्रण लेने हैं, नए संकल्प लेने हैं, नई गति पकड़नी है। और इतिहास गवाह है कि हम भारतीयों का विश्वास सिर्फ भारत तक ही सीमित नहीं रहता। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई ने दुनिया के बहुत सारे देशों में उस समय एक नई चेतना जागृत कर दी थी। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई से भारत तो आजाद हुआ ही, साथ ही कई देश आजादी की राह पर चल पड़े। भारत के विश्वास ने दूसरे देशों के विश्वास को सहारा दिया था। और इसलिए भारत जैसा विविधता से भरा देश, इतनी बड़ी आबादी वाला देश, इतनी सारी चुनौतियों से लड़ने वाला देश जब एक विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ता है तो इससे दुनिया के अनेक देशों को प्रेरणा भी मिलती है। भारत की हर सफलता आने वाले दिनों में दुनिया के अलग अलग भूभाग में अलग अलग देशों की सफलता के रूप में प्रेरणा का कारण बनने वाली है। आज यदि भारत तेजी से गरीबी दूर करता है तो ये कई देशों को गरीबी से बाहर आने की प्रेरणा भी देता है। भारत का विकसित होने का संकल्प कई और देशों का संबल बनेगा। इसलिए भारत की जिम्मेदारी और बड़ी हो जाती है। और साथियों, सफलता की पहली शर्त सफल होने का विश्वास ही होती है। ये नया संसद भवन इस विश्वास को नई बुलंदी देने वाला है। ये विकसित भारत के निर्माण में हम सभी के लिए नई प्रेरणा बनेगा। ये संसद भवन हर भारतीय के कर्तव्य भाव को जागृत करेगा। मुझे विश्वास है इस संसद में जो जनप्रतिनिधि बैठेंगे वे नई प्रेरणा के साथ लोकतंत्र को नई दिशा देने का प्रयास करेंगे। जब संसद के इस नए भवन में हम अपने दायित्वों का ईमानदारी से निर्वहन करेंगे तो देशवासियों को भी नई प्रेरणा मिलेगी। साथियों, दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र को यह नई संसद एक नई ऊर्जा और नई मजबूती प्रदान करेगी। हमारे श्रमिकों ने अपने पसीने से इस संसद भवन को इतना भव्य बना दिया है। अब हम सभी सांसदों का दायित्व है कि इसे अपने समर्पण से और ज्यादा दिव्य बनाएंगे। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हम सभी 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का संकल्प ही इस नई संसद की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली सदियों को सजाने संवारने वाला है। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहां होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा। गरीब, दलित, पिछड़ा, आदिवासी, दिव्यांग समाज के हर वंचित परिवार के सशक्तिकरण का, वंचितों को वरीयता का रास्ता यहीं से गुजरता है। इस नए संसद भवन की हर ईंट, हर दीवार, इसका कण कण गरीब के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित है। अगले 25 वर्षों में संसद के इस नए भवन में बनने वाले नए कानून भारत को विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून भारत को गरीबी से बाहर निकालने में मदद करेंगे। इस संसद में बनने वाले कानून देश के युवाओं के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए नए अवसरों का निर्माण करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है संसद का यह नया भवन नए भारत के सृजन का आधार बनेगा। एक समृद्ध, सशक्त और विकसित भारत नीति, न्याय, सत्य, मर्यादा और कर्तव्य पथ पर और सशक्त होकर चलने वाला भारत। मैं समस्त भारतवासियों को नए संसद भवन की फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
ये भवन सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं, ये ठिकाना है 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों का। ये प्रतीक है उनकी आशाओं का। ये हस्ताक्षर है उनके स्वाभिमान का। ये जयघोष है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जनतंत्र का। ये मंदिर है हमारे लोकतंत्र का। इसकी नींव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भाव है। इसकी ईंट ईंट दुनिया से हमारा संवाद है। इसकी दीवारें हमारी आस्था से अटूट हैं। इसकी छत हमारी एकता का मूर्त रूप है। ये दिखाता है कि इंडिया कितना यंग है। ये बताता है हमारी चाहतों में कितना दम है। ये जश्न है हमारे गौरवमयी इतिहास का, ये पर्व है एक नए आगाज का। इसके उद्घाटन पर पूरे देश में त्योहार जैसा हर्ष है। मेरा संसद भवन मेरा गर्व है। जय हिंद।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Sorry.
are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Beautiful dawn for Indian democracy. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Naya Sansad, installs historic Sengol inside new Lok Sabha, calls new parliament a cradle of empowerment.
यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय आने वाली पीढ़ियों को सशक्त करने वाला होगा। यहाँ होने वाला हर निर्णय भारत के उज्ज्वल भविष्य का आधार बनेगा।
Ugly politics over Naya Sansad and Adhinam sears. RJD likens new parliament to coffin. SP calls Adhinam radical sect. 20 opposition parties boycott Sansad launch. BJP lashes out. RRR star Ram Charan announces movie on V D Savarkar on his 140th birthday. Film to shed light on Savarkar's role in India's freedom struggle. As wrestlers continue dangle for justice, Congress targets BJP, says BJP disrespects precedent and wrestlers who brought glory being dragged like criminals.
धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है.
The 2023 season comes to a full circle as Chennai take on Gujarat in grand finale. Gujarat will have to get better four-time champions Chennai as they look to defend their crown. Breaking news just coming in. Manipur remains on the edge. Manipur Chief Minister says terrorists are targeting civilians killed. Manipur Chief Minister says security has been beefed up on ground. That's the latest coming in. Manipur on the edge, as you can see from the visuals that are trickling in at the moment of Manipur. Those are the visuals right there. Terrorists targeting, civilians killed. Manipur Chief Minister has now assured that security has been beefed up on ground as Manipur remains on the edge. News coming in from Manipur at this point. We'll get you more details in terms of what the state government has planned, but the Chief Minister has given assurance of how security has been beefed up on ground zero. Getting you details on whether it is the Rapid Action Force personnel who've been or the kind of security that has been deployed as terrorists have been killed in defensive operation in Manipur. And how the security forces have retaliated on the back of all these developments. Ritik is now joining us live. Ritik, are the encounters still on, and what do people have to worry about at this point?
Chaiti, big news comes in from Manipur amidst a situation when unrest is continuing in Manipur. Now the state government has claimed that the security personnel have neutralized or killed nearly 30 terrorists and in different parts of Manipur. We are given to understand since Sunday morning there were clashes broke out between extremists and security personnel in many parts of Manipur, partly in Imphal. And what we are given to understand that N. Biren Singh, the Chief Minister of Manipur, stated that at least 30 terrorists, those were using sophisticated firearms against civilians, have been killed in gunfight by security personnel. What we are given to understand as of now, and what more we are picking up at this point in time, Chaiti, that situation is still remain unchanged. Clashes are on, but as of now, this is big statement coming directly from the Manipur government, and Chief Minister himself is stating that at least 30 extremists, or as I quote him, that he called them terrorists. those were using, sophisticated firearms against civilian have been killed in gunfight.
We'll come back to the story in moments from now, but Manipur remains tense and on the edge. We'll bring you more. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the new parliament in presence of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Rajya Sabha Deputy Speaker Harivansh. Prime Minister Modi has installed historic Sengol near Lok Sabha Speaker's chair. Here is all you need to know.
Futuristic, state-of-the-art, apt for new India's new dreams. The brand new parliament unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Brainchild of Prime Minister Modi, the new Sansad was hailed by him as a reflection of the aspiration of new India and a testament to the dawn of a self-reliant nation.
ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा। ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा।
सभी आदिलों को नमस्कार कर रहे हैं।
Early on Sunday morning, the Prime Minister had held a consecration ritual for the Sengol inside the new parliament and installed it near the Speaker's table inside the new Lok Sabha.
महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था।
The historic event was attended by former President Ramnath Kovind, Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy, Yogi Adityanath, Eknath Shinde and nephew Rio, apart from foreign envoys, parliamentarians and people from different walks of life. Modi said, as India surges ahead, the new parliament will also contribute to the world's progress.
ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है।
राष्ट्रपति भारत गणतंत्र संदेश।
Rajya Sabha Deputy Chairman Harivansh read out message from President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar.
स्वर्णाक्षरों में दर्ज रहेगा। मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामना है कि नवनिर्मित संसद भवन भारतीय लोकतंत्र की महान परंपराओं और आदर्शों के अनुरूप नए प्रतिमान स्थापित करे।
The Congress and 19 opposition parties boycotted the unveiling of the parliament. The opposition alleged Modi unveiling the parliament is an insult to the president. BJP accuses the opposition bloc of being blinded by hate against Modi. Despite the political war, the unveiling of the new parliament comes as the biggest day of Indian democracy. With Rahul Gautam and Maushmi Singh in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
As India gets the new parliament today, politics continues. Hours after Prime Minister inaugurated new parliament building, Rashtriya Janata Dal took to Twitter liking the shape of the parliament with that of a coffin. However, clarifying the tweet, RJD leader Shakti Singh Yadav said the coffin in the tweet is a representation of democracy being buried, which the country will never accept. Insulting the Shaivite sects of Tamil Nadu who were invited to inauguration ceremony, Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya called Adhinamsiyas radical Brahmins of the south. Congress accused the government of not allowing President Draupadi Murmu of fulfilling her constitutional duties. The comments have drawn fierce criticism from the ruling BJP. Replying to RJD's tweet, BJP said while the parliament shows the future of the country, the coffin shows RJD's future.
जैसे आपने कहा ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है और आज के जरूरत के आवश्यकता के अनुसार ये निर्माण हुआ है, लेकिन जिस मंदिर को ऐसे अपशब्दों से बात कर रहे लोग उनको ठीक तरह से उत्तर देगा।
आधुनिक भारताची संकल्पना जी जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी मांडली ती संकल्पना आणि आता पार्लमेंटमध्ये चाललंय याचं जमीन असण्याचं अंतर आहे। पुन्हा एकदा आपण देशावर काही वर्ष पाठीमागे नेतोय का काय अशी चिंता होतात। विज्ञान याच्यातील किती तरतूद करता येत नाही आणि जवाहरलाल नेहरूंनी आधुनिक विज्ञानावर आधारित समाज तयार करण्याच्या संबंधीची भूमिका सतत मांडली। आज त्या ठिकाणी जे चाललंय हे त्याच्या नेमकं उलट चाललेलं आहे।
So this new building symbolizes the future of India, Bharat ka bhavishya, and another picture of coffin in which a dead man's body is being put inside. It symbolizes the future of RJD. So those people who compare new building with coffin, they will meet the same fate what a coffin symbolizes. So it is very ridiculous. After this inauguration, are RJD people going to boycott the entire building till this building is there? They will not attend any session of parliament in this building. So it is very ridiculous और ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक।
So your ally Rashtriya Janata Dal RJD, they put out a tweet from their official Twitter handle. In fact, they equated parliament, the structure of parliament, the architecture of parliament, with a coffin. Now, BJP is saying that this shows our parliament in a very bad light, and RJD and opposition camp has given an apology for this.
Every party has a view. Therefore, I can't comment on parties' views. But we are very, very clear that Parliament as an institution can go together with the ruling establishment and the opposition parties. Without 12 chief ministers.
ट्वीट कर फोटो दिखाया गया है और पूछा गया है ये क्या है। इसका मतलब है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र में आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार इतिहास को दफन करने में लगी हुई है, इतिहास को बदलने का काम हो रहा है, इतिहास मिटाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसी को लेकर के इस तरह की तस्वीरें सांकेतिक रूप से दिखाई गई है और पूछा गया है क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में सिर्फ भाजपाइयों का अधिकार है? लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का भगवाकरण होगा? लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में विपक्ष की कोई अहमियत नहीं होगी? इसीलिए ये विपक्ष की ओर से आईना दिखाया गया है, सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से आप इतिहास को दफन करने का काम कर रहे हैं। ये किसी कीमत पर इस देश को मंजूर।
Prime Minister Modi installed Sengol near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament building on Sunday. As many as 21 Dharmapuram Adhinamsiyas from Chennai handed over the Sengol to Prime Minister. Here's a detailed report.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं।
The holy Sengol finding its pride of place in Lok Sabha. With Vedic chants, puja and havan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi participating himself. On Sunday, India witnessed the historic return of the Sengol to the seat of power, this time Lok Sabha. Dressed in traditional attire, Prime Minister Narendra Modi performed the Ganpati Havan along with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla ahead of the inauguration of the new parliament building. Prime Minister Narendra Modi then did a Sashtang Dandavat, prostrated himself before the Sengol, which symbolized transfer of power from the British to India. Priests of Shaivite mutts, Adinams from Tamil Nadu, the original owners of the Sengol, presented the Dharma Dand to Prime Minister Narendra Modi after the rituals.
नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटातलापम गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागम.
The 5 feet long, 2-inch wide spectre was later installed near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament House by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Prime Minister also sought the blessings of the 21 Adhinams from Tamil Nadu who presented him the Sengol.
राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था.
The Prime Minister took a jibe at those who neglected the Sengol after using it for the freedom ritual in 1947, referring to the Sengol's relegation as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's golden walking stick at the Sansad Bhavan Museum at Prayagraj.
ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं.
The Congress, meanwhile, rubbished the use of Sengol as a symbol of transfer of power, calling the claim bogus.
BJP's issues are that they are running from the real issues and they want a diversion. After the Karnataka defeat, they wanted a diversion and therefore they are mingling with all this kind of dates on a one day and making it into a different tune they want.
Samajwadi Party attacked the government, slamming the invite to the Tamil Nadu Adhinam seers, calling it pampering of radical Brahmin sects from Tamil Nadu.
भाजपा की सरकार लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनी गई. वर्तमान में भारत लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य है. लोकतंत्र में राजतंत्र के प्रतीक का आवश्यकता कहां से आ गई? इसका मतलब है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विश्वास लोकतंत्र में नहीं है, राजतंत्र में है. इसीलिए राजतंत्र के प्रतीक राजदंड सेंगोल को खोज करके लाई है.
देखिए, स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी जब से चुनाव हारे हैं तब से आप देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह के कई तरह के इस तरह से गलत बयान, कभी रामायण पर, कभी श्री राम पर, मैंने इस तरह के बयान देते रहते हैं. वो चुनाव हारने के बाद जो है उनका दिमाग असंतुलित हो चुका है. इस
The Sengol will now symbolize justice, righteousness and ethical governance, standing silently to witness the new parliament shaping India's future. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me now is author Amish Tripathi. Thanks for joining us on this broadcast this evening. Amish, first up, let's begin with the significance of today's ceremony in your opinion.
This is a very significant moment for India's republic. As has often been said, we are a young nation, a young republic, but we are a very ancient civilization. And symbology is extremely important for how communities come together. As Edmund Burke had said, human beings are symbol-producing animals. And every community, every nation coheres around symbols. I'm in the UK right now. Western civilization is built around Greco-Roman and then Judeo-Christian symbology. So symbols of our ancient civilization, when they get reconnected to the Indian Republic, it makes our nation that much stronger. The Sengol is a very ancient tradition. In the north, it's called the Rajdanda. Rajdanda has been referred to in the Shanti Parva of Mahabharata, in Chanakya's Acharya Chanakya's Arthashastra, in Thirukural of Thiruvalluvar, and it symbolizes how an Indian state should be run. That it should be run on the precepts of dharma. And as I'm sure you're aware, dharma is above religion. It is beyond religion. Often, dharma is erroneously translated as religion. Actually, the correct word for religion is panth. Dharma is above religion, and dharma is for the good of all. So the Rajdanda, the Sengol, represents how a state should be run. The parliament significantly improves our infrastructure for democracy. So both from the perspective of efficiency and symbology, I think this is a very significant moment.
But you know, Amish, there's a lot of controversy around the Sengol as well, especially the opposition parties also lashing out at the ruling government over this. What do you think of the Sengol controversy and the entire ceremony?
Look, I'm not going to get into the controversy of it. I never really comment on politics. One can focus on that, but I would choose to focus more on the positive aspects and on the uniting aspects. If you see the ceremony today, of course, the Sengol was treated with respect as it should, and has been placed with pride in the parliament, in the Lok Sabha. You will notice that when the speaker speaks, the primary speaker speaks, the Sengol is is there on above the left shoulder of the speaker. But the ceremonies also included multi-faith prayers. It was, I think, 10-15 years later, when we look back at this moment, we'll see it as a very uniting and civilizationally important moment for the Indian Republic.
Leave it at that. Thank you, Amish, for joining us on this broadcast and taking the time out. We're slipping into a short commercial break. When we return, wrestlers continue their dangle for justice. Cups farm leaders join wrestlers' march to the new parliament.
You are watching India Today.
After nearly a month on the roads, protesting wrestlers clashed with cops at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. This after protesters were stopped from marching towards the new parliament. Several wrestlers, including Bajrang Punia and Sakshi Malik, were detained. Heavy police was deployed at Delhi borders to stop more protesters from entering the capital. Here is a report.
Some of India's top wrestlers pinned, dragged and detained. These were the scenes that unfolded at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. Protesting wrestlers Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia and others were detained as they tried to march towards the new parliament from the protest site at Jantar Mantar. Olympic medalist Sakshi Malik accused the police of manhandling her.
हम सोचे शांतिपूर्वक जाएंगे पर शांतिपूर्वक जाके आगे से धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है। हम कोई भी इंसान नहीं करते, बिल्कुल चुपचाप जाने लग रहे थे।
Bajrang Punia lashed out at the government, saying the authorities didn't even respect Padma Shri awardees.
साक्षी को उठा लिया है पुलिस प्रशासन ने, डिटेन कर लिया साक्षी को। दिनेश आप बोलिए, और ऊपर से उसको पद्म श्री भी दे रखा है। पद्म श्री की गरिमा नहीं रखी लोगों ने। जो मेडल मिले हैं, जो मेडल मिले, जो अवार्ड मिले, उनकी गरिमा नहीं रखी।
तो पूरा देश बनाएगा आगे का प्लान, क्योंकि जिनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए थी उनकी नहीं है और रिपोर्टकर्ताओं की गिरफ्तारी है।
यहाँ पर जो भी टेंट लगा था, जो भी बंदोबस्त किया गया था, जहां पर पिछले एक महीने से ये पहलवान बैठकर रोज धरना प्रदर्शन करते थे, अपनी बातों को कहने की कोशिश करते थे, दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से उस पूरी जगह को खाली कर दिया गया है। जो भी टेंट था, सामान था, उन सभी सामानों को, टेंट को एक ट्रक में रख कर यहाँ से विदा कर दिया है, पूरी जगह को खाली कर दिया है।
Khap Panchayat leaders packed the wrestlers, calling for a women's Mahapanchayat outside the new parliament. They were, however, stopped by the Delhi police. Heavy deployment all along the borders of the national capital was ensured to stop what the police called were unsocial elements.
जो इनको डायरेक्शंस जो है फोर्स को ये है कि जो पब्लिक है उसको इनकन्वीनियंस नहीं होना चाहिए, ट्रैफिक जो है वो स्मूथ रहना चाहिए, लेकिन बस एक ही चीज़ इंश्योर करनी है कि जो अनसोशल एलिमेंट्स हैं, जो अनरूली एलिमेंट्स हैं जो आइडेंटिफाई कर रखे हैं, वो जो है बॉर्डर्स क्रॉस करके दिल्ली ना पहुंच पाए।
Supporting the wrestlers, the Aam Aadmi Party refused the request of the Delhi police to convert MCD schools into a temporary jail. It has been over a month since a group of wrestlers started their protest against BJP MP and Wrestling Federation's chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. With Nitin Srivastav and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
That's a wrap from me, Chaiti, on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. And don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our India Today app.
You are watching India Today.
Sorry. Co-powered by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Hello and welcome to our special edition on the IPL Lights, Camera and Cricket. And after 73 games, after 10 teams that were competing for the IPL title, we are now down to the final day and the final two teams. Coincidentally, it is the same two teams that played the very first game of this IPL. Gujarat Titans versus Chennai Super Kings, and that game was played in the very same stadium. On that occasion, it was Hardik Pandya and his men who came out on top. Once again, the game will be played in Ahmedabad at the Narendra Modi Stadium. This time, the context, though, is completely different because this is the grand finale. 10th finale for MS Dhoni, a chance for MS Dhoni to cement his position as the GOAT. That is the greatest of all time. Now, MS Dhoni and his Yellow Army have set the stage on fire, and they are now just one win away from achieving history. A win on Sunday, that is today, will give them their 5th IPL title, putting them level with the Mumbai Indians. Standing in their path is the Gujarat Titans juggernaut, but Dhoni, at the age of 42, will be gunning for glory and give the legions of fans a massive cheer. Here is why CSK will be one of the favourites for today's IPL title.
IPL 2023 seems to be Mahendra Singh Dhoni's destiny. Whenever MS and his Chennai Super Kings have stepped onto the field, the atmosphere and anticipation have been electric. Tala's exploits in the last overs, hitting sixes at will, have only added to the crescendo of emotions. From Chepauk to Delhi, everywhere Dhoni has gone, CSK have had tremendous love. It is the crowd support that has boosted the Chennai Super Kings. Something that MS Dhoni himself has pointed out.
They love their move. I would just say, thanks for the support. They came in big numbers, and I think it's one of where, they're trying to give me a farewell by saying, okay, we'll come, we'll be dressed in yellow. But yes, from my side, thanks a lot. It was great, so many yellows in one stadium, and especially if it's Kolkata, so thanks to them.
Aside from the crowd support, CSK's key players have stepped up. Devin Conway and Ruturaj Gaikwad are the leading run getters for the side. Their solid starts have laid the foundation for some crucial wins.
There we go.
Blazing knocks by Ajinkya Rahane, coupled with the aggression of Shivam Dube, have come good for the Super Kings. While the bowling struggled at the start, Deepak Chahar's strong comeback after injury gave them winning momentum. He could be the key in getting control of the in-form Shubman Gill. Ravindra Jadeja and Mahesh Theekshana have operated beautifully in the middle overs, and Pathurana's potency at the death make them a formidable unit. But CSK can be their own enemy in finals. They're featured in 9 finals of the IPL so far, losing 5 and winning 4 of them since the start of the tournament. It won't be until 2024 that fans get to see their hero again. Whether he goes out on a high or in disappointment, that is a question that will be answered only on Sunday. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, without any further ado, let's quickly take you live to Ground Zero. That's where all the action is in Ahmedabad. My colleague Manoj Dimri now joins us live from there. Manoj, just tell us what's happening. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of excitement. This is the IPL final after all, but, home team. So you expect a massive support for them. But on the other side is MS Dhoni, a man who's been getting loads of fans to come to the stadium to watch him play. How's the crowd support like? Is it evenly divided?
We are joining you live from the Narendra Modi Stadium, world's largest cricket stadium, which for the day has turned yellow. You can see there is a sea of yellow. It is the IPL final. The home team is Gujarat Titans, but all the support is for Chennai Super Kings, and it is because of just one man, MS Dhoni. You can see there is just one number 7, and one color, yellow. Lot of fans, even the home fans, even the fans of Gujarat wants MS Dhoni to win it and to lift the cup at the Narendra Modi Stadium here when the two teams lock horns. And this has been the story of this IPL season, and it would be fair to call it the Dhoni Premier League, because all the talks, all the action, and there was just one man, which is Mahendra Singh Dhoni. You can see it. Fans have come with Mahendra Singh Dhoni tattoos, Mahendra Singh Dhoni posters, and all of them want Chennai Super Kings to lift the cup for the record 5th time. There's absolute fan frenzy over here. The Yellow Army has taken over at the Narendra Modi Stadium. You can hardly see Gujarat Titans fans. There are few Gujarat Titans fans. You are supporting Gujarat? Gujarat! Hello, Chennai! Gujarat or Chennai? So as you can see, it is not about Gujarat, it is not about Chennai, it is just about one man, MS Dhoni.
Okay, Manoj, thank you so much for showing us those visuals. Absolutely incredible. Who would have thought it's a final being played in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad? The home team, Gujarat Titans, has reached the final, yet you could see it's not even 50-50 as many were expecting. It would have been, in normal circumstances, 70-80% in favor of the home team, but we expected 50-50 because the Dhoni factor was there. But contrary to all of that, it's actually 80-20 the other way around. 80% of the crowd is supporting the away team, that is the Chennai Super Kings, and it all boils down to the love that they have for Thala Dhoni. Okay, absolutely incredible. Sunny Gavaskar now joins us live to help us build to this big final. He'll put on his analyst's hat. Sunny, now before I ask you about your pick, which is the team that you think is the favorite, firstly just set up this game for us. Would it be fair to say that it's a clash of similar philosophies? I say that because Hardik Pandya quite often has come out and said that he's modeled himself as captain on MS Dhoni. He wants his team, the Gujarat Titans, to play like CSK, whereby, they're not going to rely on lots of superstars. They're going to be focusing on having a team culture. So a clash of philosophy in that sense?
Yes, it is so important because this is a team sport, and where you will find that, not everybody is successful every single time. There will be occasions when the lesser known player will have a role to play, and that's what's happening. That's what we have seen with the Gujarat Titans as well as Chennai Super Kings. Both have had players who have contributed. There have been a couple who have been very consistent for both the teams. There have been a few, I would say, not couple. But it is the all-round combination, the fielding, the little partnerships, whether it is bowling partnerships or batting partnerships, that has helped both these teams to get to where they are today.
Okay, let me draw your attention, Sahibhai, to a very interesting stat. Very rarely do you see that. I'm taking a look at the purple cap standing at the moment. That is the list for most wickets this season. It's dominated by bowlers from Gujarat Titans. The top 3 slots belong to bowlers from Gujarat Titans. Do you think that's the secret to their success, and the fact that many often say that, you can have all the batting lineup that you want, but to win T20 matches, to win T20 trophies, you need to have a good bowling lineup? And is that why Gujarat probably hold the edge in this game?
Look, the runs have to be put on the board. I know a lot of people have this habit of saying, bowlers win you matches, but bowlers can only win you matches if there are enough runs on the board. So I think if, for example, yesterday, if Shubman Gill hadn't scored those runs, and if Gujarat Titans were 150 in their 20 overs, and Mumbai Indians went and got the runs, then you wouldn't say that the bowlers are doing anything. So it is really a combination. It's all very well to say that. But and this is where Gujarat Titans and Chennai both have been very good, that their batting is contributing, their bowlers are contributing as well. And it's a very good combination. That's why they are the top 2 teams. And again, on the final day, you are going to have these very partnerships which are going to be the decisive ones. The batting partnerships and the bowling partnership.
Okay, Sunny bhai, stay on with us. Plenty more to come with Sunny Gavaskar. But since we were talking about Gujarat Titans, they go into today's final, hoping to become just the 4th team in the history of the competition to win multiple IPL titles. Many have had a chance to do so in the past, but weren't able to really pull it off. But one of the few who managed to do so happens to be their opponent tonight, and that is the Chennai Super Kings. Take a look at how the Gujarat Titans stack up ahead of their clash against the MS Dhoni-led Chennai Super Kings.
Know in a few balls, won't we? Whether or not it's a very typical one.
The Gujarat Titans had to take a slightly longer route to get to the final, but they had no complaints as they comfortably disposed of the 5-time champions. And in the final assignment this year are the 4-time champions. Even though they lost the qualifier 1 against the Super Kings, they bounced back strongly in the second qualifier.
The Gujarat Titans, the defending champions, are in the finals again.
On the big day, they will again hope for some big runs from Shubman Gill. He has already assured himself of the orange cap and is looking to even go past Virat Kohli's record of most runs in a season. But for that, he will need another 3-digit score.
Tata IPL 2023 should forever be remembered as the season of Shubman Gill. His 3rd 100th this season in Tata IPL, and the curtain call once again from a phenom of the game.
I think the clarity this year he has, and the confidence which he carries, which is something which is amazing. The inning which I saw today, I think that was one of the finest innings I have seen in a T20 game. At never point of time he looked rushed. At never point of time he looked that he was not in control. It looked like someone was throwing down the balls and he was just hitting it. So, he is a superstar and he's going to do very, very big things for the franchisee cricket at the same point of time in cricket.
GT fielded their best 11 against the Mumbai Indians, which allowed them to bat till number 8, and it is their batting depth, which is packed with players like Miller, Tewatia and Rashid Khan, that makes them a batting juggernaut. The Titans also boast of the best bowling attack in the league, with Rashid, Shami and Mohit cumulatively picking 79 wickets so far. Shami in particular holds the key against the CSK openers. While Conway has fallen prey to him thrice in 3 occasions, Gaikwad has a strike rate of just 69.69 against him. Rashid Khan's ability to chip in with wickets at any stage of the game gives GT an added advantage.
When things are not going the way I'm supposed to, or I like it, he's someone who kind of comes in and changes the momentum and makes sure that we keep getting that 1 or 2 wickets here. And that's the beauty. I think we have spoken enough about Rashid, but as I said, he sometimes what he does is short of words.
GT have a chance to become just the 3rd team to win back-to-back IPL titles and would have loved to do it at no other place than at the home ground. Sports Bureau, India Today.
All right, Sunny Gavaskar is still with us. We'll go to him a little later. But meanwhile, there is news that's just coming in that's pertaining to Ambati Rayudu, a veteran of sorts in the IPL. He's announced that this is his last IPL season. He, remember, has played 14 IPL seasons, is age 37. And out of that, he's played 8 finals in those 14 seasons that he's participated in the IPL, has 5 IPL trophies and 11 playoffs as well. He tweeted a short while ago, and let me quickly read that tweet. He says, 2 great teams, Mumbai Indians, CSK, 204 matches, 14 seasons, 11 playoffs, 8 finals, 5 trophies, hopefully 6th tonight. He's talking about himself. It's been quite a journey. I've decided that tonight's final is going to be his last game in the IPL. He says he's truly has enjoyed playing this great tournament. Thank you all. Remember, Ambati Rayudu had said it last time around. He had announced his retirement, but then CSK got him to change his mind and play another season of the IPL. He didn't have a very successful IPL at that. Probably that has prompted him to decide that this would be his last season. That's not to say that he's not going to play the final. He said he's going to be playing the final. In fact, wants to win it. Could be the X factor. Hasn't really fired all throughout this tournament, but could be the guy who can take on Rashid Khan, the dangerous Gujarat Titans bowler, in this final. Okay, Sunny Gavaskar still with us. Sunny bhai, I really want to know what your mind is telling you about this final. But before I go to what the mind is saying, let me go to what your heart must be saying. And let me take a guess. You know, like myself, like so many others, is your heart also saying, let CSK win this title? Because for all we know, this could be the final game that MS Dhoni plays. And what a farewell it would be if his final game he was to win and hold that IPL trophy. Am I correct in that presumption?
Well, Chennai Super Kings have always been my second favorite team, apart from Mumbai Indians. Mumbai has been my favorite team. I come from Mumbai, but CSK have always been my second favorite team. So clearly, yes, my heart wants CSK to win for that reason, as well as the fact that, you know, for MSD to be able to win one more time would be fantastic, proving once again that, you know, calm, cool decision-making can make a difference. Having said that, Gujarat Titans have been by far the best team, best all-round team in the competition. They've got in Shubman Gill a terrific opening batter. They've got in the middle order as well, they've got Hardik Pandya himself. There's been Vijay Shankar, who scored a lot of runs for them. And you know, they've got these players who have been putting the runs on the board. And then when it comes to defending or trying to get the opposition out very early, you've got a Mohammad Shami who gets the wickets who invariably gets the wickets in the first 6 overs. There is Rashid Khan in the middle overs who puts a break along with a fellow Afghan spinner Noor Ahmed. And then towards the end, you've got the unsung, unheralded Mohit Sharma coming and again picking wickets. And those are the best dot balls that anybody can bowl.
Okay, Sunny Gavaskar making it very clear his heart wants CSK to win, all because of MS Dhoni, just as majority of the fans across the country want. But now, Sunny bhai, I'll ask you to put your cricket analyst hat on and tell us, based on the conditions, based on the history, based on the form of the players in both the teams, which team do you think hold the edge in this final encounter?
Gujarat Titans. It's their home ground as well. And there is always that little home advantage. We saw that when Chennai played Gujarat in Chennai a few days ago. The support that they had, total support they had. I don't think I saw any blue shirts over there. And similarly, I think over here, it probably won't be the same way. I think there will be plenty of yellow shirts out of total respect and love and admiration for MSD. But I do believe the kind of cricket that Gujarat Titans have been playing, the kind of fielding we've seen from them, more importantly as well, I think they should go on to defend their title and win back-to-back titles.
Okay, Saiba, stay on with us. One final question to come from you. And because we were talking about the Gujarat Titans, one man who's going to be very important for Gujarat to do well. He has been in outstanding form so far in the tournament. That is Shubman Gill. And the orange cap is pretty much with Shubman. You know, he's so far ahead of the competition. No matter what happens today, the orange cap is guaranteed to end up with Shubman Gill. But there's another record he might be chasing. The record of most runs in a single IPL season. We all know that belongs to a certain Virat Kohli, 973 runs. At the moment, Shubman Gill is about 122 runs short, if my calculation is correct. I know that to expect anyone to get 122 in one game is very unlikely. But the kind of form that Shubman has shown in this IPL, he's got, what, 300s in the last 4 games. You wouldn't put it past him to get another 100 in the final and actually, you know, be very close to that record?
No, you can't put anything past him. The final has its own pressures. The final has its own added pressure. But I think this young man seems to be impervious to any kind of pressure. I think he was maybe conscious of the fact that there was this record to be looked at. Because when he got out yesterday, he got out in the 16th over, and he was very upset with himself. But you have to also give him the allowance that he had been batting for 16 overs. He'd been running up and down, not just his runs, but even his partner's runs. So there would be an element of, tiredness. And so therefore that last shot which he got out to didn't have the same power. But yes, I think it's eminently possible. If the Gujarat Titans do bat first, he gets the opportunity to get to that mark. It's going to be very, very tough. But in cricket, nothing is impossible. There are some records which we think are invincible, unbreakable, but they have been broken. The 2 records, though, I think, which will be absolutely unbroken, is Tendulkar's 15,900 plus runs in Test cricket and Muralidharan's 800 Test wickets.
All right, Saiba, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking our time speaking to India today and setting up that grand IPL finale for us. As Sunny Gavaskar said, his heart wants CSK to win because that's his second favorite team. But his head is saying that Gujarat Titan at the moment hold the edge. Okay, another great after Sunny Gavaskar, another great who's spoken. His name is Sachin Tendulkar. Now, he's had his say on the IPL final. Remember, Sachin, as mentor of Mumbai Indians, has seen both these teams, that is the Chennai Super Kings and the Gujarat Titans, very, very closely, especially the Gujarat Titans, since that's a team that's not only helped his team reach the top 4 by beating RCB, but also knocked the Mumbai Indians out in qualifier number 2. Sachin, while analyzing the final, this is what he said. He says, Gujarat are a formidable side and the wickets of Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya and David Miller will be the key for Chennai tonight. Then he goes on to add that Chennai also bat very deep, with MS Dhoni coming in as low as number 8, even though MS Dhoni has been, moving up and down that order. But if he's at number 8, it's really a strong batting lineup. Hence, he says it's a case of team that, holds it together and it's going to be a very interesting final to watch. That is what Sachin Tendulkar has said, and, that's exactly the kind of sentiment that we see across the cricketing world because of the 2 teams that have reached the final. Okay, a short while ago, we were talking about Shubman Gill. You had Sunny Gavaskar say that, don't put it past him to get another 100. But for that, he'd need to bat first. He's been in tremendous form. And Shubman Gill spoke to his captain, that is Hardik Pandya. And Hardik, in that interaction, was trying to decode what is it that makes Shubman Gill so successful? What is it that's really leading to that sweet timing of the ball? And this is what Shubman Gill had to say in this special interaction.
Bro, what is the secret behind your hundreds after 100? What is working for you?
I think in the first half of the IPL, I was getting those starts and I was not able to convert them. So I knew it was all about getting that 100. I knew when I'll get that 100, then it's all about the mental switch. And then you start thinking differently, then you start playing differently. And I think that's what worked for me.
Very, 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 very proud of him. And at the same point of time, how happy you are seeing us in 2 back-to-back finals?
Amazing feeling, This is my 3rd final in a row, by the way.
What are you,
Thank you. 3rd final in a row. Hopefully, you will make it 2-1. I lost 1. with KKR. We won one.
My ratio, you know, right? So let's keep that.
He's won all of them.
Yeah, God has been very kind, which is fantastic. This person, sometimes we have to stop him because the amount of batting he does, I get scared seeing him bat that much. And you know, I spoke in the presentation as well that what I really enjoyed, not today, just overall, is the confidence which you're carrying now, the self-belief you have, and that's, you know, as we have spoken, it spread through the group, and that has been a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I just want to tell everyone, you know, Hardik last year before starting the IPL, he was the first person that came to me and told me, you know, you play how you want to play. And I feel before getting a chance to play for GT, sometimes I felt I was trying to play as someone that I wasn't, and he gave me that confidence to be able to play how I want to play. It felt great.
He deserves it. Every success, he deserves it. This man's gonna be an amazing cricketer for not just franchisee cricket, for India as well, which he's already, but he's gonna be a biggest superstar as well.
Thank
Very
you
happy
guys.
for
Signing
you.
off.
Signing off. Peace.
That's all the time that we have on this edition of Lights, Camera and Cricket. We'll take a short break, but don't go anywhere because on the other side, we'll come back with some live updates. The toss is going to happen shortly. We'll get to know what the playing 11 is going to be for both the teams in this finale. So join us then after a short break.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 33 and minimum 24